Good morning, everyone. Well, after a huge win over rival Syracuse Saturday, Ed Cooley's Hoyas provided a defensive masterclass in their Big East opener with an 81-57 win over Creighton to move to 9-2 on the season. The Hoyas have gone 2-18 in consecutive Big East campaigns. They now look to go to 2-0. They're at Seton Hall Sunday at 7. Listen on the team 980. It was a huge night for college hoops all over the area. Virginia came up short in a 64-62 loss to 21st ranked Memphis. GW's now 10-2. They defeat Lafayette 82-62. It was a tough night for American in an 84-57 defeat at St. Joe's. Other local scores of note: Georgia Tech 91-82 over UMBC, and Mount St. Mary's beats LIU 80-72. Now tonight, the Wizards welcome the 7-19 Charlotte Hornets to Capital One Arena. Tip time at 7. You can listen on the team 980. Thursday Night Football pits the 9-5 Denver Broncos at the 8-6 LA Chargers. Westwood One coverage starts at 7:30 for an 8:15 kickoff. You can listen to it right here on The Fan. And the celebration of D.C. having control of the RFK site is now on hold, as the spending bill that would place the land in D.C.'s control was not voted on yesterday in Congress. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, way west, Ashburn, VA, Commanders Park, getting ready for Philly this week. Obviously, a huge game for the Burgundy and Gold as they try to get to 10 wins on the season, take down their division rival. Eagles have won 10 in a row and look like an absolute wagon. Sure looks like the NFC is going to run through Philly, but that's why they play the games. B-Mitch has Christmas stuff. He's out being Santa Claus. So we got Toby Altizer filling in. What up, Tobo? How you doing?
What's going on,
buddy?
dude? It's good to be out here. First time out here in the media annex, chilling out where B-Mitch usually chills. So good to be out here.
Yeah, you blown away by our spacious digs?
It's a beautiful setup, very luxurious.
Yeah, dude. Listen, for a guy that had to do solo shows from a parking lot for a couple of years, it's pretty damn nice in here. Trust me.
Yeah.
Much
Much better than being outside today.
Obviously, yeah, it's cold out there. Obviously, the news. So actually, I'm making a mental note, and when I make a mental note, is I'm asking other people to remember because I won't.
Absolutely.
We have Doug Kammerer coming on at 12:30 to give us just a weather update for what Sunday is going to look like because they're playing outdoors this weekend. Like fans, it's going to be packed. Apparently, ticket prices are through the roof this weekend. And I want to make a mental note. I contend, and I once got yelled at by Dan Snyder for saying this publicly. I think it's usually like 5 to 7 degrees colder in Ashburn than it is at my house inside the Beltway in Bethesda. I don't know if there's like an elevation change. Like we're kind of out towards the mountains this way, or at least like the hills. I don't know if it's windier out here. I don't know. But I'm telling you, consistently, me and Dan Steinberg, once upon a time, had this conversation, and Dan Snyder then yelled at us about it. But I'm telling you, consistently, it feels colder out here. So, Toby, you're in charge of reminding me to ask stuff.
I'll remember.
Okay.
I'll remember.
Good. I will not.
At least I'll try to remember.
Well, that's a lot less of a promise. We're also going to hear from Quan Martin today, Commander Safety, joining us at noon. Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. We're checking in on all things Philly with our guy Dave Zangaro at 11. Packed show, busy show. You're also going to hear from the coordinators, Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt Jr. We got a lot to do. It's the beginning of the week in the NFL. We got Thursday Night Football tonight. Bowl games are starting up last night. Did you watch? I think JMU beat the hell out of somebody last night, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they were playing Western Kentucky. I didn't watch that game. I had on the Cal game. They were playing UNLV. UNLV won. They ran a sick fake punt. Did you see that? They ran like almost like a shallow screen on a fake punt.
I did not.
The punter threw like a chest pass, shovel pass over the line. Beautiful fake
That was
punt.
Cal UNLV?
UNLV ran the fake punt. It was
All right.
beautiful. One of the better fake punts I've ever seen executed.
I am pulling this up. All right, I'm watching right now. Jimmy Traina says this is one of the best fake punt plays I've ever seen. All right. They snap to the punter. Oh, that is awesome. Because it allows him to it looks like a punt.
Everybody's coming up. One of the gunners or whatever on the
house
outside.
call this? Oh,
no, you got down to the 20 or whatever. But yeah, one of the gunners from the outside cuts across like a shallow screen, a little pop pass over the top. Worked perfectly.
That's great.
It's a genius.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Who won Cal UNLV?
UNLV.
Did you have any action?
I did not. No.
Do you gamble, Toby? I know you're
Yeah.
you're good.
I
You're a
dabble.
good boy.
I dabble.
You dabble.
I dabble.
All right, that's what I like to hear.
I'm not very good at dabbling, but I do.
You know, most aren't. That they don't tell you that in the commercials. But JMU, I'm pretty sure beat the hell out
Yeah, they
of
did.
somebody.
It was their first. I think it was Western Kentucky. It was their first ever bowl win. So congratulations.
Okay,
to
they
them.
won by 10. Good win. What college bowls we got tonight? Because I know the playoffs start tomorrow. Isn't it tomorrow night?
They do start tomorrow night, and I'm excited about these playoffs. I don't know how you felt about this, JP. I hated the 12-team format at first, but I think there's going to be some good games. I'm excited about this. I was
more awesome college football. I'm never going to be mad about.
Yeah, I mean, I was more so frustrated with how some of the political correctness and maybe not political, but like the way that these things work. Like Florida State gets left out despite being undefeated last year. Some of that craziness.
Yeah.
This year we're arguing that a 3-loss Bama team needs to be over SMU, who lost in a conference championship game, to give them their second loss. I thought they did a good job with that, but I mean, we got some awesome games. I'm excited about what we got on the slate. I mean, these are going to be intriguing matchups to watch.
Totally.
I think it's one of those things too where,
well, dude, Saturday's a triple header, which is
with 2 NFL games.
Yeah, the NFL games are kind of poo-poo, aren't they? No, I guess
no, they're good ones.
Texas Chiefs, they're both really good. Why are they going head-to-head like that?
Well, the NFL has to do that because they want these teams to play on Wednesday,
Christmas,
on Christmas Day. So that you'll notice the 4 teams playing on Saturday are the same 4 teams, just reshuffled for Christmas Day. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a heck of a matchup for all those things. I mean, it's going to be a heck of a day for football. If you're a football fan, just sit on that couch all day Saturday. It might be the best football day of the year, honestly, where you've got
Saturday, dude, is nuts. So Friday night is the college football playoff debut, I guess. Indiana, Notre Dame, Indiana in South Bend. I guess that's cool for them. That's like an in-state rivalry. On a personal level, I wish that was Bama going to Notre Dame. The excitement for that would be 50x what Indiana.
Well, I mean, the local angle is Coach Signetti, first year at Indiana, gets his team into the playoff. I don't know how many people are still in on Coach Sig, but I think Indiana could win that. Everybody's kind of writing Notre Dame writing them in. I don't know. I kind of feel like Indiana could win this one.
Quick pause, real quick. Landfill, is Coach Signetti at Indiana the local angle for you?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, the whole region is just on pins and needles. They're not interested in Skins Eagles on Sunday or how bad the Wizards are.
This is
the
Friday
Hoyas
night.
won.
Friday night.
Yeah, they're locked in on Coach Sig at Indiana. You know what's funny is I think everybody, like every conversation I have is like, oh, Indiana's really going to give Notre Dame a fight, and like when you become kind of that public underdog, everybody thinks X will happen. I kind of think Notre Dame might just smoke them. One that I feel like I'm on a bit of an island with this. Nobody thinks SMU belongs. The way that team could, every time I bet an SMU game this year, I lost. And just about every time, I think I took the other team because I was like, oh man, SMU sucks. So I think I might take SMU in the points. I don't know.
Well, and then
I'm going to bet on all these.
The flip side of that is Penn State in big games never wins.
Yeah.
Like they always seem to come up short. Like how many times is it like a top 5 matchup?
Oregon, Ohio State.
At Happy Valley, something big, and then all of a sudden Penn State loses these games. Even in a whiteout in Happy Valley. I'm interested to see the other thing that I'm a little bit frustrated with some of this stuff. James Franklin was talking about this, Penn State head coach, saying that the college football playoff kind of runs everything with this. Understandably so. It is the college football playoff.
Yeah, so they've dialed back
But it's
what
not
like the
really a
cool
home game.
college stuff you can do is.
So like
Yeah, I read
apparently
that.
someone was saying that at the shoe, Tennessee is going to get like a walkout video. What are we doing? Like the Eagles, if they were to, or if Washington goes to
Right.
Philly in the playoffs, Washington's not getting a walkout video. Like run it like a normal home game because that's the whole point of this.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I heard Ohio State doesn't get to play Hang on Sloopy, and like I don't know. I try not to get too caught up in all that. There's no way Texas in Austin isn't going to have their full kind of cadre of light shows and everything that happens.
I mean, heck, I work with the Hokies. They made them not play Enter Sandman one time at a basketball game. The student section just sang it anyways. So there's ways around.
Why
some
did
of this
they
stuff.
make them not?
I
sing
forget what it
Enter Sandman?
was. I forget what it was. I don't remember the exact scenario, but
Well,
the student section just took over. So there are
University-
ways around it.
At University of Maryland, they've stopped doing this, but for a while, and it was such a dumb decision, just lame, political correct dumbness. They stopped playing Rock and Roll Part 2 because the students would chant, "You suck." Like, what are we doing? We treat people like infants. It's absurd. I like Tennessee in the points. That D line is nasty. We'll see. We got time to. We have a college football guest tomorrow to preview everything. The biggest game in town is certainly going to be Commanders Eagles this weekend, and kind of the biggest issue in town yesterday. I mean, you know that Tennessee, the people in Nashville and Buffalo, the people in Western New York, both of those cities, both of those football fan bases are building new stadiums. Like they voted, they built, it's moving forward. Only in Washington. I mean, even in LA, like they were able to get a stadium had a mudslide delay, but they were still able to get that thing built. Only in Washington does the act of just transferring control. Let's be crystal clear because this got very, very mixed up yesterday. The only thing that happened in that proposed legislation is to give control of the RFK site from the feds, who are just letting it rot. Go drive by. Tell me what they're doing with that land. They're letting it rot. The only thing that was proposed is to give control of the land from the federal government to the D.C. city government and allow them to develop and build a new stadium. There's no money attached, not a dime, as Jim Calhoun would say, not a dime. And yet, because of the city we live in and the carpet-bagging jerks that come here and pretend that it's a swamp, even though millions of us live here and it's just home, they insist on messing things up. They just insist upon it. And frankly, outright lying about costs associated with things. All that legislation did was transfer control of the land. And now, depending who you ask, this thing looks to be on life support or maybe already dead. And it's just the little bit of high we got when it seemed like this was going to happen to what it is now. And it's just become another political football for whoever wants to try to grandstand or get their face on cable news to bark about, and just the lack of vision it shows, the lack of empathy or caring for the city all these carpet bagging jerks have found themselves in. Oh, and by the way, whenever you move here, whatever city or state you come from, you end up staying here because you get rich here as lobbyists, you lying jerks. To not have the vision or the empathy to allow the city to develop a beautiful site. It's riverfront. If you do it right, you know what that is something that the entire nation can be proud of. But no, you'd rather score political points and political victories and be small-minded dorks. Please go back to your shanties wherever they are. Let us live. God damn it.
Yeah, I just want this thing done with. Like honestly, and it's such a unique area, obviously, with the three places, Maryland, Virginia, DC fighting over it and what's going to happen, and all, like you said, people coming in from the outside making decisions for our area, all of that. But as someone that doesn't get as caught up in all that, just give me a new stadium. Just
I
give me
don't
one.
agree with that. I think younger people, because I've heard Stallion say this too, like, oh, I just want the dopest, coolest stadium. I don't care where it is. I care where it is.
Okay, and I understand that, but just give me a stadium. At least figure out where it's going to be, because then I can at least except if it's just going to be next to FedEx Field now or Northwest Stadium, except if it's going to be at the RFK spot. It's clearly not going to be coming to Virginia. Like, just figure out where this thing is going to be.
Hold
and
on.
get
Let's
this
have
ball
a quick
rolling.
conversation about Virginia. Virginia has boxed themselves in as the place stadium deals go to die.
Yes.
So, like, Virginia ain't in the running. That's Virginia's bad.
100%.
And Landfill's happy about it. He doesn't want him. But, like, you can't seriously entertain a Virginia stadium conversation anymore.
No.
Like, Jack Kent Cooke 30 years ago, I think, and Ted Leonsis each held a press conference on the same plot of land that they were going to build a stadium. That is the Bermuda Triangle of stadiums.
Yeah.
So I think that's an illegitimate conversation at this point. Now, there's tons of illegitimate conversations. For a month, people were talking about Bo Nix ahead of Jaden Daniels for Rookie of the Year. Nothing prevents illegitimate conversations in the era of content creation, right? But I'm done. I think maybe we're talking new practice facility. Maybe they want to build a burgundy and gold Hall of Fame somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I think there are plenty of things Virginia's in play for. But the stadium, like, check, please. It's just not happening.
Well, and that's a good point, too, because, I mean, we talk about the 3 different municipalities going after this, you're right. Virginia's kind of out of this. So really, it's Maryland and D.C. going after this thing. Can you just figure it out? I know you're going to care where it is. I know a lot of people that are older than I am care where it is. I frankly don't. Just build the stupid stadium. I'm going to go wherever it is. I'm going to show up and sit in the stands.
That's
wherever
because
it
you
is.
never experienced what it was like to have it downtown.
Absolutely.
What if Nats Park was in Annandale? Would you think it's at school?
No.
Right. Like that. Like, you're saying that because you don't know what it
Correct.
was like, but you recognize that if something else wasn't downtown, it would be less cool.
100%. I want it at RFK. There's definitively, I want it at RFK. I think it makes the most sense. I think when you have a stadium and you put it in the city, it's 100 times cooler than it being somewhere else randomly around the area. So I 100% agree with you. But my point is, just build the stupid thing. Like, let's go. It's so frustrating because whenever we figure out where it's going to go, then we still have to wait. So I want to get that first hurdle out of the way. So I at least know, like, okay, now I can start planning, because it's going to take a couple of years to build this thing. I'm excited for whatever it's going to be. It's going to be awesome.
A lot of years.
But hurry up. Like, enough is already, like, we've waited years for this
So if
because
you're
we
in
knew
the
it was
legit
coming.
hurry up camp, then you want them to stay in Maryland. Maryland has money on the table and a site. Like,
Yeah.
the hurry up camp is Landover.
I
They're the
don't
only ones with cash on the table and ready to go.
So I don't know that I'm necessarily in the hurry up and build the stadium, because you're right. That would go to Maryland. I'm more so
That's the only
figure out where it's
hurry
going.
up
already.
camp is Maryland. All right, so I don't know how much construction you've done on your home.
No.
Right? There are what the word in construction is. There's 3 things you want. You want it done well, you want it done cheap, and you want it done fast.
Mhm.
Right? No matter what construction company you choose, you only get 2 out of those 3. You want well and fast. You want it built well and built fast. It's expensive as hell.
Yeah.
You want it cheap and fast, which is what they did at FedEx. You get a cheap product.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're not going to get all 3 of those things. So the best location is undoubtedly RFK Stadium. The most realistic location, the fastest location, is undoubtedly Maryland. To me, to do this right, and I've talked about this over and over and over. People's vision that this is just about a stadium for 10 games a year for the Commanders is so dumb. This is about transforming an area of the city and putting Washington on par with the great cities of the world, frankly. Yeah. Like, you know why the World Cup goes back to Italy? Because they can play in a dope stadium outside of Rome. Like, the Meadowlands kind of sucks, but New York City is just such a gravitational pull that things go there. So they built SoFi in LA because they can get every single event in the world. They had to redo the Superdome because it was getting old and kind of junky. And they redid it. They put some money into it. It's dope because everybody loves New Orleans. Miami had to redo whatever the hell that stadium was called, Joe Robbie once upon a time. And now Hard Rock is sick. And Miami will get every great event. Paris, Tokyo, London. Like, if you want to be on par with those cities, you build this stadium. It's not just about football, you simple-minded, carpet-bagging idiots. Like, have a vision.
Yeah,
and everybody just refuses it.
You're right. I mean, the World Cup is coming to the North America in 2026. So the world is coming to the United States, Mexico, I think a couple games in Canada. You know where they're not playing?
Here.
DC.
It's embarrassing.
The biggest country hosting this thing isn't going to even have their national capital represented because the stadium sucks. So you're 100% right.
And that's not to say that if they build a new one and it's nice and it's cool, events will go there. Like there are still events going to Northwest Stadium. I don't want to be unfair to Northwest Stadium. They had Beyonce for I think 2 nights this past summer. Next summer they got Metallica and AC/DC. Like a lot of big name acts go there, but it's getting harder and harder to ignore or perhaps put your head in the sand that Taylor Swift wouldn't come.
There you go.
World Cup wouldn't come. I think Springsteen only played Baltimore. I think he played Baltimore and Nats Park. Nats Park's going to continue to siphon away this stuff. It's a little bit smaller, and baseball's a little bit more difficult than a true football stadium. You know, just the layout's a little bit different. But people hate that place, and it doesn't have great infrastructure. There's an undeniable reason why some of this stuff isn't going there. And, like I am mentally prepared for the grandstanding of local DC politicians about the money that's going to be involved in building this stadium. I am mentally prepared for that, and I know that's coming. Fine, cool. That at least you have a real leg to stand upon because it's, we're diverting money from public schools to build a stadium. I can understand that. Now, my rationalization would be, yeah, but it's an investment and it'll come back 20-fold, right? Like that's how I view it. I recognize others view that differently and have there's a somewhat legitimate argument there. What is currently happening by these people on a federal level that come to this city that claim they don't want to, yet they fight like hell to get here, and then they're just denying what the people here want, is so incredibly frustrating. It is beyond frustrating that we continue to have our lives dictated by people that don't freaking live here. Please go away. Never come back. If you think it's a swamp, get the hell out of here. It's not that hard. Get the hell out of here. Dave Zangaro at 11.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Ed Cooley notches his two biggest wins as Hoya's head coach consecutively, beating Syracuse on the road Saturday and then issuing a statement in an 81-57 bludgeoning of Creighton last night in Georgetown's Big East opener. The Hoyas are at Seton Hall Sunday at 7, listed on the team 980. Now tonight, the Wizards get back to work. They will welcome the 7-19 Charlotte Hornets to Capital One Arena. Tip time set for 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it on the Team 980. And it's an interesting matchup with AFC playoff implications on Thursday Night Football, as the 9-5 Denver Broncos visit the 8-6 LA Chargers. You can listen to Westwood One coverage of the 8:15 kick right here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I screamed at senators and congressmen from other areas because they're all full of it. If you want to hear that, get on the Odyssey app and hit rewind. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Jeffrey, Landini, how do we do?
Great. What's up, JP?
What up, Jeff? How are you, bud?
Oh,
Yes.
Breaking news on The Fan.
Breaking news on The Fan.
We have a new member of the show now.
Who's that?
Brian. He runs the stream now.
Who's Brian?
He runs the stream now.
Okay. News to me, but I mean, I was never told we were streaming until the day a little camera showed up in the studio. So terrific. Welcome, Brian. Great to have you. Can I send me a picture of Brian? Let me see what he looks like. Looks like our guy Strizzy was first to say hello on the stream. He said, "What up, fam?" And then he trolled Gerald. He said, "Sorry, Gerald, not today." Sorry, bruh. Jeff had that joint on early. It's interesting times here. I think a lot of people liked me screaming about what happened from Congress, and I am not scared of saying what I said. Lamville has a fun idea here. If you look at what is the timeline on this since 2020, Landini?
Yeah.
Okay. The worst mistakes for every NFL franchise since 2020. Let's just the four of us. I haven't looked. I'm guessing Lamville looked. What's the worst mistake Washington made since 2020?
Oh, since 2020?
And does this mean like since the end of 2020 or including the 2020 draft, Lamville?
Not sure.
Okay. Well, it's pretty obvious if you're including the draft to not take.
Yeah, it's got to be Chase Young, right?
Yeah, I mean, to not take Herbert, I would say. But if you like Tua, but that is real revisionist history.
Correct.
At the time, that was not a realistic thing. I mean, if you want to get, dude, the decision to roll with Scott Turner instead of Kevin O'Connell.
Yes.
For Ron, pretty darn telling.
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz was 22, right?
Yeah, I mean, sticking with Heineke, Fitzpatrick, you can go down the quarterback list, basically, and name a few of those since 2020.
Yeah, I mean, even to roll with Howell, didn't work out. I mean, the decision to go get Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah.
Honestly, Jamin Davis, Emmanuel Forbes with Christian Gonzalez there.
Having Ron be the general manager, does that count?
It might.
Worst mistake? I mean, look at none of his first-round picks are here.
Changing the name to Commanders?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, there's better names available.
Yeah, I mean.
The not poop water that came out of that pipe. Jeff, it was not poop water. Damn it. You know that, right?
I mean, we could spend the whole 4 hours going through the mistakes since 2020.
Let's just be clear, though, Toby. It was not poop water.
It was not.
It was rainwater.
It was rainwater.
Because rainwater's in pipes, always.
And brown.
and rather than just gutters. Every major facility has their rainwater come inside in pipes rather than just wash off in gutters. Right, Jeff? It was not poop water. All right. I don't know how the hell ESPN came up with this list, but their biggest mistake since 2020, this is a bad one. They go drafting Emmanuel Forbes with the number 16 pick last year, 2023. First round picks aren't locks to succeed. About 40% of round one selections taken since the league moved to the slotted draft format in 2011 have either been cut before the end of their original deals or failed to earn a fifth-year option, which is far closer to a coin flip than some might expect. The upside of landing a potential difference maker on a bargain deal for 5 years is what makes those picks valuable. Not many first-round picks are cut midway through their second season in the league, though. Some players are released in part or mostly because of off-field issues, including former Titans offensive tackle Isaiah Wilson and former Raiders cornerback Damon Arnett. But most teams give their first-round picks at least 2 years to prove themselves before moving on. Given that first-round contracts are already guaranteed, the only reason to release a round one pick would be if the organization believes he can't play and it can't find a viable trade market to move him. Forbes is one of those exceptions, as the Commanders turned over their coaching staff and front office between the Ron Rivera regime and the Adam Peters, Dan Quinn-led group. Forbes was benched as a rookie amid inconsistent play. The new regime gave him 32 snaps as a starter in the Week 1 loss to the Buccaneers, but after committing a pass interference penalty in the third quarter, he was benched and never started another game for Washington. After 72 more defensive snaps over the next 3 months, the Commanders cut Forbes in early December. The Rams claimed him on waivers and picked up the remaining $5 million on his contract, which will qualify as a victory for the Commanders from their perspective. It's difficult to blame Peters and company for the prior regime's mistakes, but fans can only imagine what would have happened if Rivera had chosen differently. The next player off the board in the first round was another cornerback, Patriots star Christian Gonzalez, who should be in the Pro Bowl this season. That's a bad one. I know for a fact there were members of that front office that were screaming to take Gonzalez.
Well, and
I know that Ron liked doing his own thing.
Well, the question is, they have that video last year of him driving in to the war room saying, Forbes is there. Gonzalez was there. You didn't expect him to be there. They should have taken Gonzalez, but even other dudes like Deonte Banks would still be on this team if you drafted Banks. Joey Porter Jr. went behind him. Brian Branch was someone that we were talking about potentially going there. He goes in the second round. Like, there were dudes that could have gone there that weren't just Christian Gonzalez that would have been an upgrade. And you've been out here much more than I have, JP, but I've come out here for 2 training camps. And there's only one person that I've ever feared, like, oh boy, this dude just doesn't look like a football player, and it's Forbes. He'd be back there catching punts, and you look at his legs, and you're like, this dude almost looks sickly. He's so small.
Yeah,
he's able to make it work, I guess, because he hasn't had huge injury issues so far, but he also hadn't been on the field much this year. But it's just wild, like when he got signed by the Rams, and then they put out the video, and everybody just roasted him because of how small his legs were. It's jarring every time you see him compared to everybody else.
Emmanuel's a nice young man, and you know, I don't want to be overly critical towards the fella, but the reason you had to cut him, when he's on the field, it's 10 on 11 in the run game. There is not only an inability to defend the run in that he's not good at it, there's an unwillingness to defend the run. And that is a size thing. That is a getting blasted thing. And maybe you didn't see that on the tape because, I mean, in Ron's defense, Forbes was considered a first rounder by like the NFL cognoscente, by like the NFL group of leaders. They considered him a first rounder, right? But at the same time, the Gonzalez thing to me is particularly appalling because he went next. They had to cut him. I still, if you're going biggest mistakes since 2020, and we're only talking like front office personnel stuff, I don't even think it's that. I still think it'd be Chase over Herbert. The William Jackson III contract was really bad.
That's a bad one.
There's a lot of bad, dude. there's a lot of bad.
Well, and my thing too, like we're gonna go back to you talk about the draft picks with Ron. I think the bigger indictment on Ron was his lack of ability to develop these guys. because, you go back to the Dotson pick. Dotson was at worst a second rounder, right? Second rounders pan out all the time in this league and turn into good receivers. You talk about Forbes. At worst, he's a late first rounder, maybe early second rounder. Someone's picking him up, and if they put him in the right scheme, they can make it work. You look at all these guys, Jamin Davis included. He probably gets drafted at worst, middle of the second round. So it's not as Ron overdrafted these guys, sure, but when you combine overdrafting with not developing the guys, that's how you end up with no one from the first round being left on this team.
You know what DQ said yesterday? It's interesting you say that because B always would hammer this, that you got to coach 1 to 53, not just your starters. And that was a thing during the Gruden era. And a lot of that, I would say, kind of stemmed from Bruce and Dan in this culture of they just cared about the stars and everybody else was just a guy. But DQ said this yesterday, and I wanted to make sure I hit it, and this is a great time. He was asked about the depth. I think Chick asked him about the depth, and he said, because they're losing a lot of players, right?
Yeah.
He said, and DQ mentioned, all right, we lost Biotish. That clearly created some adversity, right? When those things, now I'm reading from DQ yesterday. When those times do come, that player's been in those environments as often as you can. From the coaching side, it's really important that every player in the room has the responsibility for game day. You've heard us talk a lot about development. So if you're in the running back room, so basically he's saying that would be irresponsible because we're not developing him, not just the skills, but the football acumen to go. Each player in the game plan, they're responsible for that for the week, even if they're unlikely to play in that game. You just don't know when a guy gets sick, something happens at practice, and the next person has to be available. So I think that it's important we look at this as not a 53 or a 48, but 65, where it's everybody can be into that. And that's why at practice, all of the players play. You've seen the scout teams holding up cards. I think that's an important piece to this. If you really want a competitive team, the pressure has to be on everyone to deliver. You don't know who could win the game for you, and so you have to put that pressure on them to get that done. You look at Detroit as the injuries keep piling up and they keep stacking wins. You look at Kansas City as they just like the best organizations, the best teams in the NFL do that, and DQ certainly has Washington doing that.
Yeah, you can't preach next man up if the next man's not ready, right?
Yeah.
Like the next man needs to be able to step in.
Gets a chance to be ready.
Yeah, and I think too, just tying it back to the drafting stuff, like you got to think with Adam Peters this year, everybody praises this year's draft, but it's not like he just took the top guy consensus on every board. He took guys that were talented and that fit. And that's something that didn't necessarily happen with the previous regime. You might draft a talented guy that's a little further down the board, but he didn't fit. And this year, that seems like they drafted guys that fit. We'll see, as Luke McCaffrey goes on, as he get more involved, and Ben Sinnott. I'm not talking necessarily this year, but down the line. But it seems like they've drafted guys that fit. They fit the culture that they're trying to build here. They're working hard. And to your point, even if Luke McCaffrey's not playing, as the number 2 receiver now that Noah Brown's gone, we saw De'Ami Brown kind of step in that role. Luke McCaffrey's still getting work in the week. He's going to be ready to go if he's called upon. Ben Sinnott's going to be ready to go if he's called upon. And that doesn't just go for the rookies. They're making sure all these guys are ready. That, to me, is a sign of good coaching staff.
Talking Eagles at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. So, going into the playoffs, hopefully Washington can get to that 7 seed. Longest playoff win droughts in the NFC.
I don't care.
You don't care?
I mean, I get it because it's something that occurred, right? Like, these are factual, but everything is so brand new here.
Correct.
That, like, the incredible ineptitude of various previous regimes, and, like, go back to Mike Shanahan, who everybody's fist fighting to put in the Hall of Fame. He couldn't win a playoff game.
Yeah.
I think we'll look back. I think two of the things we'll look back as a society in 50 years is the decision to push opioids and arrest people for marijuana is incredibly stupid. And the fact that Joe Gibbs' greatest accomplishment might have been winning a playoff game in Dan Snyder's ownership.
It's true.
Like it's like, that's crazy. I mean, it took Joe Gibbs, a guy that went to 4 Super Bowls in 12 years. He was here 4 years and he could win a playoff game. And that's the only playoff game they've won in this millennium. So I just don't care about that.
I don't even remember that game, JP. I'm so young. I don't even remember that game.
Really?
I don't. I remember losing to the Seahawks the
How old are
following
you?
week.
You're the actual youngest in charge.
Yeah, I'm 26. So I don't
Hold
remember.
on. So the claiming youngest in charge is what? 27, 28?
Yeah, 27.
Not even young anymore.
No.
Young compared to me, but to a 21-year-old, that's ancient.
No. So, but I don't even remember that
How old
game.
Stallion?
I think he's a year younger than me. I think he's 25.
So he's the youngest in charge.
He would be the youngest in charge.
That dude's in charge of nothing.
Yeah, so I don't even remember that game. Like everything that I remember about this team has been bad, essentially. Like
Right.
That's
And
2012
all I'm
season.
saying is, like, it's so, like, as somebody that's been here now for some time, and I've seen it all just as a DC fan, as a Skins fan growing up, but, like, I've seen it professionally now for a decade, more than that, I guess. It's so dramatically different that to continue to point to this stuff from the past, like, let's say, like, the Cowboys loss was terrible, right? That had nothing to do with similar losses from 7 years ago or 17 years ago. And the feeling inside the building, coaching staff, leadership, organizational alignment from ownership to GM to head coach to quarterback, like, everything is just so different that whatever that playoff win drought is, I guess, is since 05, right?
05,
January
yep.
of 06. It's relevant in that those are facts with certainty, but, like, it's irrelevant because Jaden Daniels might not have been born.
Well, and
it's so different.
It's so different because you look back at their playoff history. They lost in 2020. You remember that game, Taylor Heineke making his start against Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. The last time I felt somewhat confident going into a playoff game like they could actually win was 2015 against the Packers when they lost 35-18 with Kirko. And the reason you feel confident was because, Green Bay wasn't playing well that year. And so that's like the last time. It's been, almost a decade since you felt like there was a real shot that they could win a playoff game. And
I think,
but you feel that way this year.
In 2012, in Robert's year, I think there was far more optimism towards, like, all right, this team could get kind of hot here.
Well, they're up at halftime of that game. So, 2012.
Kirk's here too. They looked really good late.
But my point is, like, you look at this year's team, to your point about it being different, you actually feel like this team, if they get in, even if they have to go to Philly in the wild card round, they've got a shot. In 2020, they didn't have a shot. We knew that. Taylor Heineke starting against the GOAT, Tom Brady. We knew that. That was a fun game. We loved the lore of it. They were never winning that ball game. They were in there because they won the NFC East when everyone sucked. Like, congratulations. But you feel like no matter who they face off against, even if it falls that they have to go to Detroit or they have to go to Minnesota in the wild card round, would it shock people around the NFL if Washington won? No. Absolutely not. And that's something that's different about this team.
Even more than that, even if they lose, right? If they lose a wild card opener, say they go to Minnesota as the 2 seed and lose, say they go to Detroit as the 2 seed and lose, I think it'll feel incredibly different because the Robert year, we might not have known it then, but it was a 1 year rocket ship, right? And the injuries kind of undid everything, and then Robert and Shanahan kind of undid everything, and then Robert was kind of washed because of the injuries. The Kirk year, they just they just weren't good enough. I think there were some fundamental flaws along the way. They always had tough injuries, and I I think it's asinine that Jay's not back in the league running offense. I don't know if it was a Bruce call or if it was Jay's call, but they never got good enough leadership on the defensive side of the ball throughout that run to make a real chance at it. The 7-9 was obvious fool's gold. And one of the things that bothered me tremendously was after they lost to Tampa and then Tampa went and won the Super Bowl, I wrote a pretty scathing column about how stupid it was to try to claim some sort of moral victory about competing in the playoffs with the eventual Super Bowl champ. And one of what I think is a huge flaw of that Rivera regime was that one of them called me the next day pissed. They're like, yo, we're trying to build something. Why would you write that? We've got all this momentum. You got lollipops and rainbows, dude. Like, yeah. you lost. They were in control of that game. Heineke scores late to make it look better than it was. That bothered me fundamentally. This team, even if they lose in the first round, which, dude, if they're going to Detroit or Minnesota or Philly, what are they, 9-point dogs?
Yeah, at least.
I don't know. Maybe it's a little tighter if it's Philly playing the third time.
But even so,
dude, even if that happens, the trajectory is so obviously pointing up, and the infrastructure surrounding the trajectory is so dramatically different than it used to be that it just all should feel differently. Even if we get hit with this playoff drought statistic in a month, you should recognize the delineation point between what was and what is.
The most encouraging thing for me about this season has been that it seems sustainable. And you could make the argument that this might be the worst roster that Jaden's going to play with, at least during his rookie contract, if not for his entire career. Because look how many people they had to turn over. They're building something here, and they're just at the ground floor, and they're probably going to make the playoffs. So you got to feel really good about where you're going. So even if you lose a playoff game, it feels like, okay, even if you're not able to get over the hump this year, it's coming soon. That's something that hasn't felt like that here in a long, long time.
Agreed. Let's check in on Philly, though, because they look like an absolute wagon. They've won 10 in a row. That defense is playing at an elite level. Our guy, Dave Zangaro, covers the Eagles, joins us next.
This sports update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Georgetown Hoyas 81-57 winners in their Big East opener over Creighton. Jaden Epps led the way, scoring 21 in the win for Georgetown. Virginia comes up short against 21st ranked Memphis 64-62. George Washington takes down Lafayette 82-62. The Revs are now 10-2 on the season. And a tough night for American in an 84-57 loss at St. Joe's. Thursday night football tonight. Listen to it right here on the Fan. The Denver Broncos, they're on the road at the LA Chargers. Kickoff set for 8:15. Now the Commanders are getting ready for the Eagles Sunday at 1. Defensive lineman Jonathan Allen was back on the practice field yesterday, working in a non-contact jersey as he gets closer to a return for Washington. And tonight, the Wizards are back at home. They roll out the welcome mat for the Charlotte Hornets at Capital One Arena. Tip times at 7 o'clock. Listen to it on the Team 980. Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
We don't play it much, but when you hear this song, it means we're going to the streets of Philadelphia to talk to our friend, Mr. Dave Zangaro. Davey Z covers the Eagles, has done it for a long time, is very good at what he does, and joins us now. What up, dude? How are you?
What's going on, man? One day I think you're just let the song play the whole way through, and I'll just forget that I'm supposed to be doing this.
Well, I've actually had a talking to from our boss, the Cluster Buster, that I let the music play too much, but I just enjoy it. So I'm just kind of jamming out. Sue me.
There was a minute where I was like, I forgot what I was doing. I was like, all right, yeah, I love this song.
Well, dude, the Eagles haven't forgot what they're doing. They've won 10 in a row. The win over Pittsburgh, maybe their most impressive of the season, but that discounts that they just beat Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. What's going right in Philly?
A lot. It's been a really impressive season, an impressive run here. You're right. The Ravens win, the Steelers win, both really big. 2 of their quality wins this year. You start with their defense. They have the number 1 defense in the league. And it's funny because, you looked at the Eagles before the season and you probably thought, okay, if Vic Fangio can get their defense to play average football, they can have an elite offense with all those skilled players and that offensive line, and that'll be what the formula is. But it hasn't been that way. I mean, the defense has been fantastic since that early bye week. They're just really good, and they're doing it without a ton of superstars. They have some guys who will be Pro Bowlers like Jalen Carter, Zach Ball, the linebacker, but it's been a surprise how good they are and how quick they got that good. They're relying on a lot of young players, and they've been fantastic. Then on offense, I mean, the formula for most of this win streak has been run the football. You have Saquon Barkley, don't overcomplicate things. And then there were some questions after they won a close game against the Panthers, like can they pass the ball? And then last week against the Steelers, they showed that they can. So they're a good team, and they're a pretty complete team right now.
Dude, they really are. Specifically defensively, that front seven has emerged. You had a lot of young players, a lot of new players kind of figuring things out, and it is transformed now. I mean, Carter, Smith, you talked about Bond. I think Dean's playing really well. Just how good is that group?
Yeah, I mean, start with the linebackers. Zach Bond has been playing at like an all-pro level this year for a guy who wasn't a starter before this year. When they signed him, everyone kind of thought he's going to be like a situational edge rusher, a guy you kind of put out there on third downs and let him rush the passer. And he's been an every down player for them, and he's been unbelievable. So the whole coaching staff deserves a lot of credit. He deserves credit for that. Nakobe Dean, someone who really didn't get to play very much in his first 2 years, basically had a redshirt year in 22. In 23, he was supposed to be the starting middle linebacker, and he had foot injuries, missed most of the season. So he's been their green dot in the middle of that defense, kind of getting everyone lined up. He's been great. And then up front, Jalen Carter's the star of the show. He's playing at a really high level, kind of an all-pro level. He has the ability to take over games. But they don't have that, like, premier edge rusher. And a lot of people, including myself, wondered if that was going to be an issue. And it hasn't been. They've just been really good rushing together. They actually they got back from their bye week. They had a week 5 bye. Since that bye week, they lead the NFL in sacks with 33. And that's without having a guy who's going to be like a 15-sack guy. Josh Sweat leads them right now with 8. And it's just been like a combined group effort after that, which kind of makes it more impressive.
The back end of that defense, you talked about some young players a little bit earlier. Quinyon Mitchell was spectacular against Washington the first time they matched up. How's he been looking as he continues to go on in his rookie season? But the other guy, too, Cooper DeJean, it feels like DeJean started the year a little bit slow, wasn't as involved. He's been really good lately. Everybody's talking about him outside of maybe the matchup against the Panthers. Adam Thielen ate his lunch a little bit. But what's been so impressive about those two rookies as the year has gone on?
Yeah, Quinyon's been an every down player for them since week 1, just starting outside corner. And he had been playing really well until that Washington game. But that was on prime time. That was kind of a good chance for the rest of the country to see how good he's been. And he showed out in that game. He was obviously really good against Terry McLaurin, but he's done that pretty consistently throughout this year. I don't know if he has the stats to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think he might be the favorite now, but he's playing at that level. I mean, he's been kind of a shutdown guy for them on a team with multiple Pro Bowler and Darius Slay. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell's been their best corner this year. And then Cooper DeJean, he was hurt in training camp a little bit, had a hamstring injury. He missed a lot of the summer. I think there was a good chance he would have been their starting nickel from day 1 without that injury, but because of it, they kind of slow played it. After that week 5 bye, he's been in the lineup, and he's been really good. And it's funny because, Adam Thielen, like, got him a little bit, but even in that game, it wasn't like he got roasted. It was just he set such a high standard this year that he gave up a few catches, and we're like, oh, the sky is falling here. But, he's been really excellent. He's added a level of physicality to that defense, which you wouldn't really assume from a nickel corner, but he plays that position with toughness. He's really good at getting around like garbage and traffic in front of him and making plays. So, he's been excellent as well.
Talking with our boy Dave Zangaro here from NBC Sports Philly. You can follow him at D Zangaro NBCS. That's DZANGARO NBCS. If you want to, make sure you check out the Eagle Eye podcast with Dave and our guy Ruben Frank. Davey has a article up on some key matchups for Eagles Commanders and specifically Terry McLaurin and Quinyon Mitchell. I have more of like, I'm a believer in every week in the NFL is its own entity, and trying to read too much from last week into the following week is difficult. Now, it's a little different when you've won 10 in a row and you, at least defensively, seem to be getting better. Like, not necessarily up and down, just better. But, dude, Davey, 2 weeks ago, they had a one-score game against the Panthers where if a rookie wide receiver holds onto the ball, that thing's probably going to OT. Who's that Eagles team? Because that's not the same team that showed up against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you're right. I will give the Panthers credit. They actually played well in that game, and they've been in some close games this year. And sometimes you forget to, like, and I know it's such an NFL cliche, but, like, they're professional players. Like, they can make some plays, and they did in that game. Bryce Young was really good, and their defense made some plays. I think the Eagles' problem in that game, aside from their defense not being as stout as we're used to, is that their passing offense was really bad. And it was something that, they won that game, and in the locker room, it kind of didn't feel like it when you talk to some of the offensive players. There was some clear frustration from guys like A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Lane Johnson about the passing offense, because it was a moment where, they'd been running the football so well during the games before that. And obviously you lean on it if it's working, but they knew there would be a game where they had to pass the ball to win. And that game came up and they weren't able to do it at a high level. And there was some definite frustration. So last week was a really key week for them because they had to figure out some stuff. And as the players have said, they had to have some like tough conversations with each other and get through it and get better. And the Steelers game was kind of a proof of concept game for them because the Steelers kind of sold out to try to stop the run, which is what teams are going to do when you run it as effectively as they have. And they were able to take advantage of it through the air. And there's no reason they shouldn't be able to do that. They have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, one of the best offensive lines in football. And if teams are going to like load the box and make sure that they don't run the ball on them, they have to be able to pass it. That's kind of the way this is structured, that if a team wants to take away one element, you have the other to fall back on. And they were able to do that against Pittsburgh.
What's the difference this year? Last year we saw this team start really well and then kind of fall off a cliff. This year, they've been on a roll lately, but then you saw a little bit of strife with A.J. Brown, and then Brandon Graham kind of adds into it, Jalen Hurts, all that stuff. What's allowed them to overcome some of that stuff this year that kind of hampered them last year?
Yeah, it's funny. Last year, at one point, they were 10-1, but it felt like the whole thing was being held together by duct tape. A lot of the wins just were ugly wins, and that's why that Panthers game felt a little bit like a 2023 win, where like you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it like, hey, we won a game. It's hard to win in this league. We found a way. Or you can say, yeah, we won, but there's a lot to improve on and we need to fix it. And after the Panthers game, they looked at it and said, yeah, like we won this game, but that's not our standard. Like we want to enjoy the win, but man, like they didn't play up to their standard, and they knew that, and they were able to correct it. Just in terms of like some guys aren't vibes guys. I look at the vibes in the locker room. They've been much better this year. The team seems to be connecting more. They're having fun winning football games, which sounds really basic, but it wasn't the case last year. It was, I think they had so much pressure on themselves after the loss in the Super Bowl to kind of be perfect. And when things weren't, it started to unravel. That hasn't been the case this year. I think this year feels a lot more like 22 than 23.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. As somebody that's been in a lot of losing locker rooms, being a vibes detective is a vital part to being a good reporter in the NFL, honestly, because you could just, like, you could tell. One thing that I don't think a lot of fans realize is at times the offense and the defense just hate each other. Like, if one side's okay and the other side's terrible, it impacts how guys' next contract's going to look. And if they hit certain clauses in their current deals, like there's a lot of real stuff that goes on. And when the vibes are high, it's way more fun. With Sirianni, dude, it seems like it's a wild ride. It seems like Big Dom is of vital importance. But at the same time, I don't know that anybody would really dispute this. The Eagles 1-53 has got to be the best in football, and it's probably by a fairly decent margin. Now, I'm not saying they have the best players in football. Like if you're only measuring 1-4 of every team, that's probably Kansas City. But 1-53, that's Philly. Is the talent just so much that it's kind of unscrew-upable?
No, I think they had a lot of talent last year, and they screwed that up pretty well. So, it's tough because you look at Sirianni and the question always is like, how much is he actually doing? Like, how much is he helping this team win, or is it just a product of really good players? And like, obviously the really good players help, but Phil Jackson was a good coach, right? Like he had a lot of talent and he made it work. And I think there's an art to making it work when you have a lot of talent, when you have a lot of high profile players, and it hasn't always been perfect. And I think certainly if you're going to give him credit for the vibes and the feeling around this team, you have to kind of give him you look at last year and take your shots at him for that, because that was certainly on him, or at least a lot of it was. But yeah, this year he's managed that locker room really well. When there were some signs of dissension last week, I thought he did a really good job. I thought the other leaders of that team did a really good job of making sure it didn't unravel on them. So he deserves credit. I understand that when you have a coach who's not running the defense or running the offense, it's hard to figure out exactly what he's doing. Man, I don't know. The results are there. It's whatever they're doing is working. So, and I don't necessarily think he cares how much credit he's getting for it.
Looking at this passing offense, the numbers not eye-popping because they just haven't passed it as much. They've run the ball a ton, more than anybody else in the league. Is it something that if you can stop the run, that you can really feel like you got a shot against this team, or is Jalen Hurts in this passing game good enough that they can go win a game by themselves?
Yeah, I think that was the big question last week going into that Steelers game. What happens when a team really sells out to stop the run? Can Jalen throw the ball downfield? And I think in that game, at least, he proved that he can. And there's no reason, like I mentioned, that he can't. I mean, you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. That's a really good start. When the playoffs come around, they expect to have Dallas Goedert back from injury. And then that offensive line is maybe the best in football. So no reason to think they can't throw the ball. The one thing Jalen does deserve credit for, Jalen Hurts deserves credit for, is he's really cut down the turnovers. Early in the season, it was a big problem, and they were kind of a throw-first team. He was making a lot of mistakes. He had 7 turnovers in the first 4 games. He has 3 since. So he's just playing really efficient football, and there has been the question, like, is he playing too conservative at times when they need him to throw the ball downfield and be aggressive? And I think that's just like a really hard balance to strike perfectly all the time. But there's no question that him protecting the football has really helped them during this win streak.
I mean, he's been really good. It's fascinating to watch it unfold up there because I read, I don't know who was saying this, but it was basically like, yeah, the Eagles are kind of fighting and bickering, but it's kind of reflective of a city that's a fairly combative bunch, and maybe that just kind of works there. And we had Ike Reese on the show yesterday, and he was like, yeah, man, in this city, the second there's a topic, we're going to seize on it. And then, the players have to push back on it. You've covered them all. You covered that team that actually won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles in Minnesota. You and I were standing in line for a roller coaster when the Alex Smith trade went down, and Brian and I had to go work for 3 hours, and we maybe had a few drinks already.
Just maybe.
And the Eagles win that Super Bowl. You and I were there when they lost to KC a couple of years ago. Does this feel like one of the Super Bowl teams? We're late in the year, man. You get a real read on this.
Yeah, it does. It's obviously you start with the talent on the team. It's a really talented roster, like you mentioned, but they're coming together. That defense, at a certain point, they just are what they are. And they're a really good defense. I think early in the year, you're wondering, is there some mirage here? Are they not really this good? But they've done it now for as long as they've done it. I think they are that good. And then on offense, I think there were some questions about the passing offense, but I mean, the talent there has to win out, right? You look at that offensive line, those receivers, the quarterback, the running back, the tight end when he comes back. It's a talented roster. And like I mentioned, if we're being the vibes detective, as you called it, the vibes are good. It feels the way it's supposed to feel. Now, obviously, in the NFC, we'll see how it shakes out. I do think, home field advantage is important. That 1 seed it's a big deal. Both of the times they've gone to the Super Bowl, that I've covered the team, they've gone as the 1 seed. So I don't want to understate that. And they still have a chance to get that, but they also have a chance to go 15-2 and not get the 1 seed. I also think that Lions offense will not travel as well. So if you're asking me the NFC Championship game, is it in Detroit or is it in Philly? I think there's a really big difference there. So a little bit of that is now out of their control, but as far as the team itself, I think they're the best team in the NFC right now.
You given any shot that Saquon wins the MVP?
I think it's unlikely. If he needs about 140 yards per game over the last 3 to break Eric Dickerson's record, if he does that, I think maybe he'll get some votes. But typically, the way I look at it is like if you're going to have a non-quarterback win it, it has to be a spectacular year from a non-quarterback, but also there has to be like not a clear-cut answer at the quarterback position for MVP. The problem with this year is that I think there's a pretty clear-cut answer at quarterback. It's Josh Allen. So, we'll see how the last few games play out. I think Saquon will probably finish second in MVP voting. I think he deserves some votes, but I understand why it's probably going to go to Josh Allen.
Man, I think if it goes to Allen, he's been fantastic, but it's just people have Lamar fatigue because Lamar's numbers are just outrageous. He's got 35 passing touchdowns against 3 picks.
Yeah, he's been great.
Davey, let me ask you this last thing. So the Week 11 game was tight to the end, right? It was tight till about 10 minutes left, and then Saquon's able to break 2. I think the second one is more of just a mental flub by Washington. The first one more legitimate. Washington's offense wasn't great that day, and they're now without Austin Eckler, Noah Brown, and likely Zach Ertz. But defensively, dude, you're able to add Marshawn Lattimore, who completely shut down half of the field last week in New Orleans. And dude, you might get John Allen back. I don't know if he's coming back this week, but he sure looks like he's coming back in these next couple games. What's a bigger deal, that they've lost some firepower offensively or that they are significantly better defensively?
I think that defensively, because even though they lost firepower offensively, you can probably answer this better than me. Jaden Daniels looks a little healthier these days than he did in week 11. He just didn't look like himself in that first matchup. So if he's obviously, maybe that balances out without the skill guys on offense, especially Eckler. He killed the Eagles in that first matchup. I think he had like 8 catches for 70 yards or something like that. So that was a problem for them.
89.
8 for 89. Wow. Yeah. So I know he killed them in that first matchup. So maybe that kind of balances out. Defensively, Lattimore's been really good against the Eagles. And the Eagles played him earlier this year in New Orleans, and they didn't have A.J. Brown in that game, but Lattimore did a good job when he lined up against Devontae Smith. And then in 22, they faced him, and he did a really nice job against A.J. Brown. So I think that does help them. I like Fenner still a lot. He's been a really fun player to watch. So I think they're better defensively. So I'd probably say that.
All right, Dave, we appreciate you, bud. I'll see you Sunday.
All right, guys, take care.
That's our guy, Dave Zangaro. Give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. When we come back, there's a really, really cool high school football and basketball tournament this weekend that I want to make sure is on everybody's radar. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Hoyas beat Creighton 81-57 in their Big East opener. Virginia falls to 21st ranked Memphis in a tight 164-62. Thursday night football, the Broncos and Chargers at 8:15 kickoff tonight. Listen to Westwood One coverage right here on the Fan. And the Wizards are at home taking on Charlotte, a 7 o'clock tip. Listen on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workplace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Beamish and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited to get Sean Stripmatter on the line, co-founder of the Brian 11 Foundation, and just talk about this Brian 11 All-Star Weekend. I think it's just such a cool event that I wanted to make sure it was kind of on people's radars. Sean, what's up, dude? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Appreciate you having me on.
Give everybody a lay of the land this weekend of both. So you've got an elite high school basketball tournament and a high school football tournament going down this weekend. I think it's at Georgetown Prep.
Yes, sir. So we're calling it kind of our Brian 11 Foundation All-Star kind of weekend. It's all on Saturday. We have a number of really high-level high school basketball games area going down from, we got Good Counsel and Georgetown Prep JV starting the day off. We got a huge girls basketball game with Holy Child versus Visitation. We got Georgetown Prep Good Counsel. We got Bishop Ireton, St. John's Catholic Prep. We got the end up the basketball stuff. We got Murray versus Tacoma Academy. And then at 4:30 that day, we got the first ever Brian 11 Legends Senior Bowl game for a bunch of local
before we get to the football
Maryland guys.
Hang on, Sean. Before we get to the football, let's talk about the hoops. I mean, some of these teams, you're talking pretty legitimate. I mean, Prep versus Good Counsel, you got some guys that are going to be playing college basketball in that game, right?
Oh, a number of them. I know the Prep roster a little better, where I think they have 4 or 5 D1 commits on that team alone. A couple guys on Army, a BC commit.
That's crazy, dude. Did we lose?
Yeah, got
Sean?
a lot of talent up in the court that day.
Yeah, I bet, man. I bet. And then, honestly, I mean, that I went to a Visitation Sidwell basketball game a couple of years back. That was unbelievable. The level of women's basketball play. And I imagine that'll kind of continue. Is that a big game? I'm sure.
My understanding, so my sister actually went to Holy Child. So my understanding, that is a big rivalry game between the two. A lot of neighborhood rivalry there. So I'm actually most excited to watch that one that day. I heard it's going to be massive. A lot of people coming out for that one. And it's 2 really good basketball teams facing off.
Well, dude, I mean, for me, just knowing how Vizzy and Holy Child, that's a big overlap of students and brothers and sisters and friends. So that's going to be a big one. All right, now let's get to the football game because this is a pretty ambitious day, dude. So you have 5 basketball games followed by a football game that night?
Yeah. So originally it was supposed to be on a Friday. We had a little schedule conflict. So we moved everything just to one day to kind of make it easy. So basically for $10 at the gate, which all gets donated back to the foundation, you get to watch all of these events happen throughout the day. If you want to hang out for one game, great. If you want to hang out for everything, you can watch it all. And we got
It's only
some
$10
really good talent for the football game.
It's only $10 to get in?
Yep, just $10.
Damn.
Well, tell us about this foundation as well. We give it $10. Where's it going? What are we doing?
So what we do is the Brian 11 Foundation is named after my older brother that passed away in 2022, and his one love more than anything was sports, just sports in any kind of way. So what we do is we give student athletes the financial support they need to attain a private education in this area, because all of us being from this area, there are so many really fantastic private high schools. Like there's so many to choose from. So we don't want money to kind of be the reason why a kid can't find the right spot for him. And it's not just about sports, but it's also about fitting in the community. So what we do is we kind of try to help ease that burden on families that might not be able to financially afford some of these schools, because they are expensive.
They definitely are expensive.
Well, and I see that you tweeted out that or put on Instagram that you're teamed up with the Commanders. What can you expect with there? You said some legends, Major Tutty, some of those people are going to be out there. What do you expect with the Commanders, and how cool is that partnership?
Yeah, it's one of the coolest things I think we're doing is being able to pair with or team up with some of the local sports teams, and Commanders being my favorite team, obviously. It's really cool to have them out where they're going to bring. We got 2 legends coming out with them. Major Tutty's going to be at the game. I believe the Command Force is going to be out there. So it's a really exciting day, especially being teamed up with them.
That's really cool, man. I am a big Major Tutty fan. If people listen to me, I have not always been the biggest advocate of all things associated with the rebrand, but I do love Tutty. I'm a Tutty mark, man. That's cool. He's going to be there.
I was really excited. I love that guy.
That's dope. Who are some of the kids playing in the football game? Where are they going?
So we have a number of the kids have offers they haven't decided on yet, but guys who are committed wise, we got Aiden Buchanan out of your council, who's actually going to go play at West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
He's a big 6'8" lineman. Great kid. Really happy he decided to join us to play in this game. We got Eddie Batista, also out of your council. He's going to Brown. Real smart kid, playing offensive line also. And then what's really exciting, we have some kids from really all over the area. There's this kid, Tahid Armstrong, out of Parkside, out of Salisbury, that's playing in this game. He's going to Merrimack, and watching him in practice, he's a player. He can really play. And
wow.
Dude,
is it harder?
Georgetown Prep kid, Ahmad Clark going to Navy. Really excited about watching him play.
So you got an Army and a Navy kid coming?
No Army kid, just Navy.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Is it harder for you guys to set these games up, especially a football kind of all-star game? You know, the high school season's been over for a month at least, I would guess. And now they've got NIL deals and like all this other stuff. Has that impacted your ability to get these kids to like commit to the game?
A little bit here and there, but so what the game was for is for the kids that just love football for the most part, is how we started it out. But it's also for those guys who are maybe getting overlooked out of this group, this senior class. We've had multiple, up to I think about 10 different D2, D3 schools come out to practice looking at some of these guys, just because coming out of the pandemic, a lot of these guys are kind of getting the short end of the stick with getting looked at and different things from NIL to transfer portal. And there's a lot of talent that's just uncommitted in this area. So that was kind of our main goal, was let's get some of these kids some looks from some local schools. And there are places to play football.
That's very cool, man. All right. Where can folks get information if they want to come this weekend? I mean, if you want, you could be there from 11 a.m. watching hoops till 8 o'clock at night watching football for $10.
Yep. Exactly. And we'll have TVs on with all the college football playoff games going.
Oh, that's even better.
Sounds like a good day then.
Yo, that's a really good day. Toby be happy with soda. I'd probably want some beer. I don't know. All right. Where do people I found this via Instagram at Brian 11 Foundation. Is there a different spot, something else you recommend?
There's the Brian11Foundation.org, the number 11, Brian11Foundation.org. You can find some stuff. There's a Legends Senior Bowl Instagram that can also give you some more information. But the website would be the best to find information about the foundation and all the games. Brian11Foundation.org.
Awesome, man. I hope it goes great this weekend. And, let us know how it goes. Good luck. Have fun. What's the weather supposed to be like Saturday? Cold?
It's going to be
probably
cold,
chilly.
but I think we get a little sunshine.
Okay. All right, man. Well, enjoy it, dude. Thank you for joining us and letting us learn a little bit more about it.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
Of course, appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you.
Yo, and tell Dennis Kane to make another donation, all right?
Will do.
All right. Check out the Brian 11 Foundation. Dude, $10.
Yeah.
You get 4 basketball games and a football game, a high-level high school football game. That's pretty damn fun.
Elite
Yeah.
high school hoops.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hear from Joe Witt. We're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury. You're going to hear from Quan Martin, and you're going to hear from Doug Kammerer. Nobody go anywhere.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in with JP Finley today out here in Ashburn. Defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. at the podium. Let's take it to you now.
First off, we'll start with the New Orleans game. You know, you never apologize for a win. It wasn't the way that we wanted it to be, but like DQ talked about, you know, you need to be put in some hard moments. The last play was a good play, a good winning play. It shouldn't have got to it, though. You know, we had some opportunities within the game. I think we dropped 2 interceptions. We had a couple penalties that that kept the drives going, and points were at a premium in that situation. So, but it was learning moments. You know, when it's easier to come off of a victory and be more demanding after you get a victory. We're 9-5. That's a good place for us to be, and we're trending in the right direction. As you looked in the New Orleans game, I thought Marshawn played really, really well. I mean, he wasn't targeted. That shows the respect that they have for him because they see him every day. They knew what he was. I think the quarterback actually looked his way twice, and the ball never left his hands. So, you know, I don't foresee that being the case moving forward because, you know, people at some point are going to have to throw the ball at him. But a product of having him on one side, that means Mikey on the other side, I'm going to get a lot more throws at him. And he had an interception. He had opportunity at another interception. He's a ball guy. So he should relish that opportunity from that standpoint. Also in the game, I thought DA played really, really well. I thought Chin played really well. Johnny, I thought Noah, I thought all those guys played well in the roles that we asked them to do. Everybody knows we've opened up the window for J.A., and he's moving and looking really well, man. I've been pleased with what he did yesterday, and he's worked really hard to get back to where he is, and so hopefully the training staff will get him where he can help us in the near future. And transitioning to Philly, you know, hottest team in the league, you know, it's simply that's what they are. They're a good football team. It starts with the runner, you know, Saquon. He can do everything, okay? He can catch it out the backfield. He can run. He can jump cut. He can run with power. He can run with speed. He's a very talented man, okay? The quarterback, Jalen, he's a winner. He's been a winner from day one, okay? And so everybody makes a big deal about the lack of throws, all right? When he does throw it, he throws for a lot of yards, just like he did last week, all right? They're deciding to run the ball because they have the best runner in the league, all right, and the best offensive line. So, you talk about the offensive line, the tackles, Jordan and Lane, they're phenomenal. I mean, there's a play, actually, I think TJ might have sacked him, but Jordan spun around, got on this guy, stayed on his feet. It was just a really impressive play to see a big man that's 6'8" move that way. And then you have the receivers on the outside, AJ and Devontae, okay? So, you know, we have our work cut out for us. We played them well for a while, you know, in the first game. We talked about the last 6 minutes, and we got to make sure that it's 60 minutes of football. So, with that, if there's any questions, hopefully I knocked everything out the way. So there weren't many questions, but
there's not much left.
Yeah, I know. That's why that was my plan there. So let's see what we have. All right, go ahead.
Going back to Marshawn, when you did watch him, I know they didn't target him, but what did jump out about what you saw from him on the field?
There was a couple things. He played with a lot of confidence. He communicated well. You know, there was 2 reductions where he was the one, and he wasn't supposed to be the one that led the communication on those reductions, but he did, and that was really positive to see. And just the command that he had of the defense, and like I said, I give a lot of that credit to William Gay because he's you know was with him from day one, teaching him and being that mentor that we asked William to do with a lot of these guys. So, but I was just really pleased with the command that the young man had of his game.
And then with John, I know, you know, still in that window period, but
Mm-hmm.
what would it mean to get a guy of his skill back for the stretch?
Well, you know, I don't even want to get into that yet. You know, I just want to see, you know, how he moves, and I don't want to get too excited about getting him back in until I see. But it was a positive start. What I saw yesterday. But you know, it's the first day of the 21 days, so let's let it go a little bit further.
Derek Forrest got more run than we've seen him all year. Why was this a game for him to get more action? I know Jeremy had the injury, but there was before that. And what did you think of his performance?
Well, you know, actually, the last couple weeks, we've been trying to get Forrest in there, and situations have limited it. Sometimes we were rotating him and Percy, and so the game would change. And this game just happened to roll his way more than it did Percy's way. And he was out there. We think both of them are really quality players, and he's been deserving to get these snaps. And so I just wanted to make a point of giving him the opportunities to go out there and make them. He played solid. There's some plays that he probably wants back. But I thought it was for him. I think he played somewhere around 30 snaps or so. I thought it was a solid performance for his first time getting that number of plays.
I know stats can be looked at in a variety of ways. You guys are third in yards allowed since I think like week 7. You think it's a reflection of what you guys have been able to do over the last several weeks?
I think this, okay. I think we're just a group that's going out working. Nobody, stats, you can make stats look any kind of way or another, but we're playing solid ball, okay? All right, and you can believe it or not, the thing that we're not doing, we're not turning the ball over, all right? You look at the last 4 weeks, everybody talks about the run game. Last 4 weeks, I think we're 1 or 2 in the league in run defense, okay? We're trending, and that was a focus for us to get better at. If we start turning the ball over like we're supposed to, it's going to be hard to score on us, okay? So I've been pleased with where the group is going. We have to get the turnovers, and then the fourth quarter points must get corrected. All right. And that starts with me. All right. And trust me, we're diligently looking at what are we doing? What am I doing wrong? Do I need to hold some calls back? Do I need to change some looks up? That's that. If we clear that up, we're going to have opportunity to do some things here that we expected. The outside world might not expect it, but we expect it. So I'm proud of where the guys are.
That was Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. at the podium. Toby Altizer in with JP Finley today on B. Mitch and Finley. Joining us next, Quan Martin, Commanders safety. Keep it here on the Fan.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The Hoyas prevailed 81-57 in their Big East opener over Creighton. Georgetown went 2-18 in Big East play in each of the last two seasons. They will now go for 2-0 when they head to take on Seton Hall Sunday at 7 o'clock. Listen on the Team 980. Now for our Big Four. The Commanders welcoming Jonathan Allen back to practice in a non-contact jersey yesterday. Now, Allen is not expected to play Sunday against Philly, but his return before the season's end seems likely. The Nationals announced their minor league managers for the season. Matt LeCroy will once again be AAA Rochester's skipper. The Capitals, having dropped 2 straight on the road this week in Dallas and then Chicago, they look to regroup in a big one as Washington will host the Carolina Hurricanes in a top of the Metro Division showdown tomorrow night at 7 from Capital One Arena. Listen to it right here on The Fan. And the Wizards are back in action tonight as Washington hosts the 7-19 Charlotte Hornets. Tip time is set for 7 o'clock, and you can listen to the game on the Team 980. And tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Broncos are at the Chargers. Westwood One coverage starts at 7:30 for an 8:15 kickoff right here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the East Coast. We're very excited right now to welcome in Quan Martin, Commander Safety, to the program. Second-year starter. Quan, what up, man? How you doing?
Not much, man. How y'all doing?
We are doing well, man. Obviously that was a wild one down in New Orleans. Before we look ahead to Philly, when you go back and think about kind of the chaos of the end of that game, like in the moment, you're so locked in, you're probably not thinking about it. But once you got on the plane or watched the tape or whatever, was there any part of that game you're just like, oh my God, how did all that happen in the last couple minutes?
Yeah, man, it was definitely, like you said, it was a lot going on, but we're just trying to stay poised in that moment. And, that's things we talk about all the time, the winning time moment. So, a lot went on, man, but, we got the opportunity to finish the game out, and we did.
Finally got Marshawn Lattimore out on the field with you guys. What kind of an impact did he have for you guys on the back end, and how nice was it to have him out on the field?
Yeah, man, it was great to have him out there with us. He's been working through some things to get back, but man, just to have him out there, man, just was awesome. I don't think they targeted his side of the field at all. So just to have his presence out there and not lock down the side of the field was awesome.
Quan, so, you add Lattimore last week, a former Pro Bowl player, and now you've got John Allen back on the field, at least practicing. We're not sure when Allen will make his return, but sure seems like it's trending that way. What can that do for a defense to add 2 Pro Bowl players this late in the season?
Yeah, man, it does a lot, honestly. And, there's 2 great players, that we can use this later in the season and, just come out, keep the motor running fast, man, and, just build off of it. And, like you said, just have those guys back out here just means a lot for this team and our defense.
We were just listening to Joe Witt Jr. talk about this defense. He's talked about how it's improved as the year's gone on, specifically the last couple of weeks, some of the numbers being better. What have you seen as a part of this defense that's allowed you guys to grow as the season's gone on and got more comfortable in the system?
Yeah, I think it's, like you said, just being comfortable in the system, just knowing where to be, when to be there, and just knowing what to expect from coach so we can go out and execute the defense properly. So I think that's been a huge part of it.
Talking with Commander Safety Quan Martin here in his second year out of the University of Illinois. Quan, you talked about just knowing what you're going to get from the coaches. How, I asked B-Rob this yesterday in the locker room. Yesterday was Jaden's birthday, obviously, right? And there was a birthday cake and Mikey sang a song. But Jaden was asked, how different does a year feel for you in your second year compared to where this operation was late December last season, where, you're eliminated from the playoffs and a lot of folks are trying to figure out what their future is. How different is this season, and how much more are you able to kind of enjoy the moment?
Yeah, I mean, every moment is special with these guys, man, and just having the opportunity to go out there and compete with some of the best against, some of the best. So, I mean, it's awesome, man. It just shows the team chemistry, the bond we have, and it really translates on the field. So, we just been able to take it one game at a time, 1 week at a time, and put ourselves in the best position to be successful, and just had this opportunity to continue in the postseason.
You can correct me if I'm wrong here, Quan, but when you were drafted, part of the reason that a lot of people found you as an attractive prospect was your versatility. And in your rookie year, it seemed like you were kind of put all over the place. Versus this year, it seems like you've kind of found a spot and had a clear messaging that you're going to be used in this specific way. Is that something that's allowed you to take a step forward in the second year? Because you've had a really good season this season.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely allowed me to play faster. Like I said, it was one of the first times in my career where I've just been able to, play one position on the field. So, I mean, it definitely comes with some understanding of the position, understanding of the game a lot better, and just seeing it from one point of view, and just being able to play as fast as possible.
Quan, I'm curious, man. When you moved here last year, I imagine everything was kind of moving so fast, right? You get drafted, you got to move to a new city. You're from Florida, you play college ball in the Midwest. Now that you've been here a year, like, what do you think of the DMV? I imagine you live out towards the Ashburn area, but get into DC periodically. But what do you make of the region you're calling home nowadays?
Oh man, it's awesome. Just a lot to do, honestly. You're not too close to DC, but you're far enough away to where if you just want to relax and chill and get some peace and quiet, you can get that. And good dinners and stuff out in DC with my girlfriend. So we try to get out a little bit, explore when we can, and just been enjoying it, taking it one day at a time.
Talking with Commander Safety Quan Martin, I'm interested on the defensive side of the ball. It's your second year, but it's like a completely new defense because there's so many new guys. What's it been like going from last year to this year, where you bring in obviously a new coaching staff, new front office, but just on your side playing with a bunch of new guys like Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Mikey, Jeremy Chin? What's it been like playing with that new defense this year?
Man, it's been great. All the new pieces that we added to this, staff, the team, the players, just all around, man. Overall, it's been great. Bunch of great dudes in the building, and it makes it easy to go out and compete for the guy next to you when he got your back. And it's been awesome, and it's just hard to put in words.
Specific to Wagner, dude, that guy, I mean, his resume, not to mention a Super Bowl ring, but he's overwhelmingly going to be a Hall of Fame player. Does that carry a little bit more? Because I see him, how he acts in the locker room. He's just like one of the dudes. He's always kind of laughing, joking, the way there's always these like constant basketball debates and stuff. Do you ever like stop for a second and be like, damn, that is Bobby Wagner? Or has he just become another linebacker on a pretty good defense?
I mean, you definitely can't look over, his accomplishments, the things he's done in this league. And just to have him here and play with him on this defense has been awesome. He's a leader. He demands greatness, and he gets the best out of everybody around him. So he's a great player, great guy on the field, off the field, and somebody you want to be a part of your program.
With the coaching staff, it feels like this year you're playing more aggressive. The defense is kind of trying to force the issue as opposed to just, allowing a bend, don't break sort of mentality. How much has that changed what you're doing on the back end, and how much more fun is it to play on a defense that's playing more of an aggressive style?
Oh, man, this is definitely my type of game, and that's what kind of player I am. So just having a defense that plays the same way, having the guys around me that thinks the same way, reacts how I do, and it just makes it easy, like I said, man, just to go out there and play fast and have fun and run and hit like we always talk about.
Talking with Commander Safety Quan Martin. Quan, we won't keep you much longer. I know you're gearing up for a big game this weekend, but when you get a second crack at a team that beats you, right? Like that Eagles game, y'all were right there for most of that game, and then Saquon's able to break a couple late. How much do you get excited at a chance to get them back? And how do you guys keep Saquon under wraps all 4 quarters this time?
Yeah, man. I think that's the beauty of playing a team twice. You get to, fix some of the mistakes that you made before. And just looking back at the tape, it was definitely plays we left out there, really on all sides of the ball. So we just being able to capitalize on the opportunities that we have to, make plays on the ball, get the ball back to the offense. And, they got a great group of guys, obviously. And, we just got to all rally to the ball and get the guys down.
We talk all the time in the media about how when you have the quarterback, that can kind of make up for a lot of sins, and you feel like there's a confidence that comes with just knowing if you can get the ball back to your guy, that you've got a shot. It seems like you guys feel like that in the locker room with Jaden. How much of a difference does that make when you know you've got a dude on offense that can he can make up for any problems that maybe you've made a mistake on defense, but he can make up for it? How great is it to have Jaden here this year?
He's definitely a special talent, man. And, like we said, we always talk about getting him the ball back because we know how special he is and what he can do with the ball in his hand. So I think that's always a huge emphasis going into the week. Just how many extra drives can we give our offense? So there's always an emphasis on the ball, man, and, takeaway wins games.
Hey, man, I know you got practice. I know you got meetings. I know you got walkthroughs. We appreciate you making time for us, and certainly good luck this weekend and the rest of the way.
All right, man. Thank you. Thank y'all for having me.
All right.
Thanks,
you.
Quan.
Quan Martin, Commanders safety. I looked up how Quan is listed. He and I are listed about the same size, 6 foot, 195. I don't think there could be 2 different body types that are roughly the same size.
You're not giving yourself enough credit, JP. I think you could throw on some pads and play free safety.
I mean, I'm already giving myself a little credit by claiming the full 6 foot. I'm like 5'11" and 8/10. Yeah, it's pretty interesting because Quan looks a lot better than me with his shirt off. I can promise you that.
Well, and I was curious. I wanted to ask him, and he gave a good answer. When you draft a guy, like, he's really versatile. Remember last year when you draft this guy in the 2nd round, we're talking, is he going to play safety? Is he going to play in the nickel? Is he just going to play corner?
Right.
And it seemed like with that defense that he didn't get on the field a lot early on last year because it's like, what is he playing? And so you're trying to teach a rookie 3 different positions. And this year, it seems like they just said, you're playing free safety. Go out there and play fast. And I think you see that on the field, that he's not having to think about the different responsibilities. He just goes out there and plays fast. And I think, that's why you're seeing him have a much better season this year. You're not putting too much on his plate.
Well, even if you go back and look at last year, once he really started playing, probably kind of week 12 on, once you got into like late November, he started playing really well. Dude, you look at Quan's snap count, none of this made any sense. Dude, just the whole operation just didn't make sense. It well beyond like the Dan toxicity, like the way they ran their football operation didn't make sense. You draft this kid in the 2nd round and then you just don't let him play.
Yeah.
He didn't get on the field for a defensive snap, just a snap, until week 7. And it's not like he wasn't healthy because he played 90% of special team snaps in week 5 in that god-awful loss to the Bears on Thursday Night Football. So it's just so much of it made so little sense. And then you find, and maybe there's an argument by the old crew that would say he just wasn't ready and he needed to watch for a little bit. I find that hard to believe because when he did hit the ground, he hit the ground running pretty much. Quan's a good player for them. He's helped them a lot. I think, the new guys haven't been shy about making changes from the players they inherited.
Yes, very much so.
And I think the ones that are playing a ton, you can tell are real players.
Well, and I like, too, that what you're seeing, because we get this idea all the time that the NFL is just all offense, and it's not. There's quite a bit of offense. There's been a lot of rule changes. We get all that. But everybody just seems to get this idea that when you're playing defense, you just can't force the issue anymore. It's just all reactionary. And that's just not the case. Like, you look at the way they're playing defense this year versus last year, you're essentially just turning Frankie Louvu loose to go get the ball. I love that style of defense, and I think you're seeing a lot more guys that fit that style than a style that sits back and just kind of lets things come to them. They're forcing the issue, and I think when you look at the scheme, I think there's a lot that's solid there. I think they're going to upgrade the defense. They're going to add some guys, probably upgrade corner and stuff in the offseason, but I really like what they're doing defensively this year, where they're not just letting the other team dictate. They're doing some dictating as well.
Totally. I think, you heard Quan say it there, kind of run and hit mindset and play fast, play violent, play downhill. And I think for so long, this team has lacked an identity. Like I just saw this Schefter reporting that it looks like even the dude Garendo is going to be out for the Niners this weekend. So they're going to be on their sixth string running back at this point. I mean, this guy that's up next is Pedro Taylor, who I can't imagine probably was even on their practice squad to start the year.
Yeah.
But they have such an identity just from a straight fantasy perspective, because I'm in the fantasy playoffs this weekend. No big deal.
I lost because stupid Jonathan Taylor dropped the ball at the 1.
No big deal. I'm in 2 leagues. I'm in the Final Four in both. Toby. But I picked this kid. I picked Taylor up 2 weeks ago. I will at least have a legitimate contemplation about playing him solely because he's a Niners running back.
Yeah.
And you know what that means. They're going to be physical as hell. One cut go backs. And I think if you look at what Washington is building, particularly defensively, because that's where you can kind of establish an identity, is everybody plays downhill. Doesn't mean they're making every play. Doesn't mean they're getting to the quarterback all the time. But there is a clear mindset to be physical and try to establish that in every ball game.
Well, and I love, too, it goes back to what Adam Peters did a heck of a job doing this offseason. When you sign guys, they need to fit what you're trying to do. Think of the guys they signed this offseason. Bobby Wagner is a great vet, great leader. He's a run-and-hit guy. Frankie Louvu is the epitome of a run-and-hit guy. Jeremy Chin is a run-and-hit guy. Mikey Sandristil, even though he's a smaller corner, he's a run-and-hit guy. Quan Martin, we just talked with him. He's a run-and-hit guy, even though he's not the biggest safety. So I think what they've done a good job is finding guys that fit and then building that identity off of that. That, to me, is good coaching, because so many times in the league, you end up with guys that they're good coaches at their scheme. They're good at what they can do, but maybe they can't get the players to fit. This time, what they've done a good job of is Joe Witt and Dan Quinn are building their scheme. They're doing what they need to do, creating that identity. They found guys to fit, but they're also making adjustments as the year's gone on, because it feels like this defense that you saw or you're going to see this weekend against Philly is not the same defense you saw week 1. Same thing on the offensive side. The same offense you saw week 1 is not the same offense you're going to see as the season goes on. That's the beauty of an NFL season. It's a living, breathing thing. It changes week to week.
It's
and
an
this
evolving organism.
this coaching staff, unlike previous ones, evolves. Other ones, it just seemed like they tried to run the same stuff over and over, and eventually it gets stale.
Well, we're certainly hoping it evolves, right? We're hoping offensively they evolve. I think defensively they've really improved. Offensively, they probably peaked week 3, week 4, Cincy,
but they're
Arizona.
Not bad, right? Like there's some stuff where they probably come back to the pack.
With you, but like the second half last week was bad.
Correct.
So one thing that I think is vital, and we'll know soon enough, was the second half was the lack of the run game, which was apparent, a Tyler Biadasz thing or something bigger? Because in 2 of the last 3 games, go back to the Dallas loss and then that New Orleans game, they weren't able to run the ball.
Well, and I think you can go back to 4 of the last 5. Their 3-game losing streak, and last week, that was the issue, was the interior O-line, even when Biadasz was out there. Obviously, last week he's not out there, and I think that had a huge impact. But when they're not able to run the football, that's the crux of their offense. And
when
it really
everything has
slows
to
them
go
down.
to the edges, it is when they have big trouble. Now, they ran the ball decently against
Tennessee, they were good.
Well, and in that Dallas loss, they finished with a $145. Now, I don't know.
But I think what you saw in that losing streak is even when sometimes they could run the football, because the interior struggled, Jaden didn't look comfortable as well.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I think that's what you saw the difference.
I mean, that'll happen with any quarterback, too.
Absolutely. And what's crazy is you look at what that Tennessee front has. They have Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons, and they were able to own them. I mean, the first run of the game, you saw B-Rob just take it untouched.
Now,
so I need to get them to get back to that.
What's going to be really interesting is Biotish was clearly hurt down the stretch there. Then he gets the bye week. Then he gets sick.
Yeah.
So, like, we haven't seen ideally. I saw him yesterday. Talked to him for a second. He was actually headed to a doctor's appointment. I'm also really curious to see Cosme. I'm telling you, the O-line is always hanging out together. Like, those guys exist together. And he looked pretty sick too. Coming out of New Orleans Sunday night. I know he got a DNP on Wednesday with an illness. Like, I very much think those things are related. I thought Sam looked like he felt poorly in the locker room Sunday night in New Orleans. So that's another really interesting thing to watch, I would say. Also, I don't know if you saw this. The Eagles gave damn near their whole offense a day off on Wednesday. And, I mean, it was almost all rest. Dude, Saquon got a rest day. Mekhi Becton got a rest day. A.J. Brown got a rest day. Landon Dickerson got a rest day. Lane Johnson got a rest day. Cam Jurgens got a rest day. Mailata got a rest day. Devontae Smith got a rest day.
If there's a team that deserves it, Philly's been rolling.
Sure. Maybe they've been doing this all season, and Wednesday is the day you give rest days. Like, I totally understand it. But you've also got, it seems like Chin is kind of making a lot more progress than I would expect, but Ertz didn't practice yesterday. I kind of find it hard to believe we see Ertz on Sunday, but maybe you get Chin back.
And what do you think is the fix there? Because last week it didn't seem like they had anybody really fill in. Like, you had Sinnott a little bit there, Bates a little bit more involved. Like, they don't. It seems like Sinnott is not to the point yet where they would trust him to be the number one receiving threat at tight end.
Dude, they're still going to run a lot of 12. Like, they're just going to run that personnel package, especially. I mean, I assume KJ Osborne's up and running this week.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to. You're just losing bodies all over the place that is going to force you to make some decisions. And maybe just being on the field that much more, there should be an inherent snap count jump for Sinnott. And I recognize fans don't appreciate what Ertz is doing, but his route running is tremendous, and that's why he keeps getting open.
Absolutely.
That's why Jaden keeps going to him. And maybe just by getting more work on the field, more opportunities, you see Sinnott emerge.
Well, and I'm curious if they change things a little bit, because Ertz, like you said, is that heady veteran that can stem routes and knows where to sit in the zones. And he maybe doesn't give you any yak, but he's always open, it seems like, as a security blanket. Sinnott probably doesn't have that yet. But if you hit Sinnott on like a 2-yard drag, he can turn that into a 15-yard gain by breaking a few tackles, which Ertz isn't doing. So I'm curious if they change a little bit with what they're doing at the tight end position this week.
You got to evolve, man. Got to evolve. Also, you got to know what the weather's going to be. Doug Kemmerer joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday at home. Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week once again this week. That's 9 times winning the award, tying Ben Roethlisberger and Justin Herbert as the most ever. Yesterday's injury report, 3 players did not practice. Sam Cosmi with an illness, Zach Ertz with a concussion and a rest day, Zane Gonzalez with a left foot injury and a rest day. Other NFL injury updates, the Chiefs are going to be activating wide receiver Hollywood Brown. Thursday Night Football tonight, Broncos and Chargers, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hornets at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Kyle Kuzma is out tonight. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Our next guest, Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist at NBC4, WRC News 4. It's got 100 names. And Doug actually requested this song. I don't know if you know this, Toby, but Doug's a big car guy and actually has a lowrider.
Love it. I love it.
Isn't that right, Doug?
Yeah, and I can bounce it at certain times, depending on depending on my mood.
I want to start here. When I left the studio last night at like 9:15, the weather absolutely sucked. It was just cold and rainy. And you told me it was coming. And this is unfair to you. I'm gonna tell you that up front. But when I get stuck in really bad weather, at least mentally, I get a little bit mad at you.
Okay. Well,
is that fair?
Yeah, sure, that's fair. That's fair. I'd be upset at you if you were beating me in our fantasy pool, but since I'm winning, I'm not upset at you at all.
I think I'm in DFL, dude. And I blame Pete Haley because he and I run that team together, and we've been awful all year. Mitch Tischler too.
It's been funny. It's been interesting.
Yeah. All right, let's get down to business, Doug. Obviously, you are the expert. Sunday's game looks cold. The first batch of tailgaters, they're getting there at like 7 a.m. Like, what are we looking at here?
Oh yeah. I mean, that time of day, any wind at all, and there's going to be a little wind. There's not going to be a lot of wind. That's a good thing. But any wind at all will put the wind chill down to about 15 degrees early on Sunday. So as you're, those tailgaters out there, I just hope they have a heat source or something, because it is going to be frigid on Sunday. And even at the game, I mean, if you're going to the game, I know a lot of people who are going, it's a huge game, right? Huge game for us. It's just going to be a frigid game across our area. High temperatures, probably not going to make it to freezing, maybe 30 degrees. Wind chill is probably going to be something about 21, 22 during the game. So we're talking about some real cold, and the coldest game that the Commanders have played in a while.
Well, Doug, I wanted to get this out of the way real quick. You've worked with JP for years, so he's got the best memory. He remembers everything that he's got in front of him. He knows what he's trying to. So he left me with a task. He wanted me to ask you a question in case he forgot, which clearly he has, because he
definitely forgot.
He would have opened with it.
Yeah,
we were talking about it on the walk-in. He lives in Bethesda. I live out in this area.
I live
near
right
Ashburn.
by Doug.
So
right.
He was wondering. It always feels colder out here. Is there a reason that is it actually colder out here? A couple degrees difference? And if there is, what's the reason for that?
I'm telling you, Kimmer, it's always colder out here.
Oh, of course it is. You guys are. It's a little farther away. Of course, you don't have the urban heat island going on there. You've got a lot of natural. You got grass. You got the trees around the area. So you don't have this huge area of asphalt to soak up any of the heat. So away from that, that's where you're going to see temperatures that are going to be on the colder side for sure.
Okay, so that actually validates my theory.
Your theory was right.
Dan Snyder once screamed at me about that theory. So that's fascinating. I'm curious, dude. I don't know how often you get out this way, Doug, but actually Hanley was saying that he had to drive out here, and it had been some years since he's been out in Ashburn. The amount of data centers going up out here is mind-blowing. It's constant. It's insane. And
I mean, you got to remember, I'm from Herndon, right? So I went to Herndon High School. I lived in the Herndon area. So driving down Route 7, and when you go west and you hit Sterling, after that, there was next to nothing between Sterling and Leesburg. I mean, there was just almost nothing there. And now that entire drive between Sterling and Leesburg, which now includes Ashburn, is just developed like nobody's business. I mean, it's really incredible what has happened in the last 20 years in that area itself.
So, dude, there's no chance of precip or anything for Sunday's game, right? It's just going to be cold, maybe a little windy, but no rain, no nothing, right?
No rain. I mean, that's not going to be a factor. But you think about the cold. And one question I wanted to ask B. Mitch too is what happens as a player, right? When you're that cold, your hands are that cold. How are you keeping them warm? And doesn't that benefit the run game a little bit better than the passing game? So, and if that's the case, how is our run game looking? Because I know we got a lot of injuries, and the Eagles' run game has been on point, except for last week. They've been great.
Yeah, it's those are very legit questions. You know, the teams have a way of trying to stay warm, and for like football cold, this is cold, but not that big of a deal yet. You know what I mean? Like last year, remember that wild card game was Miami, Kansas City, and it was like -7. Like that's when it really makes an impact. What they provide the players is they actually have like chicken broth, like hot chicken broth in the locker rooms that guys can kind of drink to like heat up their inner core. And then some guys have other things to heat up their inner core.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see this weekend, but this is probably going to be the coldest game Jaden's ever played in. Kyler Murray got asked, where are the Cardinals this weekend, Toby? Do you remember?
I'll look.
Kyler got asked, if he was ready for the cold weather. He's like, man, I've played
Carolina.
He's like, hey, I played it cold. How cold is it? And they were like 35, and he's like, damn. So some of that is real, but once they get playing, dude, they are very locked in.
Doug, I'm curious.
I hope so.
You have next Sunday against Atlanta, got flexed to Sunday Night Football. What's that going to look like? Because obviously this week's going to be frigid, but hopefully there'll be some sunshine. That one's a Sunday night game. Is that just going to be even worse?
No, because that one actually we start to warm up as we head towards Christmas, and that trend continues close to New Year's. So I think we go on the warmer side of things, above average. Average high temperature right now is 48. So, of course, a night game is still going to be on the chilly side, but it doesn't look like it's going to be super cold. Actually, we'll probably be a little bit above average as we make our way towards the end of the year. And then it gets cold again in the second week of January is the next time that we get some extended cold.
Well, that is great news because I
like the sound of that.
Late. I'm going to be live at FedEx at midnight, so I'm cool with it being a little warmer. If the bosses decide, are you coming out to FedEx Sunday night? We'll tag team the pregame or postgame or whatever.
I would love to do that. That would be amazing. I mean, think about that. If we were to win against Philly, and then we're there Sunday night. Let's say that game right there, we could be tied with Philly at that point, right? I mean, if we were to win Atlanta and Philly loses, all of a sudden we're right there for the NFC East, and that would be incredible. So I would assume there would be some pretty good emotion around that game. I'd love to be there. You know that.
I know. Well, dude, for sure. And even if they lose this week, the Atlanta game the following week is likely a not necessarily winning in, but like if you lose, you're cooked situation.
Right.
Doug, last thing, we're talking with Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist over at NBC4, friend of the program. People get steamed up for this. I don't necessarily, but if it is going to snow, let it happen on Christmas because I think for my kids it would be pretty magical. What are the chances? What are the chances of a white Christmas?
No, almost zero. I mean, we got a chance of a couple of flakes out there tomorrow, but that's it. There's a better chance that we see some shower activity on Christmas Day than anything else. I mean, I got Christmas yesterday. My forecast was Christmas Day at 48 or 40. What I have 44 degrees. With a chance of shower. So that's what I think we're looking at right now. Not good, man. Not good. I mean, I've lived here most of my life. I've had one white Christmas. When I feel like I remember one. When was that? Well, I had one. I want to say like 1983, bro. So I don't think you were there for that one.
I was alive, but I don't remember. Yeah.
I don't think you remember that one.
I remember one year it snowed on Thanksgiving. Am I
So we
hallucinating?
had, and we did have one. I mean, 2009 we had one, right? Because we had a storm right before Christmas. So 2009 we still had snow on the ground.
Okay, that counts.
So that technically does count as a white Christmas. I was in Philly at the time, so I was not here, so I don't remember the last time. Besides 2009, we had one here.
Dude, so my sister is coming back from California this weekend, and she's going to be here for an extended trip for the holidays. She's coming with her husband, who's been back to Maryland plenty, but he grew up in Arizona, and they now live in San Diego. This dude's whole life is perfect weather, right? And they kick her. He always says, he's like, oh, gosh, I love it here so much. It's so green. It's so beautiful. I was like, come in the winter, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Will he get a real, like, kind of blast of winter over the next week here just to –
When are they coming?
I think they come in Saturday.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, you look at Sunday. Sunday is the coldest day. Monday
Oh,
is
right. They're
freaking.
coming to the game.
Yeah,
I got tickets to the game.
It's gonna be ridiculous. And here's the thing about it too. I was in Florida for a number of years. I lived down in Orlando for a while, Jacksonville for a while. That they think about your blood thinning and all that stuff. Dude, it is real. The first year I got to Philly was 2003. I'm up in Philadelphia the first winter there, and I'm like, I grew up around here. I'm good with the winters. I grew up in the Mid-Atlantic, no problem at all. That first winter, I was freaking frigid. I was so cold that first winter, and now it's taking me time. I mean, right now I'm standing outside almost without a jacket on, and it's on the chilly side, but I'm like, hey, no problem at all. So, yeah, I can imagine that you said your brother-in-law? Yeah, I think he's going to have some problems coming up this weekend.
My dad's calling me all the time. He's a Filipino, grew up there, and then he lives in Florida now. He's calling. It's cold out. It's 50 degrees.
Yeah,
I'm like, come on, Dad. Like, I would kill for 50 degrees right now.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly. We would leave the newscast in Florida when it was like 50 degrees. We'd be like, temperature's getting below 60, everybody. Time to get out the jackets.
I love the videos when they show the iguanas freezing and like falling out of the tree. I mean, sorry to the iguana faithful out there, but I just think that's kind of entertaining. I hope
they do the forecast for that now. You know, they do the following iguana forecast now.
Oh, well, God bless them. Doug, thank you for making time, buddy.
All right, man. You're telling me, you said yesterday on the air that we got a chance this weekend, buddy. So, I hope it comes to fruition. I hope the Commanders can do what they do and get out there and play a great game.
Well, you should watch All Ears on NBC4 Saturday night at 7 o'clock because I specifically respond to some of your concerns that you voiced on the program. Listen, Philly in the last month has two of the most impressive wins in the NFL, beating up on Pittsburgh and Baltimore. They outbullied the bullies. I get that. But it was only 2 weeks
then against
ago
the Panthers.
Yeah, it was a one-score game, and Xavier Legette catches a touchdown.
Catches that ball,
So
that's what happens, and that's what we do too. That's why we were like that with the Saints, bro. That's exactly what happened. So this game is a huge game. Philly has gotten up for those huge games. We've had a little bit more of a problem with those. So I'm a little bit worried about this weekend. That's what I'm feeling. But I hope I'm wrong.
All right, man. I appreciate you, Doug.
Right,
thanks for making time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cold.
See you guys.
That's our guy, Doug Kammerer. Give him a follow at Doug Kammerer, Kammerer. Now, before we get ready for Sunday's action, which is going to be awesome, and there's Saturday games, you got to get ready for Thursday night football. Tonight, we got Denver against the Chargers. It's going to be an awesome game. This has serious ramifications on the AFC playoff chase. Let's take a look at some of the same game parlay props you can get on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. If you take a look at Bo Nix, who's been really good over the last 6-8 weeks, although he kind of shuffled a little bit in the first half last week against Indy, you can just get him over 175 passing yards. That's not much. Then you go Ladd McConkey, the Chargers' best receiver. He missed a little time, but he is all the way back now. You get him over 50 receiving yards. Then you take Denver on the money line. Just that parlay. You go Bo Nix over 175, McConkey over 50, and Denver, your odds are plus 275, man. That's really, really good money. You throw 100 and make almost 3-1 on what seems like a quite reasonable bet. Those same game parlays can really stack up. Plus, if you just want to look at the game in general, the Chargers are a very minor favorite at home. That is quite interesting. That under looks kind of juicy to me. But if you put it all together, same game parlay, that's how you get paid. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game. Odds and lines are subject to change. You must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. B-Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. We're less than 10 minutes away from Bleep You Thursday, baby. I don't even know the last time we've had the phone lines open, to be honest. Like maybe Monday or Tuesday, probably Monday. Phone lines are going to be open 10 minutes. Get on them now. Make sure Jeff's answering them. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Whoever you're mad at, whatever you're mad at, let them know. Landville has a good question here. And I wanted to circle back to something that Cliff Kingsbury said. I tweeted this out earlier. I think the time has run out on it. Yeah. What is a bigger deal, do you think? The offense has lost a lot. You're not going to have Eckler. You're not going to have Noah Brown. And I highly doubt you have Zach Ertz. But you've got Marshawn Lattimore now. Week 11, you didn't have him. And you might have John Allen. Maybe that's still a week or two away. What's a bigger deal to you, Toby?
It got to be losing the offensive pieces, because if this team is going to win, it's going to be on offense. Like, the defense, I think, is getting somewhere and they're improving. I don't think they're going to be the reason they win, specifically thinking towards the playoffs. It's got to be losing these offensive weapons, because this was already a unit that we were questioning, if they had enough. And now you're getting into the second and third and fourth guys in certain positions, and they already weren't great. So now you're going to depth pieces. So to me, it's that. They're still going to have to find ways to function. I've talked about this before. They live more on efficiency more so than explosion. So I think there's still ways that they can get around it because of the way that they can scheme stuff up, and so much is on Jaden's plate. But when you keep losing guys, at some point, Terry is so important to this offense. So as long as Terry's out there, you've got a shot. But if anything were to happen there, it's bare bones.
Yeah, I think Jaden's going to be a lot healthier. Last time they played them was on 4 days. And I really like this from Cliff Kingsbury. He said, this was just an hour ago or so whenever Cliff talked. The first time we played them on a short week, I had way too much in, and I felt like we played tentative. I didn't call a very good game. Now to have the full week process, try to make the proper adjustments, and see how far we've come since then. I think that is one for Cliff to own. On a short week, you probably want less than more installed in your playbook, just because it's harder to keep track of stuff. I don't know. There's an era of accountability about that first game from all of the coaches. Whether that comes to fruition and makes a tremendous difference, we'll see. The Eagles are really good. I think they have the best roster in the NFL. I think 1 through 53, they're the best in the NFL, and I don't think it's that close. But 2 weeks ago, the Panthers took them to the wire.
Well, and I know they're different teams from now, because we just talked about how many guys they're missing on offense. But if Washington kicks a field goal instead of going for it and not getting it, they have a lead late in the fourth quarter there. Like, this team was right there neck and neck with them up in Philly on a short week. I like their chances. It's one of those things where if they were playing the Lions, I'd feel a little different. But because it's a divisional foe, a team that you're familiar with, someone that, obviously Dan Quinn's new here, but he was facing Philly as well. So he knows them just as well as anybody else that would have been here. I like your chances. It's Philadelphia. It's one of those divisional games. You throw out the records, as they say, and you just go out there and play and see what happens. It's two great football teams. I don't know why you wouldn't feel like they've got a shot, even if they're banged up and they're missing some guys. Philadelphia has looked like a juggernaut at times, but like you pointed out with the Panthers, at times they played down to their opponents as well. So which Philly team shows up, if they come out and play their best, they'll win. But that's not to say that Washington can't give them a real shot. And if Washington plays their best, they'll be right in it with a chance to win at the end, and you'll take your chances with Jaden.
Sure. We got some arena news. They've unveiled new, what do you call those, renderings, pictures of what they want Capital One Arena to look like. There was a big old press conference. Mayor Bowser, Ted Leonsis, Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, was there. I think the arena looks dope. I'm all for. I think all the renderings so far have been really cool. I'm curious to see what construction is like. I don't know how they play through construction, but whatever. We'll all find out. I think there'll be some big open spaces, which is dope. Like, I wanted them to stay in the city. They're staying in the city. You're not going to hear me say bad words about it. Other stadium news in Philadelphia, Josh Harris, Philly has passed this stadium to move the Sixers into downtown D.C. This thing seems super contentious. A bunch of people, I guess, like came in and like protested and like sat in the middle of it. I don't know, man. People got a lot of spare time to be protesting stuff. But good luck with all that. Here's what we're going to do. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. The Commanders take on the Eagles at home on Sunday. They're 9-5 on the year. Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week once again for the 9th time this season. He's tied Ben Roethlisberger and Justin Herbert as the most ever to win that award. Some other injury news around the NFL. Chiefs are activating wide receiver Hollywood Brown, and tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Broncos taking on the Chargers. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear it right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards at home to take on the Hornets. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Kyle Kuzma been ruled out. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Hurricanes tomorrow night at Capital One Arena. The Caps looking to snap a 2-game losing streak. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I was rich. All right, folks, once a week, we come together as a group, as a congregation, to complain about things. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm a professional complainer. And once a week, you get an opportunity also. Landini, did we get any of these voicemails for Bleep You this week? Maybe we checked that. I don't know if we can. Jeff giving me very explicit directions in the Google Doc. I appreciate that, Jeff. To kick things off on a Bleep You Thursday is our guy, Drew. What up, Drew? Who you mad at?
Hey, JP, I got one for you. Fueagles. I won't spell that out.
I like that one.
I like that.
I believe we can beat these guys. And all the, everyone's talking like this is a done deal. We've lost this game and on to Atlanta. I got a good feeling about this week. So, Bleep
like
You
that,
Eagles.
Drew. I like that one a lot. I don't understand.
And all the politicians that can't get their head out of there, bleep them too.
I share that bleep, Drew. You and I are on the same wavelength today. I think it's just crazy that people are like, oh, let's just focus on Atlanta. Like, there's a game this weekend, man, and crazy stuff happens. Dude, on the All Ears show last night, I do a mailbag. And I kind of think this was Heather McDonough trolling me, frankly, to pick this one. One of the submitted questions was, do you think we should bench Jaden Daniels against the Cowboys in Week 18 to focus on the playoff game? And I was just like, are you out of your mind? It's a rookie quarterback. They already lost to them. And why are you worried about benching somebody Week 18 when it's Week 16 and you got a division opponent? Like, the microwave society we live in, and everybody's in this giant hurry to figure out the next thing before dealing with the current thing. Ugh.
No, I agree.
Let's go to Andy in Sterling. Andy, who you mad at?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Thank
yeah,
you.
man, what
You
I
too.
wanted to say from everything I've read, that spending bill that was put before Congress and was all signed, sealed, and delivered, that would have given the Commanders those rights in D.C. to build a new stadium, was killed by two effers, F.U. Donald Trump and Elon Musk. All those guys, or anybody who voted for Donald Trump, if this bill...
No. We're not going to do all that. We're not. This is not political. I went on a heavy rant this morning. I didn't make it about any specific politicians because the truth of the matter is the Maryland senators probably had as much to do with holding this thing up as those guys did. Because I know for a fact if you could have gotten this into, they wanted to get it into an FAA bill in November that would not have been nearly as contentious as trying to jam through a $8 trillion budget at the end of the year. All the politicians are a problem. All of them. Just build the stadium. End quarterback coddling and build the damn stadium. So that's my political platform.
I'd vote for you.
Thanks, buddy. We're going to try, and I can only imagine Bleep You Thursday over the next 4 years, but we're going to try to not do politics on the show. No names anyway. Steve is in Fairfax. Stevie, who you mad at?
Unfortunately, I'm mad at the federal government, just like the other caller just called in. I'm not going to name any names, but we are literally at the goal line, and this thing is getting stopped right at the last second. I know there's still a chance. I don't know if it's 50-50. I don't know what the percentages are, but the fact that it's literally at the goal line and all these stop, now there's a big just stop on everything is just so frustrating. I want RFK back. I want it so bad. They deserve to be there. And correct me if I'm wrong, the land is being given back to Washington from the federal government. So I don't get why this is even a factor in this whole thing, because again, it's being given to them to use it however they want to use it for the DC economy. So again, correct me if I'm wrong, no money is being exchanged. I mean,
there's no money.
Why is this even a thing? I mean, I get it. It's the politics
So we
and
know
all that.
the best of my understanding is that this bill is either getting killed or has been killed because there's a billion other things. Like RFK is very, very far from the crux of the issue here. It's just for us, the thing that we care about most, if that makes sense. Like what they're mad about is all sorts of other stuff, not RFK. And one thing that was pretty interesting, I just read this, and forgive me, I don't know where I read this from. Mayor Bowser did a press conference this morning with Ted Leonsis, and after the press conference, eventually she got asked a bunch of questions, and she said that she has reached out to Donald Trump to make sure it makes sense, to make sure they understand what the RFK bill is and isn't, and that they're not asking for federal money. So like they're trying to make this thing clear. And I have heard that like there's some thought that they can get this done in the next Congress or whatever. It just delays the process. And I know that drives people crazy too. It's incredibly annoying, all of this. And we just want a stadium, dude. Like, just want a freaking
100%. 100%.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, who you mad at, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call, guys. This is a sports talk radio station, right? I didn't want to be calling into like CNN or Fox. I just wanted to make sure.
Correct.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I get it though.
Say again.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. No. So my big old FU, I guess, is to the refs that
bleep you to refs.
Did he get cut off? Did we get cut off? Anybody home?
So just a bleep you to refs.
Let him call back because that was a good one. But we got to get back to bleep you, folks, on the line. Stop saying F you. I wonder if that's why you got dropped.
Bleep you.
Landfill, I am going to send Toby a bleep you on your behalf. Will you allow me to be your proxy, sir?
I'm sure, but the thing is, Toby and I, we're a team, so I'm pretty skeptical of what you're about to say here.
Well, Landfill, what if I told you Toby told me something that I think you'll find insulting?
All right, hit me with it.
Interesting.
Toby, Landfill, doesn't like snacks.
Yeah, bleep you to Toby.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Yo, you just told Landfill?
No,
I went and got us
no.
2 bags of chips, a Cool Ranch and a regular Doritos. I said, hey, which one do you want? And he took the regular. I said, cool, I'll eat the Cool Ranch. I then eat the Cool Ranch. He's like, yeah, I don't really like Cool Ranch. I was like, all right. Then he starts to eat his bag of Doritos and has like 4 of them and just kind of leaves them there. And I was like, I might eat these. He's like, yeah, go ahead. I don't really like snacks.
Hold on. Bleep you to JP, number one.
How?
Because
all I'm doing is
said,
the facts.
Let me say what I said. I said I'm not a snacker. I at no point did I say I do not like snacks. I will eat Doritos. And
What's
by the
the
way,
difference?
if we're going to tell the story here, well, it means I don't eat snacks. There's a difference between not liking snacks. I don't snack. There's no problem with that. But I'm also eating my bag of Doritos and JP just takes it.
Yeah, that did happen. but Landfill, I'm not here for any sort of anti-snack conversation.
I'm not anti-snack
We're
at all.
pro-snack.
I'm pro-snack. I just don't partake. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's inherently contradictory.
I'm giving you more Doritos. I had no problem giving you more Doritos.
I did get more Doritos.
I don't have any issue with snacks.
Landfill is the judge here. All right, Professor Landini.
He's clearly
please,
anti-snack.
Make a ruling.
He's clearly anti-snack. I've had enough of his nonsense.
Anti-snack tight.
I'm leaving more for you guys. By the way, while we're at it, bleep Jonathan Taylor for fumbling the ball at the 1 yard line. I would have been in the fantasy football playoff semifinals. I'm not because of him.
I like that one. Very good. Bleep you to me for benching Jared Goff for Sam Darnold when Goff went for 50 and Darnold went for 11. Luckily, I snuck through. I do feel like I used all of my fantasy luck juice last week. Jeff, do you have any luck juice?
Nah, I'm giving all my luck juice to the Commanders for Sunday. I ain't giving my luck to nobody else.
Okay. Did you have a bleep you, sir?
Yes, I do have a bleep you. One, I'm bleeping everybody that's writing the Eagles game off, saying we're going to lose, so let's just focus on Atlanta. Bleep you to them. Then I got a very, very, very serious bleep you. I want to bleep the people that bring fruitcake to Christmas events. And I'm talking about the dry loaf fruitcake because it's not the 60s no more. Nobody eats that. And
brothers, are we sure there's actually good fruitcake?
JP, you know which one I'm talking about, though. Like, it's only one standard
I know the
fruitcake
bad
that everyone
kind.
hates.
Right. It sucks.
And for some reason, everyone always bring that one. And it always end up, because my mom,
that just might be what fruitcake is.
Having
I don't
people
know
over
that
at
there
the
is
house,
a good one.
Bro, but it can at least be moist. Like, it don't have, every fruitcake I done tried is dry. We need some moist fruitcakes out here.
So just so we're clear, Jeff, you're looking for moist fruitcake in 2025.
Yes, moist fruitcake. Like, at least add some rum or something to it.
Landfill, if moist fruitcake isn't a drop for us in the coming days, I'll be very disappointed. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I've been at a party or office thing, any sort of event where fruitcake has been served in like 10, 15 years.
JP, I have to say,
you physically saw a fruitcake.
So I wasn't trying to just point out a certain demographic, but all the aunties over 40, please don't bring no fruitcake to the house party, okay? Don't bring it to the Christmas gathering. Look, I'd rather you just pray for me, all right? No fruitcake.
But is that happening, or is this just like the new is a hot dog a sandwich? This is like the Christmas time is a hot dog a sandwich.
JP.
Nobody's actually bringing fruitcake anymore, but we're all mad about
it. JP, maybe not yours, but I didn't watch some of my aunts bring fruitcake in the whole house.
This is a two Americas thing, Jeff? You're hitting me with right now?
I don't know. It may be, JP, you're the 40 and 50-year-old aunt and uncle now, so maybe you're not bringing
let's chill with the 50-year-old.
I'm just saying. But like my aunts that's like well over 40 and 50, like they're like in their 60s, they bring those things, and like they also bring the walnuts and things. I just be like, yo, nobody eat that anymore. Like the chocolate be gone and it just be a bowl full of walnuts and Christmas nuts and a pound of fruitcake. Like, nah, man, some traditions got to stop, and I think that is one of them.
Okay, so Jeff's made it clear he wants more nuts and less dry fruitcake. Got it. Let's go. I mean, since things are getting weird, let's get all the way weird. Line 2, Commandante Tequila. What's up, bud?
Commandante.
Hey, guys, how you guys been doing? Well, I got 3 bleep. I had 2 bleep. I got 3 bleep views. One bleep view goes to my daddy, Jera. Jera! Christmas coming along. I ain't gonna see you next year. Well, bleep you to the Eagles. And you know what, Jeffrey? You need a good fruitcake. I got you one, buddy, with rum. All right? And bleep my fruitcake? Bleep you too, Jeff. Bye.
Goodbye, Commandante. Always a wild ride, but we appreciate you listening.
Quite the ride.
Pal. Yeah. Now, Landfill, did you have any bleep views? Just anything you needed to get off your chest, sir?
No, I'm very happy, as always.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Now, Toby, I don't know that you've ever been a part of Bleep You Thursday, but if there's anything you'd like to proclaim, feel free.
I'll say this. I respect every single time I'm on with you guys on a Thursday. If I'm on the feed, I respect you guys, but bleep the commenters because I've gotten called Rice Cube. I've gotten called Ice Cubicle. I've gotten a lot of interesting things.
They called you Rice Cube.
I've got Toby Snack Yow.
Is this in the chat?
Yes, the chat is fries me every time I'm on the stream.
They
So
called you
Rice Cube's
that's
hold on.
hilarious.
Rice Cube's a little racist, right?
I don't know, but it's funny.
I'm Filipino. Yeah, Manny Snack Yow.
Manny Snack Yow is really good.
Like, I respect it. I think it's hilarious, but bleep you guys.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to handle it. It's funny, but bleep you guys. Let's let these phone lines go here. Los is in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Oh, bleep you to all the people. You guys heard this before. To the ones that say that we're just gonna have to worry about the Falcons. Those are the sorry A people that sell their tickets to Eagles fans, and they're not really Commanders fans. They're just using it to make a quick buck. So bleep you to them, and bleep you to my buddy Mike Jackson, because I'm about to play him again in the semifinals. I already swept him in the regular season, so this mofo really thinks that he can, outplay me in fantasy. So, bleep you to him. I'm going to bring that broomstick, the swoop, the wet jet, you name it, Captain 5. Thank you.
Let them know.
I love it.
5. Let's get Landfill all hot and bothered. Charlie in College Park. Charlie, no politics, no names. Come on, man. Keep it clean.
I know, JP. I know. Look, I'm going to educate you guys. Jeff, have you ever heard of Claxton fruitcake?
Charlie, all fruitcake sucks. Next.
No. Claxton fruitcakes made in Georgia are old. They're moist. They're delicious. Get that.
Old and moist. That's what we're going for, baby.
So go to Georgia to find the moist fruitcakes.
All right, this is moist. I guarantee it. Now,
and it's
reviews.
old.
I got to say, 3 weeks ago today, I put out a particularly nasty review to Jared. I felt so bad about that, even though he's a Cowboy fan, man. I got to apologize, Jared. That was a nasty review. If you ever grew up in Southeast, you know what Jones are, you would know what I was talking about. But I felt bad. I apologize. But I have to say, bleep you, Jared, for calling everybody a dumbass. Dumbass.
Thank you, Charlie. Jeff, if you're looking for old, moist fruitcake, apparently head to Georgia. There's a midnight train, is my understanding. Lawrence is in D.C. What up, Larry?
Hey, it ain't Larry JT. Come on, man. But my man, appreciate you, brother. One, bleep you to Toby for not caring where the stadium goes. It needs to go in D.C.
Yeah,
Two,
bleep Toby.
Wanted to be for being greedy and want to have 2 football teams. What are they, Jersey? Like, no, we're not New York. We don't want our team 30 miles away. 3, bleep everybody who's just not realizing that we have a chance of beating Philly this weekend, man. Like, we were there at the last game, and now we have Lattimore in the game. Take that into account. But that's about it, man. And tell B-Mitch I said what's up.
Hey, B, he says what's up. Yo, that's a good call, Lawrence. I still might call you Larry, though. Finishing things off is our guy, Matt Stafford, calling from Los Angeles.
Bleep that song, Santa Baby. It sucks. It's over.
Strong way to finish right there. I appreciate you, Matt Stafford. Santa Baby, this song really sucks. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg from New York. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday. Jaden Daniels was named the Rookie of the Week once again this week. It's the 9th time he's won the award this season, tying Ben Roethlisberger in 2004 and Justin Herbert in 2020 for the most ever for a rookie. Some injury updates in the NFL. Chiefs are activating wide receiver Hollywood Brown off injured reserve. He'll play on Saturday, and the 49ers might be without running back Isaac Arendo. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Broncos taking on the Chargers at 8:15. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hornets at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Kyle Kuzma has been ruled out for the Wizards. And in hockey, the Caps have the day off today. They'll take on the Hurricanes tomorrow at Capital One Arena. Today, Coach Carberry said, I'm not going to give a percentage chance or anything like that, but he's getting real close, talking about the grade 8, Alex Ovechkin. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
About to welcome Peter Rosenberg onto the program. Landfill, at some point we got to talk about Toby's consumption habits. He's had like 2 sips of water in 3.5 hours. I'm worried about
No,
that.
that's a legit problem.
All right. Right now, though, we're going to talk to our friend Peter Rosenberg. We're going to New York. You have 100 jobs, Hot 97, Real Late, Cheap Heat, WANEP. You got a lot of them, and you just got a big one. It seems like a promotion, I would say. What up, man? How are you?
I'm good. I appreciate that assessment. I think it is that, actually. I think it is that.
Well, dude, all right, so Peter does ESPN New York radio. He's the only dude up there that's wearing Redskins gear while he deals with all these Giants and Jets fans. And the show used to be called The Michael K. Show. Now from 3 to 7 on ESPN New York, you can hear Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. So your name's on the marquee, bro.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's a huge W for me. Like, when I realized Michael was leaving, it could have gone several ways, and in this climate, knowing one of those could be without me having a job, when it turns out that you have a job and now your name's on the marquee, yeah, I think you pour yourself a little something this weekend and celebrate it.
Yeah, I think you do.
So thank you. I will take it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I'm happy for you, especially with baby showing up soon.
That's right.
The other thing you probably pour something to and sit down and try to enjoy is Commanders Eagles. Obviously, the Eagles are red hot, probably playing like the best team in football right now. They've won 10 in a row. 2 of their wins in the last month are over the Ravens and the Steelers, and they kind of bullied them. How are you feeling with the rematch of this NFC East division game coming up?
I don't want to be that guy, but before we move forward to the Eagles, can we look back for a moment?
Sure.
So just quickly, my baby shower was Sunday. Remember I told you that?
Yes.
All I wanted in my life was to be a good husband. So the baby shower started at 3. All I wanted was by like 3:15, 3:30. The game to be in hand enough where I could like actually be a good husband and turn off the iPad. That's all I wanted. They couldn't give me that. They would not only would they not give me that, they made it so at 4:20 I had to have my wife come sit next to me for the 2-point conversion because I'm like, I need you, babe. Like, you got to stop what you're doing. We need it. And I had to try to explain to her in 3 seconds because obviously she had not been paying attention. I'm like, Natalie, if they score here, we lose. If they don't, we win. I need you. I cannot believe they put us through that. And the Cliff Kingsbury second half play calling is a whole separate conversation. For the Eagles, listen, this is one of those games you go into with zero expectation, and then you hope, like, did they pull off like the Thursday night game against the Eagles last year or the Cincinnati game this year? Like, is this to me is a better spot for us than maybe even the last Eagle game, where I think a lot of us went into it thinking we would win. I kind of like going in this spot where it feels like expectations are very low.
Well, and you said you feel like you're going in a better spot. Is that just because of those expectations? Because, I mean, you look at the offense and they're kind of banged up, and you look at Philly and they've been rolling. But I think you're right. Like, a lot of fans, for some reason, have moved on to Atlanta, which I don't agree with that. But it seems like going into this game, it's kind of, like you said, you're playing with house money. If you win this game, great. If you lose the game, you're still in control, but you go in with a little less expectation.
That's it. That's all I'm seeing it as. I mean, you can't really feel great about playing this Eagles team who is this good right now. Although, let's be honest, guys, I truly feel when the playoffs come, this Eagles team is not going to be as good as they have been the last 6 weeks or 8 weeks, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, it's mostly an expectations thing. I really think my expectations for this team are down because, frankly, guys, once it seems like we get through the first couple of drives, like once the script ends, it seems like offensively we don't know where to go. So my hopes are sort of down, and I'm hoping that some magic happens this Sunday. And also it'll be interesting to see what the stadium feels like. You know, like this is the Eagles can, of course, we know what that stadium can be like with Eagles fans. Are you guys getting the sense that, like, are people still turned up right now? Or, like, has there been a crash back down to earth maybe post that Cowboys loss at home that this won't feel like such a modern day Commanders game this Sunday?
It's a good question, dude. Are you coming this weekend?
Hell no. No, I'm here.
Okay.
I've done my 2 in person. I'm 0 for 2. It's time to move on.
Okay. Bonnie Finley will be there this weekend. She might be able to will a win.
Wow. Well, see, you know what? Now you're tempting me.
Now I think people are still pretty locked in. I think there's still a lot of excitement. Obviously, 14-0 against the Saints. If that thing just finishes 24-14, I think there's a lot more excitement than kind of how it did end up finishing.
Yeah.
I think there'll still be plenty of green. There always is. The ticket prices are higher. I mean, you can go to SeatGeek or whatever, and you can find tickets that don't seem astronomical, but you're paying above face. I think it'll be a very good crowd. But, Peter, I wanted to read something to you that I think you're going to find really interesting. This is Kingsbury spoke to the media earlier today, and he was asked about the rematch with the Eagles. And Cliff said, the first time we played them on a short week, I had way too much in, and I felt like we played tentative. I didn't call a very good game. Now to have the full week process, try to make the proper adjustments, and see how far we've come since then. Do you like that level of accountability from Cliff?
Sure. I mean, he didn't call a good game. I mean, that we remember that well. I mean, I remember speaking to you guys the next day, right before the Tyson fight. That is a game where, had he called a good game, we would have been up big early. We had every way. That game should have been put away in the first half, and of course, instead, we never really added anything and set ourselves up to fail. And then, of course, we could argue about the play calling in the second half too, and deciding whether to go or kick a field goal. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. The one thing I didn't love is, let's see how far we've come. I mean, evidence suggests that this offense is worse now than where we were going into the Eagles game.
I mean, you saw defensively, maybe you weren't as dialed in like you were saying, with preoccupied with some stuff going on, but Marshawn Lattimore had a heck of a debut, not targeted once. How much do you think he improves the defense? Obviously, he's going to be a nice addition, but is it something where you can depend on this defense to now go win you a playoff game? Obviously, they're going to have some difficult competition, whoever they meet in the wild card round. Like, is it something where you feel like he can improve them that much, or is it something where they slightly improve, but it's still not a great unit overall?
It's such a great point because, honestly, how could any of us realistically say we know? I mean, he looked good. He looked really good in his first game. It was great to finally get him on the field. I mean, let's be honest, guys. We were getting about one start away from this move that we all lauded at the deadline.
Yeah.
Doesn't play out as great if the guy never gets on the field. So we cut it dangerously close. It's actually what makes the next few weeks fascinating, not just because you're trying to make the playoffs, but I believe we will make the playoffs. And so what these last 4 games that's enough time, guys, for a defense to change yet again. Like, week over the final 4 games could be a different feeling defense going into the playoffs. So I'm not going to lie to you and say that I know the answer to that, because I don't. I will say this. They may have not been targeting Lattimore in the fourth quarter, but they still found a way to pick up yards in chunks with a guy named Spencer Rattler. So that still concerns me.
Well, dude, I'm guessing you've seen it, knowing you, but also seems like you might get John Allen back. I don't know if that's this week or just in the coming weeks, but most teams are losing players, and if they're able to add Lattimore and Allen, that's a pretty big boost, if there is a playoff run.
Now, here's the question, 100%, by the way. I think that's a huge thing. What an underrated piece of the storyline that has been, because at the time we lost John Allen, so many other things were working well that it's like no one made that big a deal about it. Like, anytime you lose probably the most talented person on your defense, that's a problem. So it is great news. But do you go into this game, is there any part of you that would rather lose to the Eagles on account of the idea that it's really hard to beat a team 3 times and they could still play them in the first round?
No, man. I think Quinn is being very serious and sincere and talking to these guys kind of on and off record. They're not getting into the game of like seeding or looking ahead to Atlanta, because a lot of folks here are like, oh, don't even try against the Eagles. Get ready for Atlanta. And I just think all of that is such loser talk. And dude, they had a fourth quarter lead when they played these guys 5 weeks ago. Like, sure, a lot has transpired, but I don't agree with that premise.
Wait, hold on. Those are 2 different premises, though.
You're saying to lose
I'm
this
just talking
one to play
straight up
again.
luck. I'm talking straight up karmically. Like, no, from an actual thought standpoint, 100%, we could have beaten this team. I refuse to believe that there's not a chance we can win this weekend. Absolutely, you can win at home this weekend. In my head, though, I go, if we beat them now, are we beating them again in a month, or do I like the prospect? Because I know Dan Quinn's job is not to think about it, but when I look at the top of this conference, I think there's a good chance we end up playing this team.
I'm curious, Peter.
I think Philly gets the 1 seed.
Well, I'm curious, what are your thoughts, like, from your side on that? If they win this matchup, does it suddenly not go from like a toss-up? Because either way, to me, if they were to face Philly in the playoffs, you're going on the road. They're going to be favored, but I would still like their chances. I'm not giving them a great chance, but I would still feel it's more toss-up than guaranteed win for them. How much does that change it for you if they lose this weekend?
Not significantly enough to really root that way. And, if you want to ruin all the fun, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. You're right. It doesn't. Fine, guys. It changes nothing. But I'll tell you this: when you look at the top, again, Dan Quinn doesn't do this, but this is what we talk about. We're going to have to go on the road and play a 2 seed. And the teams that could be are what? Minnesota, Detroit, or Philadelphia. Who's the preference there? Is the obvious one Minnesota, or is there really no preference? Or is Detroit now kind of beat up and you think maybe Detroit?
That's a fascinating question that honestly I am hoping the first full week of January we get to open the phone lines on. But right now the way I feel is maybe Minnesota, but that defense is so good. Maybe it is Philly, dude. But the realistic thing we have to like kind of prepare our minds is this is a playoff game. The other team's really going to be good.
Yeah.
And the next few weeks we catch no breaks, guys. I mean, I don't know if you realize this. 2 of the teams we have to worry about in the playoffs are both playing crap New York football teams this weekend.
Yeah.
We are catching no breaks.
It'd be a great week for the Giants to show up and beat the Falcons. Michael Penix.
How about this? I sort of like the Jets. I sort of feel like Rodgers is doing this thing where just when everyone made up their mind that they were done with him, he's now going to like trick everyone into thinking he still got it. And I could see them being good against the Rams this week.
Just in time for his Netflix doc, by the way.
It has to. Dude, it's all part of the promo.
I kind of agree, man. Like the way he and Devontae finally clicked last week, it'd be fascinating. Even if it's just could you see Rodgers playing well enough down the stretch that whoever Woody Johnson hires, like, yeah, we're going to run it
There's
back
something about him getting backed into a corner that suddenly starts playing well, because it happened with Jordan Love, right?
Sure.
He was starting to get written off, and then they draft Jordan Love, and he wins MVPs. Now everyone's saying he's not going to be back next year, and suddenly he plays well.
Well, let's just get one more week out of it. It would be really helpful for us.
Peter, thank you for the time, brother, as always, man.
All right, boys. Talk soon.
All right. See you. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Congrats on the new show, ESPN New York Afternoons. Now, before you get to Peter's afternoon show tonight, Thursday Night Football, baby. I got a Christmas concert this afternoon. I'm going to be home in time for kickoff of Thursday Night Football. And if you want to check out some of the same game parlay props on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Now, if I was up to you, I might take a look at some of these anytime touchdown scores. If you listen, last week you had Cortland Sutton, Quentin Johnson, and Ladd McConkey all score a touchdown. If you roll that up together in a single game parlay, throw a little cash on it, that thing's going to make you rich. Here's a pretty simple one, too, if you want to check out for tonight in advance of Chargers Broncos. You go Bo Nix over 175 passing yards, Ladd McConkey over 50 receiving yards, and then you just take Denver to win on the money line. You parlay those three legs, and your total odds will be plus 275. That is pretty darn juicy. Listen, the odds and the lines are subject to change. You must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We have a few items to take care of before the end of the program. Landell, I won't be in studio tomorrow, but I hope you guys have a great party with Stevie bringing food. Number 2, I kind of wish B. Mitch was here in Ashburn because Landell. So we are very, very lucky that the Commanders provide us food once a week from Chef Connor, and it's fantastic, right? And every once in a while, like we never know what the menu is. We just get it, and then we eat it. And it's all fantastic. But the sea bass Chef Connor serves periodically is outrageously great, out of this world. And B. Mitch has been here before when it's served. And Landville, we know how much B loves sea bass, correct? It might be his favorite food.
Chilean, baby.
Dude, so Chilean sea
Chilean.
bass. Chilean sea bass was on the menu today. I even showed it to Toby. I said, oh, man, this stuff is so good. B would be so excited. So Toby and I we could smell lunches served. We have to finish a segment. We walk in there. All the sea bass is gone. 2 pans of sea bass completely gone. There's not that many people. Some people absolutely loaded up on the sea bass, and there's none left for me, Toby, Fortier, and anybody else coming in.
Name names.
I'm going to just I mean, everyone else that's here. So I'm just going to keep it moving with this. If B was here, I think he would legitimately fist fight somebody.
Probably
100% would.
48 doesn't need sea bass. He needs.
I'm
he
getting,
needs to get a
I'm
little more
getting
meat
dirty
on him.
looks now. I don't even know what I'm doing. 48 needs sea bass. You don't think 48 needs sea bass?
No, he needs to bulk up. He needs a little more meat on his bones.
Landfill says 48 needs to bulk up. I might get attacked here. Kime said he only had 4 pieces. Kime needs to bulk up. And lastly, I heard some alarming news that Jeff Walker only showers once every 3 days.
Oh,
that is not true. And what I said was, I have to shave every other day, and that's not fair. It's hard being the minority in this world, not having hair.
To be clear, what he said was, I shower every other day. That's what he said. Then he's just trying. He's just doing some spin zone stuff here.
God. Oh my God.
Let's make some bets and get the hell out of here.
Ah ha ha.
All right, since I'm winning the week, I'm gonna go ahead and make my bet. I got the Chargers money line over. JP, you're 0-2. Relax. I got the Chargers money line over the Broncos.
Jeff thinks you only have to bet every other day because that's when he takes showers.
Give me the Hornets -4 and the over against the Wiz tonight.
Damn, Toby was ready, huh?
I mean, that's an auto bet for me, JP. Over in Wizards games, which actually hasn't hit as much this year.
Yeah, keep auto betting it. Great job. We do got the Wiz on tonight. Monumental, 7:00 here. Chris and Drew. They could win this one. They're at home against the Hornets. That's winnable.
Sure.
Bro, it's winnable. I might have to bet on the Wizards.
Yeah,
Landfill,
sure.
what do you got?
Sam Houston State +3.5.
Ooh,
there it is.
What
Football,
is
baby.
the Sam Houston State mascot? 45s?
Generals.
It looks like a paw on the logo. What is the Georgia Southern mascot?
They're like
Eagles?
Aren't they the Bears?
Eagles.
They look like a bird of some sort.
I think it's the Eagles.
All right. I am going. Landini, what you got the total in this football game tonight? 41 and a hook?
It's the Bearcats for Sam Houston State.
Bearcats. With a
Bearcats.
K.
Yeah.
41 and a half, Landfill?
Sure.
Under. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Dave Zangaro. Thank you to Quan Martin. Thank you to Doug Kammerer. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Hornets Wiz tonight. Chargers Broncos tonight. Hurricanes Caps tomorrow. Commanders Eagles Sunday. Going to be a fun weekend. Made it this far. Toby owes you a snack.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to take on the Eagles on Sunday, looking to improve on their 9-5 record. Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week once again, tying the league record for 9 times in a season. He ties Ben Roethlisberger, who did it in 2004, and Justin Herbert, who did it in 2020. Other NFL injuries, the Chiefs are activating wide receiver Hollywood Brown. He'll make his season debut on Saturday. Also, the 49ers are likely to be without their running back, Isaac Guerrero. Thursday Night Football, the Broncos taking on the Chargers. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hornets at 7 o'clock at home. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Kyle Kuzma been ruled out for that one. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Hurricanes tomorrow at home. Coach Spencer Carberry today at Skate talked about Alex Ovechkin saying, I'm not going to give a percentage or anything like that, but he's getting real close to returning. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders in the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's December 19th, 2024, and we will take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening, 4.5 hours. We'll give away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock. And on the docket today at 3, Eric Flack, who has been on the beat as it pertains to getting the RFK land back to D.C. and the Commanders trying to build a stadium in the city. He will join us with the latest as everything is now in a holding pattern, it appears. And at 5 o'clock today, we're going to preview the college football playoff landscape that is set to kick off for the first time ever this weekend with our buddy Danny Cannell, who, of course, was a star at Florida State, very outspoken on college football, has great opinions. We will have a conversation with him about who's going to win the national championship 3 hours from right now.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, man. This, I guess the tournament gets underway Friday night, right? There's a game, Friday. There's at least one Saturday as well. My son was actually really interested in it. And he's like, I know we're not going to be around, so can we DVR one of these games? So it's caught his attention, which I thought was pretty cool.
3 games on Saturday. In fact, Saturday is going to be one of the best football days in history, possibly. Here's your 5-game slate on Saturday between college and the NFL. At noon, SMU plays Penn State. Staggered by 1 hour, the Texans and the Chiefs, a 1 o'clock kickoff. Then at 4 p.m., as SMU and Penn State is ending, Clemson and Texas begins for game number 2 of the college football playoff. About 30 minutes after they kick off, at the end of Texans Chiefs, game number 2 in the NFL begins, and that's going to be a slobber knocker. That's Steelers-Ravens at 4:30 in the AFC North. And just when you think your quadruple header is over, you've had your 2 college games, likely Penn State and Texas advancing, but maybe we get a surprise when the Texans and the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Ravens are done. At 8 p.m. in prime time, Tennessee and Ohio State, the SEC and the Big Ten. Couple of powers, couple of top 10 teams all year long in America meeting in the college football playoffs. 3 college games, 2 pro games, noon to about midnight. Let's have a Saturday.
Partridge in a pear tree. How about that? Give me rooting interest for the games on Saturday. SMU, Penn State, Clemson, Texas, Tennessee, Ohio State. Anybody Grant Paulson's pulling for?
That is a good question. First of all, I'm going to go Texas over Clemson. I don't really know why. I like Quinn Ewers a little bit. I like watching him. I also like Arch Manning, who's their backup quarterback. I think they've got a pretty good thing going at Texas. I'm a Dabo guy generally. I don't have any problem with him. I kind of like people that everyone makes fun of, and
like he's a little goofy.
Yeah, if anybody is hated because of just being like old school or fairly like, I don't know, antiquated in their decency. Like, that guy's not an idiot. He doesn't go out and do stupid things at the podium. I don't know. It's just, I root for those guys, but I will go Texas over Clemson. And then I guess I'll go Ohio State and Penn State. I want as many of the good teams as possible to advance to the deepest round so that we get the best matchups. I don't want an upset with SMU. I think Clemson would be probably a pretender a little bit moving forward. So give me Penn State, Texas, Ohio State. Let's have the powers link up in the semifinal round.
Who are you pulling for to win the whole darn thing? You're Georgia Bulldogs? As a longtime Georgia fan?
No, probably not.
Okay.
The longtime Georgia fan in me has kind of had my fun. I've seen them win.
You enjoyed it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still watch them more than any other team, but I'm not like a Georgia mark. That's like the team that I follow. I'd like to see Texas or something kind of fresh and different and new, to be honest with you. I'm anti-Ohio State. I will say that. As they get further along, I want them to be upended. I'll probably say a Longhorns national championship, Texas big back, would make me feel pretty good.
Okay.
I think that's good for college football.
I'll take that. Sounds good to me. My only rooting interest is against Penn State indiscriminately. Multiple reasons won't go into, but the most recent spat where we correctly assessed how much of a jackass James Franklin and company were when they ran up the score on people and then did that like weird straw man about, if you don't like it, stop us. And then the responses from the Penn State faithful. So rooting against them pretty indiscriminately, but I'm sure they're going to win a bunch and everyone will be happy.
I don't know if they're going to win a bunch. You mean by a bunch?
No, I think.
Or do you mean they're going to rip off?
No, I
two
think
wins?
they'll win. They'll beat Boise State. So all of a sudden they'll be, they'll beat SMU, who I don't think belongs, but what do I know? Then they'll beat Boise State because I think they're probably better.
Yeah,
from that old
By the
Big
way,
Ten.
I don't want to say it's a cakewalk, but they got the best draw.
That's my point. So
far.
they'll just get to walk on through, and so that to me is a bunch. Now you've advanced multiple rounds. That's way more Penn State on my screen.
Yeah, so I want Ohio State, Oregon in a 1-8 matchup in the second round. I want Texas, Arizona State, and then I'm rooting for Oregon, Texas to get to the national championship game. I want to see Notre Dame play Georgia and Penn State play Boise State. I would probably pull for Boise State and, weirdly enough, Notre Dame. I don't think this will happen.
Okay.
But those teams to get to the Final Four, and then Notre Dame in the national championship against Oregon probably is what I would root for. I think it's going to be Oregon against Georgia. I think those are the two best teams, and that's how it's going to end. But it would just be nice to see Notre Dame not get embarrassed one of these times when they play against
wouldn't it be fun
the national powers.
if the national rankings actually matched how good they were, instead of just the annual overhype, so that they can get some good ratings on NBC?
But you sleep. I know Ryan sleeps.
Oh.
And Darius definitely sleeps on Cam Scatterbo, the running back from
Arizona State.
He's like a Mike Allstott looking, but faster. Big, white, like 237 pound. It just doesn't make sense what this guy does and the speed and how he operates. He's a blast to watch. Arizona State against Texas could be a fun little 4-5 game if Texas can get by Clemson. So sorry, Drabby, but I would then root for Texas to get to the Final Four. But let's do this thing. Let's have a Saturday.
Let's do it.
2 NFL games, 3 college games. I'm supposed to take my daughter to see Moana 2. So somewhere in there, I'm going to be in a movie theater watching The Rock sing songs.
Just on your phone.
But I would like to watch as much football as possible, too. I think that could be fun. And we're all getting ready for Sunday and the Commanders and the Eagles. Did you hear what Cliff Kingsbury had to say today about game number 1?
I did indeed. I actually thought I really like this.
Kingsbury blamed himself for the loss. Did not like the game he called. Didn't like how much he tried to cram into the couple days that they had to prepare before a Thursday night football game. This was Cliffy today at the mic.
Yeah, I think the ability to learn from what we did the first time we played them on a short week. I mentioned this before, but I had way too much in, and I feel like we played tentative. I didn't call a very good game. So now to have the full week process and just see how they played this first time, try to make the proper adjustments, and then see how far we've come since then. I think that's going to be the exciting part. But they've done a tremendous job, Coach Fangio, defensively. I mean, the improvements they made from last year and just watching them week to week, critical moments, the way they're playing. It's been impressive to see the job he's done. It'll be a huge challenge, but I think we're a different team. They're a different team, and hopefully we can play at a lot higher level than we did the first time.
That might have been Washington's worst offensive game of the year. It was probably Daniel's worst performance. They went 3 of 12 on third down. They averaged 4.2 yards a play, barely had over 260 net yards in the game. They threw for 170 net, and that was with a bunch of garbage time, moving the football at the end of the game. They didn't really get over 100 yards until the last couple of drives. If you remember, they had a 70-yard drive with 30 seconds left where Zach Ertz caught a touchdown when they were down 26-10. How much of the problem do you think Cliff Kingsbury is right about, that maybe they just overdid it in their prep on a short week and was the plan and the play calling?
So good for him for owning that. To me, the problem wasn't, well, I'll take one part of it. The plan was an issue. And here's what I mean. That was the last time as we're sitting there going, please don't just line up Terry McLaurin in one spot. Because when you did that, you didn't throw to him at all. And when you don't throw to him at all, the offense stinks. And the offense stunk. So since then, he's been in the slot. He's been on the right side. He's been in motion. All the things that everyone complained about the Cliff and whatever, valid things, by the way, adjustments have been made since. Now I get excited. So your initial plan was, yeah, let's just leave him on this really good cornerback who has played excellently. And there were no targets pretty much until the end of the game. So I care about that.
Yeah, the numbers were 2 targets, 1 catch, 10 yards. And his first target came, I believe, just before halftime. And his only other one came midway through the third quarter, if I remember.
And that's kind of my point here. So in that regard, yes, I agree with you that the plan wasn't particularly great. I think there's a lot of things. Philadelphia's defense is awesome. They really are. We didn't know it how good they were then, but they've turned out a lot of work since then. That's among the best in the sport.
But he's not saying, I don't think, Danny, I didn't get the ball to Terry McLaurin enough. He's saying, I think I put too much in the few days that we had. Like he's doing when you sit down for your job interview and you go, what's your worst attribute? And you go,
I care too much.
I'm just too honest. I just try too hard. Like he's doing I really overworked in those couple of days. And I'm not trying to say he's patting himself on the back. I actually love that he's kind of taking blame.
He's taking a make up.
He's taking it off Jaden's shoulders and the offense's shoulders, and he's going, yeah, I screwed us up that day. I don't know that I completely buy that. That the problem was that they had too many plays that they liked. That sounds great. I think that game they got shoved on by a really good defense. And we talked yesterday about Daniel's health. He did not look right in that game. He did not play very well. But to your point, the lack of involvement of Terry McLaurin, the lack of involvement for Noah Brown, 1 catch, 4 yards. Some of this was that Daniels was off, but a lot of it was they couldn't sustain any drives. They couldn't stay on the field. They converted just 3 third downs out of 12, as I mentioned. Like no one's going to get the ball,
right?
Because you're punting constantly. It was the opposite of what most of this year has been like, where they never punted. These were how long their drives were in terms of plays: 3 plays, 4 plays, 3 plays, 3 plays, 9 plays, 37 yards punt. By the way, with a 10-yard penalty, so a net of 27 yards on 9 plays.
Hard to do.
I don't even know how that is possible. I'd have to go back and watch that. 4 plays, 8 plays, 5 plays. They couldn't stay on the field.
Mm-hmm.
So no kidding, Terry didn't get the ball. Nobody did. Brian Robinson and Jaden Daniels. That's about it.
The only guy that did was Austin Eckler in the receiving game, and he was good. And they don't have him this go around. So yeah, I mean, the specifics of his, hey, this is where I messed up. That's fine, and I appreciate him doing that. I'm on the same side, but in totality, no, I don't necessarily buy it. But again, I like that the head coach is doing that instead of saying, yeah, Jaden didn't really do that great of a job, and he was getting wrapped on the sideline with whatever that was around his midsection, but we're not going to say what it was, and he's just staying warm or something. Yeah, the offense wasn't good in that game. And again, Philadelphia deserves a lot of credit because they are excellent on that side of the football. But it's got to be different this time. And I'm hoping that with some of the changes and the adjustments and now his willingness to not just say, Terry on the left and we'll figure out whatever else, he's moving around. That gives me some hope that they understand if you've got 10 plays, it can't just be, well, we don't get enough plays, we can't get Terry the ball. No. Include it early, then you get more plays. And if you don't, at least you went down getting the ball to Terry McLaurin. And that's my hope now is that there's an adjustment there. Because since then, McLaurin's productivity has continued to shine.
The Eagles defensively, by the way, since their bye week, which it's one thing to say that 3 weeks after the bye week. That's now a couple of months ago, right? They've played double-digit games basically since then. They're the best defense in the league, but you don't even need that qualifier anymore because it's been so many games. They're now the number 1 defense in the NFL on the season, period. 4.7 yards per play. They're number 9 against the run. They're number 1 against the pass. They are number 7 at getting to the quarterback and getting sacks. You remember that was what they did in the first game. And they made Jaden Daniels uncomfortable. They got home. They moved him off his mark. They kept him in the pocket, though. Most teams that have rushed Jaden Daniels well haven't gotten home, and he's basically escaped out the back door. It's like you're doing a breaking and entering, coming in the front door, and Jaden Daniels goes, well, see you later.
Thanks.
And he dips out into the backyard, and he runs through the woods. The Eagles were able to keep him in the pocket while they were breaking into the pocket and stealing everything from Washington, which most teams hadn't been able to do. They're number one at avoiding giving up first downs. We saw that, as we talked about. You're not sustaining your drives. I mean, they've just been awesome at everything. They're number 2 on third down. They are number 4 in the red zone. They are number 3 in the NFL in scoring and number 1 in yard differential. So they're just in a really, really good place defensively. It's going to be a very tall task, and I am very excited to see how this offense handles it. Because in some of their games against the best defenses they've played, it has been a scuffle. And we said in the second half of the season, this would be coming. When you played Pittsburgh, when you played Philly, it's going to look a little different. And it certainly has. But they have not really had that epic, virtuoso, great defense, and you overcame and you lit them up performance. And I'm hoping that this is that for Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury, and Washington's offense.
Well, this would go so far to doing so many different things. Number one, to that point, you beat the good team. How about a team that's ripped off 10 straight wins that is a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, instead of your best win being against 7-7 Arizona, now your best win is against the number 1 team in the NFC.
You thrived against a great defense. If they're able to play their A game against a really, really bona fide, excellent opponent, that's going to go a long way to validating some of this stuff. Because so far, again, I'm very pleased, as every fan should be. You should be happy. You should be thrilled. Big picture. This particular season, though, this little sliver we're looking at, we're just looking through a microphone glass at this little tiny season. You go, yeah, they're probably not ready to beat some of the good teams yet, or even the great teams yet. They can beat some bad teams. You do that, you go to the postseason. A few teams are going to do that this year. But how awesome would this be for a narrative change, right?
I should point out, I'm actually need to apologize to you. I'm remiss that I didn't point this out right off the top. You look fantastic today.
Oh, well, thank you.
For those of you watching on YouTube, on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, you see me in my Caps hoodie on the left there. And on the right is Danny Rouillet in a sports jacket and a nice button-down dress shirt with a pocket square.
Little flare there, yeah.
I think we got a holiday celly tonight.
Yeah, the wife's company holiday party is this evening. I will be attending that. So I've got my red festive pantaloons on as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Can we
of course.
see those on camera?
Yeah, I'm going to stand up for you.
Yeah, go ahead and stand up.
By the way, the lights aren't really on in here. We should probably let me fix that. I'll stand up and fix that, and you can see both the front and the hind parts as I stand up, which is fine.
We're all very excited about
That's fine.
that.
Hold on.
The red pants, by the way, are extremely red, but it is very festive. You look like you're ready for Christmas. Now, how on are you at this event? I mean, are you going to walk around and really turn on the charm and try to hold court?
It's a great question.
Will there be any impressions done?
These are great questions. I don't know about this sort of stuff.
I think you're trying to win over some wife colleagues, right?
Yeah,
My guess
but
is,
I don't know what they want. Like, it's at a crowded holiday party with loud noise. Like, our holiday party was the loudest place in human history.
So I appreciate Odyssey doing a holiday party at MGM, and I thought the food was amazing.
Yeah, everything was good.
It was an open bar, like a lot of things that over the years I would have said like we'll never have. And seriously, credit to them
It was very nice.
for doing it. That was very nice. Also, let's just get rid of the DJ situation because it was if the speakers went to 100, I'm going to sound like my dad for a second. It's too loud, Janine. It's too loud. I mean, it was on 95, and you and I are standing next to each other. Just this is the bit. We were like, "How long did it take you to get here?"
What? What? Richard Gere?
The food's really good.
What mood is in the hood?
Anne Heche.
The actress? It was so ridiculous. I just dipped out. I couldn't handle it anymore. My voice was hoarse.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear a word anyone was saying. It was lovely. It was, I know we were complaining. It was super nice. I just couldn't handle the noise anymore.
You asked me at one point, this is true. Danny said, "Where are we putting the bags?" And I said, "On the floor over there." And you said, "Terry McLaurin? The McLaurin?" I said, "No, the floor. McLaurin." That was an interaction we had.
Floor and decor? What? It made no sense.
It was so
it's
loud.
going to be loud, and so that's not real impression conducive. You know what I mean? That's not real. Like, hey, I hate to ask you
Just
this,
do me
but
a
did
favor.
you do Charles Barkley at a commercial?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what they want.
Do me a favor.
Sure.
I want you to count the number of impressions you do. Okay. And I want 2 numbers. I want number of impressions you're asked to do.
Okay.
And then I want the ones you just kind of break out at like showing it off a little bit.
All right. My bet is, the over-under is 1/2 of an impression.
I'm slamming over.
But I don't think these
I think
people.
you'll be mid-sentence with someone at some point, and like a name will come up that you have in the artillery. Like they'll be like, "Oh, great movie, yeah, love De Niro," and that'll be your
just do
cue.
it.
You're
So-
just gonna be like, "Oh, it's my time to flex a little."
So I don't know if any of these people know who I am or care.
I
Other
don't
than
think anyone's
I'm just my wife's husband here tonight.
Yes,
Like,
I don't think
know.
anyone's gonna ask you to do one. I think you're
Okay.
gonna break a couple out.
I don't know about that.
There might
Honestly,
be a guy that you find cool that you want to be friends with.
It might be. Again, I don't know what to expect. Like my wife, who's incredible, does this bit where she'll just say someone's name, and like I'm trying to figure out who this person is.
Yeah.
So Jen. No, I don't remember. I may have met her once 10 years ago, but I'm not sure. Like there's like a away work colleague type person, and I just don't know who everyone is. So whether they know who I am or care, I'm gonna act as if like whatever she wants me to do, I'm gonna do. Does that make sense?
Sure it does.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have a good time though. There's probably gonna be good food.
That's the,
So I'm
the
happy
key.
for
Yeah.
you. You heard what Cliff Kingsbury thinks needs to be different than the first time Washington played Philly and lost on Sunday. He thinks he's got to call a better game and plan a better game offensively, which would be nice. We will put that into the let's do it pile. What else needs to be in that pile? What do you think has to be different for Washington to get a different result against the Eagles on Sunday? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Next on Grant and Danny.
they don't give up anything easy. You got to defeat them. Not a lot of big plays, and then creating havoc up front. 98 is as good a player as there is in the NFL right now. He wrecked us the first game, and they have some really good rushers. I think their secondary plays really in line together. 27 that they drafted has been phenomenal for a young guy, and so they just got it going. They play really well together, and they don't give up big plays.
High praise from Cliff Kingsbury for Jalen Carter, calling him a guy playing, needed to get that cough out. One of the best defensive players in the league right now. Carter, 14 games, 13 starts on the season, 4.5 sacks, about 40 tackles. He is a handful, and he was a wrecking ball. Blew some really critical plays up, including that key 4th down.
Yep.
When Washington didn't kick the field goal to
He's
take
a bad
lead.
dude.
He is a beast, 23-year-old sophomore player in the NFL. We'll get back into what has to be different for the Commanders to beat the Eagles in just a moment. You can call in now if you want to hop in. 800-636-1067. I want to remind everybody that tomorrow's show will be out and about with a live audience. We want you guys to come out and support the program and listen to the show and take part in our little pre-Eagles pep rally. Our Friday field trip is at the Crystal City Sports Pub tomorrow, just across the river from DC in Maryland.
Yes, indeed.
Great location, one of my favorite sports bars. Funny to say, I've been going there since I was a little kid. Me and my dad used to go.
It's a good turn of phrase, yeah.
Many, many years ago. But they got a great little dining area as well. But I love that place in Crystal City. So come on out right on, I think it's 23rd Street in in Arlington. But it's right off 395.
And you know it. It's right there. Everybody knows Crystal City Sports Pub.
Who hasn't
Seriously.
been there? It is such a great little spot. So we'll see you guys out there. Danny's done his holiday shopping, he told us yesterday.
Yes.
So that means your stress is over.
Nope.
It means that you can just put your feet up and
My
get
feet is
ready
up.
for Christmas next stop.
No, not at all. It's juggling events, juggling the calendar, juggling feelings. It's nothing but juggling. It's a chainsaw Molotov cocktail juggle festival for the adults. And I only do a fraction of it. I mean, my wife does 97% of it. But the secondhand stress is real. It's nothing but parental effort, which we signed up for, and I would do again. I'll do it again next year. But no, there's nothing relaxing about it.
Do you have you're going to a holiday party tonight?
Yes.
Probably wrapped some gifts, put them under the tree. Sounds like you're in the holiday spirit.
Yeah, it's not a thing. Like it's like it's not a Hallmark movie. You know what I mean? Like, come on, it's not. There's no soundtrack in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone has
a holiday movie if you make it one. You just have to want it to be one.
Say the camera crew and a budget.
Well, I mean, not an actual movie, but you could just get home and everyone could come up and be like, "God bless us, everyone." And you could sit down and have a ham dinner. You could do that kind of stuff.
Who can? What are you even talking about right
Christmas night? Just go.
Well, sure, yeah.
You have a nice dinner and your kids open their presents and they're so happy.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Or I was a different color. I asked for this one. It's complaints. That's what it is. Nothing but complaining.
Nothing says the holidays like joyful, merry Danny Rouillet.
And I was actually just thinking of this right now, since we don't have a confidence points punishment. What if the punishment is that someone has to go Christmas caroling in February? And Danny has to bring the Christmas spirit in another month, and maybe it'll hit him then.
Christmas caroling in February?
So I don't know about Christmas caroling in February.
Yeah, that'd be like solicitation. You get like a fine.
What we could do is the loser. We could do a caroling bit, like a door-to-door caroling.
That's what I'm saying.
But next Christmas.
I say we do
it.
I
mean, Darius still has to go take the pictures. It's not like there's a use by date, right?
Yeah.
There's no like prescription for when this has to be done necessarily.
Oh, I know. I think
That's
it'd be
actually
great.
pretty brilliant, I think.
Caroling. We have to go caroling.
And the rest of us can kind of video the person as they go door to door in a neighborhood.
They rent like a pickup truck or something. We sit in the back, and the loser has to go door to door.
I think that's really good. I mean, it's up to Danny and Darius basically to decide.
Yeah.
Although I haven't seen the scores. We could all have a chance. Darius, can you look up the scoreboard for us, please, and let us know what things look like as far as the picks go? But Danny, I'm just happy that you're done shopping.
Yeah.
Because I know that is one thing off your plate, and now you really can enjoy the final days of the season.
I mean, there isn't any enjoyment out of it. It's other than when it does go right for the kids. But yeah, everything else is just effort and stress. That's all. But for some reason, everyone has to pretend it's not, and that's the weird part to me. Is the faking, is the pretending that it's something different entirely.
I think what my co-host is trying to say is Merry Christmas from the Grant and Danny radio program.
Yeah, hope everyone's healthy and happy. But again, it's just stress. That's all. Like, it's just real talk.
Ryan's in Ashburn on G&D. Ryan, what's got to go different for the Commanders against the Eagles?
Oh, man. So a couple of things here, guys. One, we got to get after Jalen Hurts. I think when we were able to send guys like Frankie Louver in, and one of the big trick plays actually blew up, was just getting after him, making him make decisions before he wants to. I think just taking him off his edge, sending in 5, 6 guys in, really like stifling Saquon, especially earlier on. With that being said, we do have to finish games here. In the last few games, honestly, against the Bears, against the Steelers, against the Cowboys, and then also against the Saints, we saw that we gave way too much in the fourth quarter, which ended up costing us or almost costing us the games.
It's actually a really good observation.
Yeah.
They have worn down. I don't really know why that is, but they've gotten worse as the games have gone on. Now, it's hard to get better from not allowing a point in the first half and making Jake Haener look like he doesn't belong, which is what happened against the Saints. And in 3 quarters against New Orleans, they were by and large excellent. Because the third quarter, they gave up the 2 plays for 50 yards back-to-back and the trick play touchdown. But the fourth quarter was pretty inexcusable, right, where they gave up the 12 unanswered and they just couldn't get off the field, couldn't get any stops of a bad offense with a backup quarterback at the controls. But if you go back, he's right, all the way to the Philly game, they bottled up Barkley for the majority of the night. I'm not saying they didn't.
Yeah, no one's going to remember
job.
that because the way it ended, but you're 100% right.
It would have been like a 18 or so carry, 90 to 100, something like that. He ended up ripping off the 25-yard touchdown run, then another 40-yard touchdown run. That's 65 right there as he got to 146. Both of those were in the fourth quarter. I would be willing to bet that half of his 146 yards were in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was basically 20 for 70 at one point in the game.
He only made one play. If you remember, he caught a pass in the middle of the field like a check down, and he
juked somebody out of their shoes.
Percy Butler's jock was on the ground, and he rumbled for what was a
43-yarder, I think.
Yeah, 40-plus yard gain. That play aside, through 3 quarters, they had played him as well as any team in the league. And then the fourth quarter happened. He got off, and the Eagles ran away with the game, literally.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're Philadelphia, obviously you take that in saying eventually we're going to exert our will. I mean, this offensive line is so good. It's the hidden part of the game to me, that Philadelphia's O-line is among the best in the sport, and they're mauling people. You look at what they did this past weekend against Pittsburgh. If you didn't see it, they ended the game on a possession that started with over 10 minutes to go. And they just ran it out. They said, you're not stopping us. And they just pushed people around. That's Pittsburgh. That ain't Washington. That's that Pittsburgh front. And they said, our will, more important than yours, get shoved. And that's what happened.
I think some of that was that it was 4 days after the Pittsburgh game, to your point. And it's, they're on the field at that. I did the math. I don't remember it now. But I think it was like 78 plays in 5 days or something or more. And it's like, how on earth can we expect? No, because it was, you know what it was? It was 70 plays against Philly. I think it might have been another 70 or so. It was like 140 plays over 5 days. So no wonder why you fatigue. But I'll give you that excuse then. You don't get that on Sunday with a full week's rest. The other thing is, everyone keeps pointing out they have Marshawn Lattimore. That'll help. Do you remember that game different than I did? I mean, A.J. Brown had 125-yard catch, which I think was on the first quarter. Otherwise, he was 4 for 40. Devontae Smith had 4 for 29, and 21 of them came on one catch, by the way. Those guys didn't beat them.
No.
I don't know how or why the Eagles couldn't throw the ball and didn't involve their receivers that much. I guess they didn't have to. But it wasn't like Benjamin St. Juste was toast. That was not a you got beat because your secondary was bad.
Yeah, we saw that game previously in I guess it was last year, right? Where it was A.J. Brown left, A.J. Brown right, A.J. Brown down the field, middle of the field, whatever he wanted, he got. That wasn't the case the first time.
Also known as the day we found out Emmanuel Forbes was not the guy.
Not that guy, Paul.
You're not that guy, buddy.
Not that guy, Paul.
Vinny in Seat Pleasant, you're on the Fan. How are you?
What's going on, Granddaddy? How you feeling, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Just like the last call, I agree with the fact that we did do well with Saquon at the beginning of our game until the end. But stacking the box, I think, still works. If we can have someone can spy Jalen and have a linebacker who can just be specifically for Saquon, that'd be awesome too. We can either have a nickel play the flats as well, just to keep that that flat pass or that check down pass to Saquon contained. But like you said, by us having Marshawn Lattimore and him having a history on beating up on big receivers, I think he'll be okay with the one-on-one. Just have him follow AJ. I think him and AJ will have a nice battle. I think Jalen will get flustered and start going elsewhere. And when he starts going elsewhere, that's when Sam still can step up and do what he needs to do at his best. And, I think the defense can just play well, play a little better. Offense will definitely just speak for itself. I think Jaden will do what he needs to do to make sure he gets done what he needs to get done on offense. The receivers will be well. McLaren.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thank you. The offense was so awful in that first game, Danny. There's no way they play at that level again. Like, I refuse to believe. I do think Daniels wasn't right that night, but just generally, that was a worst case scenario for almost everything they do on offense. Don't you think?
I do, 100%. I mean, there were multiple opportunities. And remember, Philadelphia also missed some field goals, so they came up empty early on in that game, whereas they'd kind of stacked some points. But that was one of those matter of time. When Washington had good opportunities and didn't really convert, you go, they're too good for that. Or you can get away with that against New Orleans. You can get away with that maybe against Dallas, although they didn't. You can't against Philly, right? The games that they've lost, which haven't been many, but I think Tampa Bay got up on them 20-0 or 21-0, and then it was more even for the rest of the day. But that's the only way to do it, in my opinion, is every opportunity. Not only is it, it worked out, it's got to be like foot on the throat type stuff, and you make them one-dimensional.
The caller suggested they've got to keep them from throwing the ball to Saquon Barkley. They don't really do that, and I don't understand why, but Barkley has more than 2 catches out of the backfield on 2 occasions since week 3. That's crazy to me.
Strange, right?
He also only has more than 12 receiving yards, I think 3 times, looking at the numbers here, since like week 4, if my math is correct based on just scrolling box scores. So I don't know why, but they don't really throw him the football out of the backfield. He's mostly just a bell cow that they hand the football to. Darius, what are the confidence points scores if we were going to do the caroling as a punishment? What does that look like?
And just a little behind the scenes, we did not get to get our points in this past week. We were a little busy in New Orleans.
And
So
we were
our
busy
guys
just trying to eat everything in New Orleans.
Yes, that is correct. Grant, you lead the way with 138 points. Ryan's in second place with 122. Danny with 116 is in third place, and I am bringing up the rear. But I've closed the gap with 111 points. So I'm only down by 5, behind Ryan by 11 points.
How do we feel about the caroling thing? I think that's funny. I think that could be good.
I think it's a bit that works.
We like it.
It plays.
Could be something.
I mean, obviously I hate it so much, so I guess maybe that means it's a thing.
But it's doable hatred.
Yeah. I
Like,
suppose.
the point is, you got to do something that we're not going to like. Like, that's not the end of the world.
It's a
You
lot
go
better than
caroling,
pretty close.
You got to carol for a half hour. People take videos of you as you walk up and ask people to sing. I think that's funny.
Just got it not in some strange neighborhood, like just soliciting on people's door.
We'll just pick a neighborhood. We'll go and do some caroling, dressed in a Christmas outfit.
I was gonna say dressed in a Christmas outfit.
Well,
as
that's
well.
a given. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next December, be a great time, and plus
It's
it'll-
not. I mean, it's a terrible punishment.
Then all you have to worry about is not finishing last. You got this. You're in third right now.
Mm-hmm.
There are some awkward work experiences, I'm sure, around the country that people have to deal with. I don't know if anybody's got more of an awkward situation going on than Cody Bellinger. I'm going to explain next on Grant and Danny. Eric Flack at the top of the hour in about 15 minutes with the latest on the RFK site and whether or not DC is going to get the land. Beltway Blitz today at 4 o'clock. At that time, we'll give away tickets to a Caps game. Got to be listening to win them. I got a Caps Altcast tomorrow, out and about at the MGM over at National Harbor, in fact. I'm going to be doing an Altcast with your guy, Danny.
Who's that?
Tony P. in D.C.
So I'm glad you're doing an Altcast.
Thank you. I'll be there with Tony P. in D.C.
I'm glad you're doing an Altcast.
And Tarek El-Bashir will be there as well.
Oh, Tarek is awesome.
Big Tarek guy.
Grant's awesome. Tarek's awesome.
You're not being very nice.
Anyway, I didn't say anything.
I look forward to seeing Tony P. out there talking puck. We will be at, I think, the Sports Book tomorrow, which is also where the Junkies are going to be doing. It's a busy day at MGM.
I was going to say,
because we're there at night, and the Junkies will be there first thing in the morning. They will be doing their live drinking show with a live audience.
Oh, man.
That is a undertaking, I will say.
By the way, my wife asked me 2 months ago, do I know when that show is? Like the drinking show. She looks forward to that more than anything that I do at any point in time.
I kind of feel bad for them at this point because there's no way that they, at this point of their life, and I'm not trying to call them old, but at this point of their life,
they're older. They're older.
Do they want to drink until they feel terrible? Like, how long does that last at that point?
I don't know, but they can do it.
I'm 35 and I can't do that.
Well, like they're in much better drinking shape certainly than we are.
I agree with
which
that.
is a dubious honor because I don't, and it's not like you're a big imbiber.
No, but I don't know, man. In your 50s,
yeah,
I feel like if you get after it for a day, you feel that for a few days.
Yeah, that stays with you.
But they don't have a choice. Like, people are expecting it. People are showing up, watching, going, "Why aren't you having another drink,
Like,
JP?"
like yelling at you, like it's like you're pledging.
It's going to be a fun show, though. I will be
awesome.
listening starting at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we'll be hanging out on stage with the Junkies January 31st.
Yes.
At the 1067 The Fan Live event at Tally Ho Theater. I actually saw today when I got on the website to get a ticket that the first 2 rows have already sold out. Otherwise, I think it's pretty much general admission.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's no way to know how tickets are moving otherwise. But there's multiple rows that you can actually pay for that are already gone. So if you're getting your tickets, there'll be the Junkies, B. Mitch and Finley, Danny and myself, the whole 1067 The Fan crew on stage for a massive event in Leesburg, January 31st, Friday at 7 p.m. I think you and I are running the thing and emceeing it, but it's going to be really, really good. So people should come out and enjoy themselves.
It's going to be a blast, man. Those events are always so much fun. The live energy for stuff is something you can't replace. As someone that loves to stand on stage and hear himself talk, it is the coolest.
TallyHotheater.com for tickets. I brought up Cody Bellinger. I'm going to squeeze this in really quickly. Is this one of those things where I need to just be a little more mature, or is this a good bit awkward? Cody Bellinger's wife and mother of his 2 children is a model. She's beautiful, and I'm sure she's a lovely mom, and they have a great life. Before she was his wife and the mother of his 2 children, she spent 2 years dating Giancarlo Stanton, apparently pretty seriously, from what we can gather.
Oh.
Went to games, traveled with him, was at the LCS or whatever, sitting next to Aaron Judge's now wife. They traveled around together. And now Cody Bellinger has been traded to the New York Yankees. So he will be in the locker room next to Giancarlo Stanton, who dated his wife for 2 years. And there's these events where, your wife is there.
2 years is a long time.
I mean, it's not like it was a week. Apparently, it was from 2018 through 2019, according to the New York Post. Now, Ryan broke this news to me. He came up to me and he's like, "Dude, how crazy is this for Bellinger?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Is it that crazy?" He's like, "I think that's awkward." And my point was, they're both grown-ups. They'll never talk. He's like, "Do you just get it out of the way the first day? You just walk up to him and you're like, 'Hey, man, I know you dated my wife.'" I was like, "No, I don't think you ever mention it because I think you're both grown-ups. And this happens probably more than we all think. You just see the guy that you know from high school. Oh, he dated my wife, and it's the end of it." But
yeah, it does happen to grown-ups. I will say, like, I dated a girl. That's true. This is true. All right, this is true.
You dated someone?
Yes, I did.
You mean your wife?
I did. I dated her.
Wow.
This is before I knew she existed. Okay.
Cover my ears. La 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 la.
I dated a girl. It was an honest to goodness amicable disillusionment. I know people say that it was mutual. This one actually was. And like, I went to her wedding with she married someone that I knew very well from growing up as well. Like, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, adults can do it.
My point to Clary is you don't talk about it. I don't think it comes up.
Well, not at the nuptials. It wasn't like, hey man,
No, I'm saying.
But yes, your
in
point's
the
taken.
locker
Yeah.
room, do Cody Bellinger and Giancarlo Stanton ever acknowledge this? I bet you one of their teammates in a ball busting session at some point.
I was gonna say, I bet you
is gonna
somebody
bring
does.
it up.
I bet you somebody does. But like, again, you're a grown up. You can make a joke. Like, you know what I mean? I think the stuff that those guys talk about, I think it's not a big deal at all.
So you think level of awkwardness is a 0 out of 10?
Maybe 0.5 for like an hour, and then that's it.
I'm gonna say 3 out of 10 at all times.
Hmm.
Not high. Like, it's not like I'm gonna be avoiding Giancarlo Stanton, but I'd prefer not to be on the same team as the guy.
So like the way I would describe it is it would go like this among teammates. Let's say they're in the same BP group, right? Together. Stanton in the middle of the order bats, Bellinger, Stanton. Stanton runs into the cage first and goes, "Oh, I got there first." Kind of like, anyway, let me take my swings. Stuff like that would happen all the time.
I don't think that will ever happen. I don't think these two will bring it up to each other. I think teammates occasionally will mention it. Like, and I'm saying inebriated out and about, like at the dinner.
At the dinner, yeah, in the locker room, pregame type stuff. These guys live together basically for 9 months,
And I'm saying little deal, not big deal. I just think that if I could avoid being a teammate with the guy that dated my wife, I would probably prefer.
You try to do that?
Yeah, it's like, is it better to not work right next to the cubicle of the person who previously dated your girlfriend? It probably is.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
So I'm going to say 3 out of 10. Eric Flack has covered this stadium situation better than anybody. What in the heck is going on? How and why is Elon Musk involved? Are we going to get land back to DC so that it can be built on? Or is this falling apart at the seams in the final hour here? That's next on Grant and Danny. G&D on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. We are live, we are local, and tomorrow we'll be out and about for our Friday field trip from the Crystal City Sports Pub from 2 to 6:30. Please come out, watch the show, hang out with us, and get something to eat and drink.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Eric Flack is a Murrow and Emmy winning chief investigative reporter for WUSA TV9, the CBS affiliate in Washington, D.C., and he joins us now on our guest hotline. So, Eric, it was just a few days ago that all systems were go. Everything was pointing toward Washington, D.C., getting the RFK land back, and that was a big step toward eventually building a new stadium on that land for the Commanders. Since then, it feels like things have hit a snag. So get us up to speed. What is going on and why?
I hate to be doomsday, Grant. I think at this point it's looking like more than just a snag. I mean, the government funding bill that the RFK bill was attached to, which appeared at the time to be the biggest hurdle the team and the city had to overcome to get this land in DC's control, clearing them for the way to make the stadium deal, has completely fallen apart. Meaning the deal itself is dead on Capitol Hill. And now, and we can, I don't know if you want to go into the politics of it, but bottom line is it's dead. And now we're dealing with Republicans and Democrats and a president-elect and his staff who are negotiating over ways forward and what they're ultimately going to pass, because they have to pass something at some point to keep the lights on and to keep the government open. But RFK at this point seems to be a casualty of this infighting up on Capitol Hill right now.
So, Eric, that's what I wanted to ask you about. At some point, these people that are posturing and don't like each other and are doing whatever to score points for whomever, don't they have to pass something? Like, in other words, like eventually the government will open again, right? Like, so, right. But there's no chance anything gets attached to that, correct?
Yeah, so there are a couple options here, and the one that's good for RFK, for those who want the RFK land in DC hands, appears to be the most remote. But like Jim Carrey said, you're saying there's a chance. But if somehow they resurrect some version of the bill that's dead right now, the version that was agreed upon yesterday that had RFK, and if somehow that's the version of the bill that's stripped down and they just take a bunch of spending out of that, and RFK, which is attached to that bill, slides through because there's no money, there's no savings attached to that, despite what some are saying on social media, then that is the path forward for RFK to become a reality this session. The other option is that they start anew. They do what's known as a clean bill, a clean funding bill. They basically start over. And at that point, if they're starting over, if they're just dealing with keeping the lights on for the government and avoiding a government shutdown, then smaller things, and again, this is a big deal to us, but it is not a big deal to anybody in the rest of the country. Smaller things like RFK have virtually no chance of being added on when they're literally just looking to come to some sort of agreement so federal workers aren't not getting paid before Christmas. So those are kind of the two big options you're looking for. Even if there's a government shutdown, those are kind of the two options. Although if we do shut down the government, you're probably looking at some sort of a new bill.
All right, Eric, but how did we get here from 72 hours ago when everyone's high-fiving and the ball was crossing the goal line? And obviously, we're a sports show. You mentioned that you've got to brush up against politics. People are going to have to put their grown-up pants and shirts on. There was a time where we could have conversations and everyone didn't get angry. But treading as I guess as lightly as you need to in our little sports platform. How did we get here?
Yep, sure. So Elon Musk, who many people know, is an appointee of President-elect Donald Trump, and his mission in the new Trump administration is to attack government waste, to make government more efficient. Yesterday, he went on a large, what was formerly known as tweet storm, but an X storm, posting dozens and dozens of posts to his social media platform X, talking about the spending bill in general and what a waste of money it was. Because the reality is, and this part is true, that in addition to keeping the lights on, the government funding bill, there were many add-ons to this bill. This is very typical in Capitol Hill, but this is kind of what he's charged with. So he was attacking the add-ons in the bill, many of which cost billions of dollars. RFK did not, but there were many that did. And he just kind of went on a mission. That in turn led a lot of the very conservative members of the Republican Party on Capitol Hill to be emboldened to come out and oppose a bill that had already been agreed to by the leadership of not one party, but both parties, Republicans and Democrats. The leaders, or who we thought the leaders were of the parties, had agreed to this bill. And that's why we were all celebrating those who wanted to see RFK in DC's hands. Once Elon Musk went public with his criticisms, it kind of stirred up a base on Capitol Hill, which ultimately killed the bill. And that's where we are right now.
Where is Maryland in all of this? I mean, at one point there was like fighter jets involved, and
They got appeased, right? They got their fighter jets.
I guess they got it,
and they got their money for the bridge that fell down in Baltimore.
Right. So,
This has nothing to do,
where does Maryland stand?
This really has nothing to do with Maryland. It really has nothing to do with anybody who's in our local contingent. This was a force of nature, which is the frustrating thing, right? This was a force of nature greater than anybody who is in the DMV. This was a curveball out of left field, to use every sports analogy you can muster, that the team...
How about a touchdown that got reviewed?
All of it. I mean, it was reviewed. It was reviewed up in the booth and on appeal, even to the third base umpire. I mean, like literally nobody saw this coming. The people who were behind the bill were celebrating. They were cracking the beers. Now, the Commanders had not come out and put a statement because they wanted it to be officially official, but they didn't see this coming. The reason the Commanders didn't put out a statement yesterday wasn't because anybody saw this coming. They were just going to wait until the bill was voted on.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Right? But, and others decided not to, including the mayor of D.C. And I don't think anybody had a problem with that because nobody saw this coming. But it's not Maryland's fault. It's not D.C.'s fault. The agreement was hammered out. Maryland got what it wanted. D.C. got what it wanted. Virginia's sitting over there, doing its own thing. But this was beyond us here in the DMV, and now it is very, very possible that this thing that had been 10 years coming is now falling apart at the last
So
second.
Danny and I have compared this to, or the analogy that we were using yesterday that Danny came up with was like the bill is a ship and the RFK land is a barnacle.
Just a barnacle on the ship.
It's just a little barnacle on the ship, right? Elon doesn't care about the barnacle, does he? I mean, the barnacle is going to not go through because it has to be attached to a ship so that it can get to the next country. But there's no other ship that it can get on, and he just wants the ship to not go. Is that fair, or is he actually bothered by the barnacle?
That's correct. I mean, listen, Elon did in one of his posts single out, retweet something that was misinformation.
Yeah, I responded to that because he was wrong about that. You could elaborate on that.
No, yeah, he was wrong. Basically, a person who was on the X staff kind of called out the RFK bill. Buried into the spending bill is a $3 billion deal to give, federal land for a NFL football stadium. It was just wrong on every level. And Elon Musk reposted it and said, this is the type of thing. I'm not quoting him, but basically the point was, this is what I'm talking about. The post, by the way, of the person he reposted has since been corrected. It's still up in a different version, just saying we can't be giving away federal land like this. By the way, DC taxpayer money is going to go to clean up the land if they would give DC the land one way or another, even if there's not a stadium there. But that's kind of, so he does, but he doesn't care. You're right. He does not care about this RFK bill. He was on a tweet storm. He was on a post storm. He was on an X storm, whatever you want to call it. And he did, in fact, mention RFK, but it is much bigger than this. And then he does not care about RFK, but RFK very well, because of the way Congress works, may potentially, and at this point is on course to die because it's got caught up in this political fight over funding,
which was always part of the problem.
Yes.
Right. I mean, this is so much bigger. It should be so easy. Josh Harris's stadium in the arena I saw in Philly, the news today, like there's no fighter jets. There's never any bridge for a city that isn't the city that you're trying to put the arena in. The getting of the land has been mission impossible. This is why I keep screaming Maryland over and over and over again. It's just so easy. Westmore will meet you there in a Terry McLaurin jersey with a shovel tonight at 11 p.m. Like, I'm so tired of this. All these people that don't go to the stadium tell me that they can't build another stadium there. I keep going to the crap stadium, and I'm ready to build another one. So let's go back for a second. So then, specific to the land, basically the DC problem of getting the land back is being held up by people that have nothing to do with DC.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it has, and that's been happening for 10 years. But in this case, it's more true than ever, because there was bipartisan support to give the land back to DC. To your point, and to double punch on the point, nobody cares. Like, the Republicans and Democrats are not arguing over DC getting long-term control over the RFK site. Literally nobody cares. They're actually in agreement. Everybody probably wants it off their plate. But the way Capitol Hill works, the fact that the session is about to end, the fact that this is literally the last bill that Congress is going to pass before it goes home and takes its nice winter break, is the reason that RFK has to be attached to it. And now that it's dying, dead, and they're fighting over these things that have nothing to do with RFK, and whether or not a football stadium goes there or green space goes there, DC is once again potentially not going to have control of the land, and that rusted bucket of bolts that we loved so much back in the day that is sitting there absolutely vacant is going to continue to sit there for absolutely no reason other than a funding that has nothing to do with it.
So Eric Flack with us here, kind enough to give us a few minutes to explain it to us like we're five, because we kind of are in this space.
I am five.
So this is going to sound like, I don't know, like the Oliver Twist style and the most naive question of all time. But you mentioned there was bipartisan support for this, because there was. There are a couple stunning beats along the way. Like, I don't know who, I don't remember anyone's name anymore, but there was a Republican senator who's like, you know what, that Mayor Bowser's A-okay. Or congressman, rather. He's like, we're on the same side and we agree with everything. Let's give him the land.
Comer.
Yeah, James Comer. And that started this whole process. And then, like, the Senate was all good until Steve Yancey was like, not so fast. Stop enjoying yourself. But whatever, the point is, if there was bipartisan support before, I'm going to do it in a is there a chance, Eric, that could be bipartisan support again? That the folks could come together down on Capitol Hill and reach an accord? They could shake hands over it and toast to their successes. Couldn't it happen for True?
That's my favorite character you did. Does he have a name?
I don't know.
Like a Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah,
I thought that was Oliver. Is that not Oliver Twist with a bowl of porridge?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
The bit you do where you go, my number could come in, you see.
Yes, it's like a down on his luck due to the height of the Depression. It's kind of the bit, where it's like, my number's going to come in one day, I tell you. I'm going to keep plugging away. I'm going to keep working, and there'll be providence here. There'll be great successes, I tell you. Like that guy.
literally from a soup line. That guy is saying.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
stuff. Are you asking if they can do it this session or next session?
I don't know, honestly. My point is, like, once everybody reshuffles,
But next session means, aren't you?
next Jeff Sessions.
I don't know what guest we had on, but most of the time we have Eric on. Wasn't it you that told us if they wait till next session, like this is another year? It's not like it's 3 months away.
Right, but like, I guess that's the point. It's like couldn't people that agreed before? I know there's some changeover, but like there doesn't seem to be a lot of will to stop it. Everyone's like, yeah, I got it off the books, pretty much, right?
Yeah. So that's the next question. I mean, that's going to be the next thing we talk about, and I think the team doesn't want to go there yet, but it's already starting to tackle those questions about whether we try this again next year. The answer to your question is yes. There is some of the infrastructure that is still in place. You do have support from people who have already supported it, that have been convinced that there's nothing wrong with it, and you're going to have Republican control of Congress. All that's going to be fine. There are always going to be new hiccups and obstacles. There's a senator from Utah. The senator from Utah is one of only two people who voted it out, who voted against this
Him
bill.
and Byrne, right?
Right. That guy.
Byrne. Who's Byrne?
Oh, Bernie Sanders.
Oh, Bernie Sanders.
Total opposite ends of the spectrum. We're like, yeah, this isn't good.
Bernie, leave me out of it. Sorry.
Correct. No, that's okay. I didn't know whose turn it was to do an impression at this point.
Yeah, it was my.
We've gone off the rails slightly. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
It's your turn, actually.
Do you have an impression,
Yeah,
Eric? You want to do
any
for
you
us?
wanna try?
Well, you deliver the information.
I got nothing. I'm the worst impressionist in the world. I got nothing but RFK info for you. But listen, so like the Bernie is fine. The bigger issue is the Utah senator, because he wants DC to pay for the land, which complicates it again. He's going to be chair of that committee. He's a Republican. Republicans are going to be in control of that committee. He's going to be chair of that committee. Could that cause an obstacle next session? I'm not sure. But the other question is going to be, Josh Harris, Mark Ine, Rails, they were so close. They tasted it. They likely were popping some champagne at some point yesterday if they drank. Like everybody, the team thought they had it, and now they don't. Maybe. Let's not give up hope. But if they don't, if it continues on this path, has that taste whet their appetite for getting so close to being the people that bring the team back to DC, knowing that they were that close, and this was literally a unrelated kind of just chance politics thing that they got caught up in. Do they go back and do it again and follow that infrastructure? And I think that's going to be the next question. I think it's going to be hard for them not to at least seriously entertain taking another shot at this, knowing how close they were. But of course, if they do that, much to Grant's point, we go through this all over again. You push back the timeline. Now you're talking about 2031, unless they can do it really, really quick early in the session. And there's no guarantees, but it's possible. It's possible. Sure.
That means 6 more years at this stage.
Yeah, seriously.
Say it with me, people. Maryland. Say it with me. It can be a nice stadium. I promise you it can be nice. You can build a nice stadium.
Maryland is sitting there like the Michael Jackson emoji with the popcorn, just eating the popcorn.
Just feet up, yeah.
I bet you Wes Moore did a fist pump or two with all this news yesterday as we were all punching walls over here.
That's why they keep hanging around. They just keep on hanging around with their 600, 500, 600 million going, guys, whenever you're ready, we're ready.
All right, so let's let you out on this. Eric Flack, you can see why we want him on. He's got great information, and he delivers it in a way that even silly geese like us can understand. So my last question for you, Eric, is this is impossible to answer, but do your best. Percentage chance that they somehow get off the mat here. If we're talking
10%.
You're giving it only 10%.
Oh, yeah. I know,
man.
I know my ex is all over the place. It's like the stadium's coming. The stadium's not coming. I recognize that. Like anybody who follows me and thinks that like yesterday you told me the stadium is coming and today you're telling me it's not. Fair. But this is Capitol Hill. This is what we're dealing with. And the biggest problem is the RFK thing is such small potatoes compared to what they're fighting about. It is literally on nobody's radar anymore. And right now, the idea of resurrecting the one thing it's attached to is like the most remote option. So 10 is just because there's got to be a chance that they do, because it's kind of like the easiest way to keep the lights on is to work with the bill they already have. The problem is, like the anti-spending people have literally got on such a soapbox with this that they would have to, make such fundamental changes to that current bill and the spending in it that it makes it very, very difficult.
Eric, you're the best, buddy. Thank you as always, man.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Eric Flack, WUSA TV9. Make sure you're watching his coverage of this developing story. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Next, I want to go around the NFL. 3 games to go. Favorites for the MVP, Coach of the Year, Rookie of the Year. What do those awards markets look like? You're listening to the Fan. The Nationals have made their first move of the offseason. First notable move. They've probably done something.
Couple minor league
Yeah.
signings.
Mike Soroka, who at one point in time was the Rookie of the Year runner-up in 2015 as a first-round pick, had an awesome start to his career. Looked like he was going to be a front-of-the-rotation starter for the Braves. He's bounced around. He missed all of almost 3 seasons, most of 2020 and then 21 and 22. It just hasn't been the same since 9 starts last year with the White Sox without winning a game. But the Nats are bringing him in for a flyer on a 1-year contract. I'll take it. It is a player with a heartbeat who actually at one point in time had some upside, and why not kick the tires on him?
They've done this a couple times, and it has, either not worked out or worked out. But again, this isn't like a 10-year, $300 million commitment to somebody. These are kind of those around the edge type signings that, again, aren't terribly sexy, but still. I mean, this is a Major League Baseball player who's 27 years old. He's looking to get something, which is to rejuvenate his image, to be thought of as a potential high salary player trying to get himself somewhere again. And the Nationals need innings. So, this has worked out before. Again, this should not be all they're doing, but that's my fears that all they're doing. But they signed a Major League Baseball player. I'm happy.
A real life baseball player. I had a buddy of mine hit me up who's in baseball media not long ago, and he's like, "What would you think if the Nats did this?" And I said, "Oh, I think I would like that." I said, "What if you think if they do this?" I go, "I think I'd like that." He goes, "You think that's a good contract?" I said, "Oh, no, not at all. It's not a good contract at all." He's like, "Then what are you talking about?" He said, "You have to understand. There's nothing you could say that they could do that I wouldn't be happy about. It's like being hungry and saying, what if you ate this thing that's not that
Well,
good?"
it's not my favorite dish, but I'll wait for my favorite one. No, I'm not. I'm starving.
Did they sign a person? 28th overall pick in the 2015 draft who got to the big leagues almost immediately. And, flew through the minor leagues. Was great as a rookie. Different guy now.
A number of injury problems.
Been utterly derailed. But big boy, 6'5", 250, 27 years old. They will kick the tires. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. Chris, what'd you make of Eric Flack saying just a 10% chance, 10% that the RFK land ends up back with DC like we were told a couple days ago it was going to?
I think that at this point there's a better chance of the Beatles getting back together than us getting a stadium at RFK.
I mean, how hard is it, by the way?
Yeah.
It is so
very.
Think
it's
about
probably
this, Chris.
easier to resurrect, John Lennon and George Harrison than it is to get this deal done.
He doubled up on his
Because of
Beatles zing there.
Yeah.
You just said that.
To try because of the triangulation of government.
I get it.
Bodies involved.
Totally correct.
I wrote this down. Like, these are some of the obstacles, Chris. A senator in Montana. This is just for us to get a stadium that we like in DC.
No one else has to deal with
A
this.
senator in Montana, a senator in Utah, Elon Musk, fighter jets, and a bridge in Baltimore. There are others, but like
normal
that's the
everyday
short list.
business. Just normal stuff.
Just stadium, man. Just so I can go sit on my fat ass and watch Terry McLaurin kick your ass.
Look, Grant, I know that this is an issue that's near and dear to your heart, but I think for most people, we're arguing over where a television show is going to be produced. Like, that's really what it is.
I get your point, but it's so much bigger than that. This is community. There are tens of thousands of people that will be affected by this exponentially that go to the games all the time. And there are millions over the 30 plus years or whatever it is that will be affected.
Okay, but I mean, even if they build the stadium, max capacity, 75,000, that's a drop in the bucket in terms of the total population of the DMV. So most people aren't going to own season tickets. Very few of them ever actually going to go to games. I think wasting all this time and energy and personalizing it and like letting it get you down is just kind of a waste of time. Like,
well, you can say that about watching football too. I don't have a whole lot of control about
but
that either.
we don't have to get 5 different government agents and fighter jets to put on a TV
to watch
show.
TV.
Like, I can watch. I'm watching the games right now.
It's been harder to win, honestly. It might be. What's more difficult, getting the Commanders to have a good season or all those things? But I get your point. I got no control over it. I shouldn't let it bother me. The annoying thing to me, guys, and I'm talking to Chris, I'm talking to Danny, is everyone else gets to do it. It looks so easy for them and not here.
So here's my annoying part. I even recognize that eyes wide open going in that this is unique. And it's part of the reason I actually like living here. I like that there's this confluence of local and national, and the entire world watches what goes on around these parts. Here's what I can't do. It's happening. No, it's not. 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 Can't do that. Enough of that. That's the part I can't get down with, where they're basically going out of their way to be like, hey, man, get your hopes up, to then dash them again. And then it's like a classic Wizards game where when they were actually pretty decent, where they'd get blown out and you'd be so furious. Then they'd make this furious comeback and you'd believe again. And then they'd dash your hopes for like the second time somehow that same one individual game.
We are all Charlie Brown.
Yep.
And the government agencies are the Lucy in this scenario. And it happens again and again and again. So I can't waste any more agina or mental space over it. Like I want Luke McCaffrey to start getting targets. That's really what I'm
so down with that, by the way.
I'm team Luke McCaffrey getting targets too. We can totally agree on that. I am close to wake me up when there's news. Honestly, if we didn't do this job, I would be that guy. I would say, let me know when you break ground. Don't really care where it is, but let's do it semi-quickly.
Well, there have been a number of topics over the years that have gotten to that point for me. The name, honestly, like every time somebody wrote a column, or every time like somebody protested something or whatever, Dan Snyder said what he said. It was just sort of like we started getting into that thing. And I went, you know what? When they change it, let me know.
Be careful what you wish for, though, because you got so defeated by it that you said, make it a plural noun. I don't care what it is. Let me know.
Oh, totally.
And now you cannot stand the plural noun.
Absolutely. Because it's the whole thing's an embarrassment. So I understand that, but like I'm not saying I'm making good decisions because of it. I'm just so fatigued. I'm just so weary about it. Because it's to me, it's the rug pull. It's the honest to goodness belief. And now I don't believe anything anymore, as I've said a million times. And I'm sure it's annoying to people, but all throughout the process, like I will believe it when it is done.
I'm looking at the responses. I just in the chat, just kind of casually to get a quick feedback from listeners. I threw in the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat. I said, would you guys rather wait another year for a shot at DC with no guarantee anything happens differently next year, or just start building in Maryland? First few responses. This is so exhausting. F it. Just build it FedEx 2.0. Deborah says, start building in Maryland. I just don't care anymore. I mean, there's a lot of people saying those types of things where it's like, you won, everybody.
The world, you beat me down. That's fine.
I'm tired of it. Just go to Maryland. We should talk about that later on. Our double plays next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Plus, by the way, I'm being told $9 million for a one-year deal for Mike Soroka. So it is very much a big league contract. That ain't nothing for the Nationals. They just spent $9 million. So what'd you set your over-under on yesterday? 9.5?
No, what was that? Was it for one player?
Yeah, well, they spend more than...
I think it was 15.
Okay.
Meaning, like, will they have one guy that's impactful?
This was not going to be that. But
so this is more than I thought they'd spend. And I'm not even doing a bit. I didn't think they would do this.
1 year, $9 million. So they plan on him being in the rotation,
Yeah.
obviously. Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. It's time for a double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Remember tomorrow that we are out and about. Friday field trip, we are live at the Crystal City Sports Pub. You should come on out, enjoy the show. I've heard from a couple people that plan on enjoying the program, getting some lunch,
Very nice.
watching their pals tomorrow. So we will see you out and about. That will be very, very fun. Also, news of the day, the Nationals signed somebody.
Major League Baseball.
Now, bit of a flyer, bit of a kick the tires situation, but a one-year deal for $9 million for right-handed pitcher Mike Soroka, the former first-round pick by the Braves, former runner-up in the Rookie of the Year voting, missed almost all of the pandemic year of 20, got hurt, missed all of 21, missed all of 22. For the injuries, he was on his way to being a dude.
He had some stuff.
He is going to be in the rotation. By paying him $9 million, it means he is their highest paid player on
I
their
was going to say, that's the highest paid player on the roster.
by like $3+ million, by a lot of money. So welcome to DC, Mike Soroka. But with that in mind, out of the way I go, it is time for your double play, Danny.
Hit it, Darius.
When you're ready, though, Darius. When you're ready.
Yeah, whatever. You want to that's good. We're fine.
I think everything's
It's
okay.
fine, right? The trailer got me.
Oh, no.
Now he got mad, and now he's
was-
going to hit it
yeah.
again.
You won't
So
do it one more
Whatever
time.
you do, don't interrupt me when I start talking. Anyway, you can do it. Yeah, I thought so. I thought he was going to do it again. The trailer got me. New Superman movie, James Gunn directing. You know James Gunn from other nerdy projects like Guardians of the Galaxy and a couple other things. DC has basically said, you're in charge now, okay? You are the captain now. The new Superman trailer looks to do a couple of things that I actually like, okay? They're not doing the origin story again. We've done this is how Superman was created. We've done it so many times, everybody already knows it. So basically, it looks like James Gunn and company are going, let's not insult anyone's intelligence. Let's just start with we know who Superman is and what the deal is. Maybe we'll flash back to when he lands in Kansas and Ma and Pa can't find him and he's raised and he doesn't know what to do because he's young and has superpowers, right? Let's just start with the understanding that everybody already knows Superman. And here's the thing. The trailer, which everybody should watch, it's a couple minutes long and it's like set to the right music and looks pretty sweet. It looks a little busy. You've got characters in the DC universe that were just sort of like taken for granted that everybody knows who they are without any kind of setup. This is the risky part. Superman, yes, we know. Does everyone know Hawk Girl? Is everybody sure about Green Lantern? Hawk Girl, not who
Is
you're
that
thinking
the
of.
Hawk Tua
No,
girl?
it is not.
Okay.
She's very different. This person is a superhero as opposed to anyway. You got Rick Flag, Frank
Any Hoodles.
Annie Hoods. So Frank Grillo, who you know from the Marvel universe, he's Crossbones. He was the guy that portrayed Captain America, who was a pretty good actor. He's been in a bunch of stuff. He plays Rick Flag. You've got Lex Luthor. You've got Lois Lane. You've got Supergirl. You've got Maxwell Lord, who we've already seen in other things. Mr. Terrific. There's a million different characters that we're seeing just in this preview for 2 minutes long. It might be a little too busy. I don't know, but I know this. It's got me. It's got me hoping again that we might finally get to see a good one. It also leads me to one of my hottest takes. Here it is.
Okay.
I don't think people are ready for this. I have caught so much Eric flack for this over the years. This is one of my least popular opinions because everybody likes to dump on everything. And here it is. The rest of the movies were too dark, just not that good. They were clunky and awkward. Okay? I like Zack Snyder's Man of Steel. I said it.
Whoa, we were having a nice time.
Peter, listen. I like that movie. I like it.
That's a tough take.
It's not great. I'm not saying it's great, but I like it. The rest of it, I think, was garbage. Batman vs. Superman. Do you bleed? What are you doing, Ben Affleck? What voice is that? Justice League was clunky, thrown together, very, very poor. They had to get Superman, Henry Cavill off of the shoots of Mission Impossible, had to digitally alter his mustache. The whole thing was embarrassing.
Very handsome.
Everyone shouted, he's a dreamboat. I love him so much. But Man of Steel is actually pretty good. People like to dump on things. That one's pretty good. The point of the dude's story is beat that and you'll win. And I think Man of Steel is pretty good. If you do better than that, people will be happy.
Should be able to beat that. It is time for my double play. When I tell you I'm going to do something, I do it. I told you guys yesterday I wanted to watch the movie Carry On. Not the fun song. Carry on.
That's where they sing about carrying on.
Carry on.
Hey,
Carry
bud.
on. One of my favorite fun songs. And I'm a fun guy. Carry On. Starring Taron Egerton. Sophia Carson. I don't know her. Danielle Detweiler. Don't know her. But
I know Ross.
My doctor's last name growing up was Detweiler. And we know Ross Detweiler.
Yeah, we know Ross.
And Jason Bateman.
Hey, bud.
Somebody texted me today. They actually sent me an Instagram DM. It was a guy like, I asked yesterday, I said, if you guys have seen the movie, give me your thoughts. Should I watch it? Most people said it's pretty good. A couple people said it stunk, but I was already going to watch it anyway. So a guy DM'd me today on Instagram. He goes, what did you think?
Mm-hmm.
I will read my response to him right now. This is the most succinct way that I could tell you what I thought of the movie. What I said to him was, I liked it a lot, but it was kind of crappy. Now, I think I was too rude about it. I liked it a lot, and it was okay, is probably more along the lines of what I would say. There are a couple of scenes that made what I would have said otherwise was a pretty good movie. Not that.
Okay.
There is one scene, and I'll bet people could pick it out of a lineup just by watching the movie, that is so cheesy and so fake looking and so CGI and awful. I don't know how to say this other
It took you right out of it.
It was like, I watched it and I'm like, ugh, that was awful. Is someone watching this and going, oh, that was a cool scene? That was a terrible scene. That one scene, and I'm just going to tell you, Danny, what it was. It's not going to give anything away. It's a car crash scene where they're like fighting in a car and there's a car on the highway. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst looking. I don't have better terms, so I'll just say CGI again.
Yeah. Worse effects just doesn't look good.
Whatever that scene was needs to go away.
Okay.
If you take that scene out and just do a more practical, legitimate car crash, I'll move my grade up for the whole movie on a 1 to 10 scale by 1 full point. I hated it that much.
So, wow, I haven't gotten there yet. So I'm about 35 minutes in, and I had to come to work. The opening I thought was sensational. The beginning of the movie, like as you're turning on, again, no spoilers.
Yeah.
But you're like, you don't really see, you've already seen the preview. It's popped up on your Netflix.
Yes.
You know that Bateman's the bad guy, okay? You get a shadow of Bateman just cold-blooded conducting business.
Yes, you do.
And that's how the movie starts. And you're going,
Very
okay,
cool.
we're in for something here.
So I think overall it's very solid. My lead is I really liked it. I would watch it again like next week.
Mm-hmm.
But I love these kind of movies. It's not brilliantly done.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't win any Academy Awards.
It's a bubblegum. Yeah.
But it is bubblegum action. This is Liam Neeson. Who likes going to a February release, bad Liam Neeson action movie more than I do?
That's your wheelhouse.
And especially like planes involved where he's like, everybody put your hands on the seats. I have to know who is getting off this plane and who is staying. Like whatever that is,
Mm-hmm.
I'm in. He's done one on the train.
Yeah.
He did one on a plane. He did one on a horseback riding, I think, at one point. He did it like everyone put your hands on the scooter, and everyone was on scooters for some reason.
What's
like,
next is a ship for some reason.
Yeah, he should do them all. It's like the new like speed movies, right? This movie is a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a great time. You're going to enjoy yourself. You should watch it.
So a couple great cast members too. Dean Norris, who played Hank Schrader on Breaking Bad, is in it, and that was delightful to see him.
Who is he? I don't know that.
He was Taron Egerton's boss, the
I love
heavyset
that guy.
guy, bald
Yeah,
dude,
the white-haired guy.
Yeah,
Love that guy. He's in a million things, by the way.
Dean Norris.
The boss, the white-haired boss.
No, the bald guy. You see him at the beginning.
Yeah. The old guy.
Yeah.
He's in. Yeah, I've seen him in a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked it. I think you guys should watch it. It's a good time. I also love that Netflix and these places do these movies.
Yes.
This is like a major budget film. This is should be in a theater. I'd go pay $20 to see it, but I just get it with my $17, $18 a month.
Yeah, it's the right speed. It's like I just want more extractions, more Chris Hemsworth against impossible odds,
100%.
looking incredible with muscles everywhere. I've been shot, but it's not effective. It just keeps going.
I am curious to get your thoughts on the scene I'm talking about when you get there.
I'm sure I'll get there, yeah.
See if you hate it as much as I did.
Okay.
It took me out of the film largely. I'm like, oh, come on.
Because does it feel like they skimped? Because there's so much that it feels big. The movie feels like it's
I
a big
agree.
release. Yeah.
I actually think it's artsy choices, if I had to guess.
Oh.
Like it's like we're going to reinvent how we do the chase into a crash scene. and they just did it in a way that looked like it was like done as a computer effects from 1996. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
Watch it. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
But I'm going to give it 7 buffalo wings out of 10.
That's a pretty good score.
Well,
for Carry
if
On.
I thoroughly enjoy something and it's fun, I'm
Yeah.
going to normally give it a 7.
I was gonna say that's the threshold usually.
8 is like really good. 9 means this is a movie I love.
Have you given 10s? Have you ever given 10 buffalo wings out?
I try not to give 10s. Departed may have gotten one.
Mhm.
Remember the Titans may have gotten one. But I do my best. I'd probably go 9.75 on my favorite films.
Yep. You just put that 10th wing down. It's like I can't finish it.
Yeah, you leave a bite, little meat on the bone.
Mhm.
Got to. Beltway Blitz is next, and we're giving away Caps tickets. Remember, Danny Cannell is on the show at 5 o'clock. We're Grant and Danny. away some tickets, shall we? Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Capitals Saturday, January 4th. They're taking on the New York Rangers. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest, courtesy of the Caps.
As your local Washington 53 continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Time for our Beltway Blitz. We start with the NFL. And our buddy Benjamin Brown to spin us around the league. We will begin with the Saturday slate. 2 really good NFL games. Texans, Chiefs, Steelers, Ravens. How do you feel about the doubleheader?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously excited. I think we have a full day of football. Obviously, we get the college football playoffs kicking off as well. Getting a full slate of bowl games. So it's obviously going to be a great time. I think the headline AFC North. How are things going to stack up? Who's actually going to win the division? In a lot of ways, I do probably gravitate towards the Ravens. I know the spread pretty heavy in their particular direction. I just think where they've been at offensively has been so much more efficient from an EPA standpoint. Steelers obviously living really heavily with the deep ball, need some things to break right in the run game. I just think the Ravens still kind of seem like the more superior team, I would say, for this AFC North matchup.
Who finishes number 1 in the NFC?
That is a good question. I think if you asked me last week at this time, I would very much still have been on the Restore the Roar bandwagon, with Detroit. But I do kind of agree in some ways with the public sentiment. I think the injury situation is, getting a little bit out of control. How they have obviously weather that it is one situation. I do think in the other side of things, from Minnesota Vikings standpoint, kind of the closest contenders to them in the NFC right now. I think overall the way in which they've won, especially recently, a lot of marquee performances from a lot of differing parts. I think in a lot of ways they're a team that has very few weaknesses outside of the Christian Darris last season ending injury. So I think given the injury situations to both teams, I maybe want to get a little bit out of ahead of the curve. And I do think that the Vikings in that Week 18 matchup could end up solidifying that number 1 overall seed in the NFC.
Similar question here, Ben, but if you're Washington and you're going to be the 7 seed, rank the 3 teams they could play as the 2 seed in order of who you'd least like to play. And so it's Philly, Detroit, Minnesota. Who would you least like to play of those teams?
Yeah, I think there's probably a few different paths. To me, I do think, given where some of these injury situations lie with Detroit, like that's a team that could be vulnerable come playoff time. I think from, Washington fandom situation, there's maybe some sentiment to how they actually stack up against the Philadelphia Eagles as well. So I do think there probably are give and takes to all of them, but given where the quarterback situation lies, I think there is some case for, Jaden Daniels kind of going in and really grabbing hold and kind of taking on some big plays and really being able to beat any one of those 3 teams. I think if I was ranking them from who I think can match up pretty well, or who matches up well, I would say from Washington's standpoint, I do think you probably want Minnesota, Philadelphia, and then Detroit. Given Detroit's injury situation, I think it's probably Philadelphia as kind of that one team that maybe you don't really want to see in the first round of the playoffs.
What do you make of the Falcons going to Penix?
I'm glad it happened finally. I thought it was maybe a little bit overdue. I don't want to say that the Kirk Cousins experiment was a completely failed disaster, but I think in a lot of ways, what we've heard from people within the building, I do think that Penix in general was a guy that the teams were a lot higher on than what the general media and everyone else seemed to think even going into the draft. And I think he's kind of exceeded some of those expectations. So I think sooner rather than later, I'm definitely glad that they made the decision. I do think overall he's going to generate a more efficient offense for Zach Robinson than what, Kirk Cousins was, providing, I would say, at this point in his career.
I'll be fascinated to see if anything looks different. I thought Zach Robinson, Cousins was playing awfully, obviously, but I thought Zach Robinson was terrible as well. 17 of their final 23 plays against the Raiders were runs. Of the 6 passes, 4 were on 3rd and 9 or longer. So you either don't trust him to throw the ball, and if that's the case, why is he playing? or what are you doing? I mean, give the play calling to somebody else. I'll be really curious to see what they do to keep the, to help the kid out a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I do think, obviously, learning experience for, Zach Robinson kind of being in that role for the first time as well. I do think we should see some added wrinkles, until that actually kind of plays out. And we see some of the situation where they are going to gravitate towards Michael Penix and what he can do from a skill set. A lot of this is really just up in the air. I would agree with you on that.
Ultimately, the AFC, who do you think gets in at the back end of the postseason? Any changes here, or do you think it's still going to be Denver and the Chargers?
I do. I think, obviously, I very much think, obviously the game tonight, between the Chargers and Denver is going to very much, in some ways dictate what one actually gets in. I don't want to be, overly aggressive. I do think those are probably clearly the two best teams that are going to get into the wild card spot. So I don't really think we see a late season run or anybody kind of pushing up to the point where they're going to exceed one of those two teams. So although, they're going to be on full display tonight, unless the Chargers lose, I really think both these teams do kind of end up getting into the final playoff picture.
Benjamin Brown is with us here on our Beltway Blitz talking NFL. We're listening to Grant and Danny. Have you seen enough from Bryce Young to feel like he could be a starting quarterback next year? Or are we still in limbo with the Panthers and maybe a decision to pivot?
Yeah, I think obviously, what they do at the backup quarterback position will dictate that. I think it's been, in a lot of ways, especially, pre-Dallas game, probably what you'd at least want to see after the early season benching. But, the early season benching happened for a reason. I do think, Canales has been putting Bryce Young in better spots than what he was at earlier on in the season. But I still think these next 2 or 3 games are very much kind of, the make or break point for how competitive is that training camp battle going to be next year. I do very much, would highly suspect that, Bryce is at least going to have the inside position still. But, to what extent do they provide resources around him and compete with him? I think it's a matter of how they kind of finish these last 3 games out.
This is not me criticizing Josh Allen at all, because he's the presumptive MVP favorite and he deserves it. But why does it seem like he's such a runaway favorite over Lamar Jackson, who's having a better season than he's ever had as a 2-time MVP winner? Or I know Burrow's team hasn't won very much, but why is everyone just sort of slamming the gavel saying it's a done deal for Allen?
Yeah, I do think it's interesting too. In a lot of ways from a betting market standpoint, we've seen Allen push away as well. I think that is obviously very much influenced by public sentiment. I think in some ways, just looking at, where Lamar was at previously already winning it, I think in the, characterizing, his season now to what he did in that 2019 MVP season, I think you do see a lot of similarities. But at the end of the day, I do think people gravitate towards, winning the division, the fact that the Ravens are still, in second place in the AFC North. Maybe if they do make that late season push and actually do win the division, I just think, the Bills, for all intents and purposes, have kind of had the narrative even leading into this season for Josh Allen to be MVP. I think, if we go back to the preseason, it was very much, the weapons surrounding Josh Allen are going to hold him back. And in a lot of ways, since they haven't, I really think that kind of puts Josh Allen on a different pedestal in a lot of ways that are kind of outside the realm of, advanced analytics and sort of stats that we can compare to other quarterbacks. I think there's just a general sentiment that he has been much bigger of an elevation for his team as opposed to what, even Lamar Jackson had, because he probably does have, the best offensive skill position players he's had around him since he was drafted in Baltimore.
Ben, be good, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
All right, you got it. Let's localize the football chat. Our guy, Steve Wino, joins us. He's been out and about in Ashburn this week. So, Wino, why don't we start with the kicking situation? I know both guys were out having babies yesterday, so congrats to them, their wives, their families. That's amazing. Love that. But I do think this is a situation. Like, I am not comfortable. They have missed, if you count the one that they got bailed out on because of the end of the third quarter, 5 of their last 6 kicks, I believe it is, at this point. How you feeling about this kicking situation?
Yeah, GP, I think uneasy, as is Dan Quinn and Adam Peters as well. But Zane Gonzalez was a full participant in practice today. It appears like he will be the guy on Sunday against the Eagles. Not the option they wanted when the season started. Obviously, coming with Cade York, he misses early. Cyber comes in, is good until he gets hurt. Zane Gonzalez, same sort of inconsistency and and a little bit of an injury to that left plant foot of his. But he's the best option I think they have right now. And I think Greg Joseph and his agent went into the game last week thinking it was going to be sort of a one-game situation. And it's back to being on Zane Gonzalez, for better or worse.
Why don't Luke McCaffrey or Ben Sinnott get targets?
That's a good question. And it's a little bit of the way the offense works, Danny, is that from game to game, it could go around to anybody. And we saw Noah Brown sort of emerge as the number 2 wide receiver target. I guess Zach Ertz being second behind Terry McLaurin. But at that point, it becomes a mix of McCaffrey and De'Ami Brown and even Zacchaeus just to kind of build the offense around. But it's possible they're not getting a lot of targets because they're not getting open. But we're going to see easily on Sunday when Terry McLaurin's covered and you don't have Zach Ertz in the lineup, that there's going to be more opportunities, definitely for Ben Sinnott at least.
Steve Wino, Associated Press. So I know this stadium situation is just a sticky wicket. I mean, it never seems to end. Every time you think you know something, you get punched in the face. Now it's not looking good for the land being returned to the team. What do you make of the developments of the last 24 hours?
I was thinking about this yesterday and a little bit the day before that of when this was in the spending bill of sort of celebrating when you're at the 5-yard line or at the 1-yard line or being Deshaun Jackson dropping the football at the 1-yard line. I think that's kind of where this is right now. This was so close to being a done deal, at least as an option for the Josh Harris group and ownership of RFK Stadium. But I was with Muriel Bowser today at the Arena News Conference, and she said this is probably the last chance for this bill to happen during this congressional session. And if it doesn't happen now, and the incoming president is against the funding, or not this funding bill in general, but the possibility of adding this to a funding bill, then we don't know if this is ever going to get done. And it might turn out to be Josh Harris and his group turn back to Maryland and that same Landover site that Northwest Stadium is on right now as the best option. But I think everyone around is still holding out hope. I mean, the congressional leaders hope there's going to be a vote on this bill tonight. It could get done tonight, or it could be dead by tomorrow.
Is there anything else we're not thinking of when it comes to stadium? Like, in other words, to me, this is, I don't have a great analogy for this, Swano, but it's not rock and a hard place. It's like rock and, an ephemeral, ever-changing, multidimensional monster. Whatever this waiting for RFK thing is, because you could wait forever and it might never even come through. And I think it's untenable to go back to Landover 2.0. So is there anything else we're not thinking of, or is that it?
Well, remember the Woodbridge idea in Virginia?
Yeah.
Do you want that too? The problem is, given sort of the geography of this, it's good, I guess, for the team to have 3 different jurisdictions wanting a stadium and wanting to kind of fight over you. But there's a lack of good land or land attached to public transit on these other sort of things in a good area to put this stadium. That's why RFK always seemed ideal, beyond just the nostalgia that we know that Mitch Rales and Mark Ian and Josh Harris feel about that RFK site and sort of the fan base and everybody who remembers that being great. It's also in a great location east of Capitol Hill, right on the metro line. There's 177 acres, as Muriel Bowser pointed out earlier, that it is the ideal location. I think that's why everyone's been willing to wait on this. This might be the point that if it doesn't happen, is the breaking moment to, okay, another solution needs to be figured out.
So I know we love you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
You got it. That is your blitz. We actually do have news just within the last couple of minutes that has trickled out. So let's get to that. And I'm seeing this from Eric Flack, who was just on with us about an hour and 15 minutes ago from Channel 9 in town. He says a source is telling him the RFK legislation is no longer included in government funding agreement Congress will vote on tonight. He said there are supporters of the bill who believe this version may not ultimately be the one that passes, which still keeps slim hopes alive for an RFK bill. Meaning, if this one passes, they're screwed because it didn't get on there.
Right.
But if it doesn't pass and they have to go back to the well with another version of this bill, maybe it would be added to it again before they all go their separate ways in a couple days.
Because and people will go, why would that happen? The only silver lining here, not silver lining, it's the wrong thing. Would give the potential is there's no money attached to it, right? The objection of some is stop spending on all these extra things, whether you like them or not. I'm just telling you, I'm just passing on the information. Because there's no money attached to the land going from federal control to DC control, no federal tax dollars are going, so maybe you don't care. That would be the Hail Mary hope for those that want the RFK bill included. That's what I got for you.
But at this juncture, it's not included on the bill that they're going to vote on. So if it passes, it's over.
Yes. Cool.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's every half hour. So
Mhm.
not looking good right now. Here is my question. I want to go back to what I was just referencing from the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat when I threw this out about a half hour ago. Ryan and I were just talking about this behind the scenes. I have not asked Darius or you, but I want to get thoughts from you on this, Danny, in a minute. I have been in the I'm over it camp for a little while. I was Team RFK with the rest of you.
Mhm.
I was running around at the old site, just picking out my seat, imagining the touchdowns being scored like everybody else. I would love that. I want the team in the city. I do. That's where I prefer it. But there was a time not that long ago where I just came to an epiphany, a realization where I said, this is too complicated. This is too difficult. I don't think this is going to work. And for a little while, it looked like maybe it would, and I was wrong, but I'm just pivoting. Do it in Maryland. Do it out by the current stadium. Do the best stadium in the NFL and do FedEx 2.0 with a town center. I'll go out there. I'll eat at some bars. I'll drink at some bars. I'll walk over to the games. That's what I want now. And my whole point was I got defeated by waiting for DC, and I'm not going to keep waiting because there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
There's just the chance to try again next year.
That's the essential point here.
Ryan just came up to me, who is Team DC as well, and he goes, I think I'm out. And we can let him explain it next segment, but he basically said, I just want a new stadium. DC's easy. Maryland's easy. Let's do that. What is your I'm over this line in the sand? And have we crossed it? When, if you're Team DC, would you go, enough? I don't want more years at FedEx Field, Northwest, whatever we're going to be calling it. I want a new stadium. And if it's in Maryland, so be it. Because you're not guaranteed that if you wait another year, she's going to get engaged. You're not guaranteed if you wait another year, she will marry you. You're just waiting another year in the hopes that you have a chance maybe in the future to get engaged. That's not the same. 800-636-1067. Are you just waiting in perpetuity? Or, like me, do you go, it's time. This DC thing is too complicated. I need a new stadium, and it can be an awesome stadium in Maryland. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I hate to be doomsday Grant. I think at this point it's looking like more than just a snag. I mean, the government funding bill that the RFK bill was attached to, which appeared at the time to be the biggest hurdle the team and the city had to overcome to get this land in DC's control, clearing them for the way to make the stadium deal, has completely fallen apart. Meaning the deal itself is dead on Capitol Hill. And now, and we can, I don't know if you want to go into the politics of it, but the bottom line is it's dead.
That's Eric Flack, who was on our show about an hour and a half ago. He has subsequently reported via his sources that there is a bill being voted on tonight and that the RFK portion of that bill will not be involved anymore. Meaning we've been calling it a barnacle on a ship. Well, they scraped that barnacle off the ship.
Yeah.
They scraped a bunch of things off the ship, but one of the things was the land going back to D.C. So if it goes through, it's dead. It's over. The land is still federal land, and there's no stadium being built, at least until next year when they try this whole process again. Want to open up the phones, 800-636-1067 for you guys. We got listeners in D.C., we got people in Maryland, we got people in Virginia. Everybody's welcome to the table here to converse about this. But I am curious when you would potentially say, yeah, I want it in D.C., but this is all too much, and it's taking too long, and I can't just keep having them play in Landover in that crappy stadium, which is the worst one in the NFL. So I actually am ready to build in Maryland, and let's get started. Because I'm there.
Yep.
I was there, I would say, officially, like I was willing to hear all this out because it was already happening. But about 3 months ago, I came to the realization Maryland's easier. I think they can build an awesome thing. They'll be able to do a town center and all the stuff they never did with the old FedEx 1.0. I could get behind that. It's not perfect. It's not really what I want, but it's way easier, and it'll happen 2 or 3 years sooner probably. And because of that, it's worth it to me. But I think most people didn't necessarily agree with that. So, Danny, I ask you, how much longer are you willing to wait for D.C. as opposed to just move forward in Maryland?
So it's not Maryland in general. I always harp on this point. It's the only site that seems to be available is the current one. If something else happened in Maryland, I'm not opposed to Maryland. I always want to offer that distinction. I think there's wonderful places in Maryland. That's not one of them. They cannot build there. They can't. So whatever that means, I'm willing to deal with it. I know I'm in the minority on that one, like to the point where I'm basically saying, I guess in perpetuity, maybe I'm cold and dead and they still haven't built a new place somewhere else. But I don't know if that means Virginia's involved, whatever.
So you're forever basically waiting for DC over FedEx 2.0.
Anything other than FedEx 2.0 is my point. So if DC loses their privilege and maybe somewhere else in America, I have no idea. To me, they can't do it there. They just can't.
And can you just, we've talked about this. I know the answer, but a lot of people listening
Sure,
don't.
I'll summarize.
Why are you so adamant against a FedEx 2.0, which would be a state-of-the-art, amazing stadium with a town center around it? All of that would be awesome in a location that you don't like.
Yeah, it is a failed location. So when they've tried to build stuff around there before, they go out of business. People don't go there. In order for this new venue, whatever it is, to be successful, it's got to be someplace that someone goes, hey, do you want to go over by the stadium, even when there's no game day, 350 some days out of the year, to grab lunch, to go to this amusement thing, or go to this, to this fountain or this park or whatever. No one's going to leave their area and drive over there. Right? Nowhere near the critical mass. That's why I say it is a spot that you simply can't build the effective thing that you want to build. Now, this isn't one of those like I'm crying poverty for the team owners that they won't make as much money. I don't really care about that. I'm just talking about for the purposes of the stadium. What's going to happen is if they build it over there, all these nice things will be shiny and new, and they'll eventually turn over a million times and go out of business because people don't go there. People don't want to go there because it's out of the way. It's not a good location. There are plenty of good locations in Maryland. That's not one of them. And to me, it's nothing but losing. It's nothing but defeat. It's nothing but all the wrong decisions boiled into one. And it would be an admission of failure that you couldn't secure something else. Not this ownership's fault, by the way. They were handed a terrible hand by whatever the hell Bruce Allen was doing for a decade plus, not getting off his duff and getting this thing done, and stupid Dan Snyder and everybody else that ruined it for me. So it's not Harris Ownership Group's fault, but admitting defeat, which is what that would do, to me, it's just something that they just can't consider that option. It's why they haven't already gone and done it already, in my opinion.
So I've been in this camp for a little while, and we're pretty much on opposite sides.
On this one, yeah.
Danny will not be joining the camp, it sounds like. 800-636-1067.
And I'm in the minority on that, I think, by the way.
Yeah, you might be, but I mean, I know I'm in a probably a smaller minority.
You think
maybe
so?
not.
Not now. Not this latest rug pull.
That's true. That's fair. Darius, you are a Maryland guy. You live not far from the current stadium, so maybe that could be a factor here. But what say you?
It is a factor. I'm just at the point where I want a new stadium for the team that I root for the team that I go see 2 to 3 games a year from. I want the new stadium experience, and I'm at the point where I don't care where it is.
Were you Team DC originally?
Of course. I think the ultimate goal should have always been for the team to be in the city that it plays for, which is Washington, D.C. So I definitely wanted that. But if that's not realistic, which it doesn't seem like it's going to be, there's too many hoops and hurdles to cross, I'm willing to forego that and say, hey, give me my Maryland stadium then.
So you're going forward. You're calling Westmore next week after this thing fails, rather than trying again next year to push this through Congress.
It's just no reason to keep playing the game of waiting and seeing if DC is going to get over itself.
Because the point that you're 100%, sorry, I mean to cut you off there.
Welcome to my club. Here's a shovel. Let's go start digging.
Well, absolutely. The most correct point that you've got, I mean, I don't know if anyone's disputing the facts, but the most salient point I will say is no matter how long you wait, there is no guarantee that all of these different people that have to get on board just with ground belonging to the city that it's in goes to DC. We haven't even talked about the council. I mean, yesterday we had Charles Allen on, which seems like old news. One of the DC council members was like, yeah, I don't know. There's a wide range of opinions. Nothing to say that we'd actually would have a stadium there when it's all said and done once we get control of the land. There's that too.
That's the other point.
There's no guarantee.
Getting the land still doesn't mean it's going to happen, even though I think it would still be a pretty big fight ahead.
Right.
But B, when this thing caves, which it looks like it's going to in the next 24 to 48 hours, just going back to the well to fight in DC again next year doesn't mean anything.
Right.
All right, Ryan, the reason for the topic was you came up to me and you said your team Maryland essentially at this point.
Yeah, I was Team DC up until like 24 hours ago. And once I kind of woke up and smelled the coffee, it's not going to happen in DC. I don't think it'll ever happen in DC. I think there's just way too much going on as far as other stuff the federal government needs to do, the local government as well. At this point in time, like, just build it in Maryland, man. If it's in Landover, so be it. If it's in Bethesda, whatever. But at this point, if they build it, they will come.
Well, and you're going to get a town center with it, right? You're going to get a little, you'll be able to eat at your bars. And right now, they're one of 2 stadiums in the NFL without a restaurant or bar within a mile. Them and the Dolphins. That's over. You're going to have the Reston Town Center right next door with your hotels and stuff, and it's going to be silly. It'll be Allegiant Stadium in Landover, Maryland, basically. Let's do this thing. Tim is in Tawnytown. I think I always do this. I never know what that means.
Yeah, Tawnytown.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, good afternoon. Hi, I was a former D.C. Resident. I was born and raised there, so I'm biased. But I will say this. When you have an aerial shot of a brand new stadium where RFK is, there's no better site for any advertising or the Washington football team when you have the Washington Monument and the Capitol there looking down on that stadium. You cannot trade that view for anything else in this area. I go with Danny on this. I don't think the land oversight works. It hasn't worked all these years. What makes you believe it's going to work now? And I would call Maryland.
But there's a difference, though.
Maryland doesn't have, a budget that can support this right now.
Tim, they're already giving them 500 or 600 million.
Well, I haven't seen those details either.
Well, I don't know if you've looked for them. I mean, they're out there. They've admitted that to the project.
I would call Maryland's bluff on this because they have a budget deficit, and I think
DC's swimming in money.
Yeah, it's not like DC's flush with cash.
They didn't have money for the Wizards caps. They already gave them 500 mil.
Well, so Tim, this is info here. This is an opinion. They've already said we will help build up that site because everybody's desperate who's in charge in Maryland for that site to be something. Like whether the team plays there or not, it's failed and it's an eyesore. So whether you agree with me or not doesn't matter. They've already said we need a win at that place. Like everybody, everyone, local, statewide, city officials, everybody in between needs something positive there because it's not positive.
And let me be clear, Obama style here. I'm not Team Maryland. I'm Team build a damn stadium right now. It just so happens the only site, the only place giving them any money, the only place where they could break ground soon, relatively, is Maryland. So that's if by the way, National Landing was on the table, if there was enough space there, that would be my 1 seed. If National Harbor across the river the other way was on the table, that would be my 1 seed. All we got, it's either DC or FedEx 2.0. And DC does not seem like a reality. Now, I agree with the caller. Was it Tim?
Tim.
I agree with you, Tim, about the aerial shot and the National Mall. That's what we all want. Nobody thinks that this would be a better option. It's just not reality. They can't get the land. Again, this was the time they were going to get the land. Everything. Bruce worked on this for years. Jason Wright worked on this for years. New ownership's been working on this for 2 years. They can't get the land. If they get the land, I'll change my mind and say build it in D.C. But as of right now, it doesn't look like they're getting the land. When they, by the way, scored a touchdown already, and then it got reviewed with a red flag, and they said, actually, never mind, you can't have the land.
And there's a penalty on you for some reason.
Right. Let's go to Clarence, who's on 50. What's up, Clarence?
What's your clearance, Clarence?
Hey, good afternoon, boys. I'm in agreement with Grant here. I'm not biased to either Maryland, Virginia, or DC, but DC is a S show. They can't get this stuff right. I think FedEx 2.0 is inevitable. It's not the greatest plan, but they do have the old Landover Mall area over there where they could build restaurants and bars and a whole entertainment experience and knock the old stadium down, let the boys play at University of Maryland for a year or two, and let's get this thing rolling. Let's strike while the iron's hot. That's all I got, boys.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, dude.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in. The question for you is, what is your walkaway point from the RFK site? Are you, like a lot of people seemingly, ready to say, I need a stadium. Build me something beautiful wherever you can build it. And right now, that's Maryland. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Top of the hour, Danny Cannell will join us. We're going to preview the college football playoff weekend ahead. 3 games on Saturday mixed in with a couple of NFL games to get the first ever college football postseason started. Right now, though, we're talking about the RFK land that was supposed to have been returned to D.C., dying on the vine here. Not a part of a bill that'll be voted on tonight. All of what we were celebrating and talking about going back to yesterday and the day before for naught. Another change of pace, another curveball here out of left field. We're finding out that the Commanders are getting blindsided, it sounds like. And I'm good now. We're going to Maryland. Put the shovel in the ground and let's do this thing. Because if you try D.C. again, and there's still a very small chance it could happen if the bill they're voting on tonight doesn't go through, they redo the bill and they add RFK back to it. So there's a 10 or so % chance, I guess, or less, that could happen. But if we get to the end of the year here and all the congressional people go home, the lawmakers leave D.C., then you start all over again next year with no guarantee or promise of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say that you hit a home run, which at that point is just a toss-up. You still then have the fight in D.C. We had a council member from D.C. on yesterday that said, yeah, actually, I don't want the stadium being built on that land. Who's ready to fight over it when it even gets to that point? I'm good. 2.0, land over Maryland, build me something awesome.
So I too am good. In the sense that I'm not going to ever get my hopes up again. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? It's one of those, like, we've had similar stories in the past, and this one actually turned out to happen. But remember whenever, like, not all the time, but like a bunch of times I'd bring in you, hey, this is about Snyder, and he might have to sell. And you were like, listen, I've read this so many times. I've talked about it so many times. Let me know when he has to. And then we did, and that was fine. That's the point I'm at now, where I can't read something and then say, okay, it's going to happen. I frankly don't believe it. I don't believe anything's going to happen until it's actually already occurred. And then 10 months have gone by and people can actually start going there. Then I'll go, okay, fine, I believe it.
Next year, it'll be different obstacles.
I'm just not doing it.
Maybe it won't be the senator in Montana. They beat that level. Then the senator in Utah, they beat that level. Then Elon Musk came out of nowhere as the bad guy at a level. They haven't beat that level.
You're just playing Donkey Kong at this point. With a game that has no
It's
end.
whack-a-mole. It's like, okay, we got that one. Oh, no, Elon Musk doesn't want us to do it. What about the fighter jets? They beat that level. What about the bridge to Baltimore? It seems like Elon Musk is the one in the end. The big thing.
There's
yesterday,
another boss.
He's the big boss at the last level that they didn't get past. Let's go to Eric in D.C. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, you touched on the point that I was going to make just a couple of minutes ago. I think we need to tap on the brakes on the panic button just a little bit, because if the spending bill that they're talking about tonight is a stripped down short-term bill just to avoid a government shutdown, and we look at a bigger plan 2 or 3 weeks down the road, there's a chance we're revisiting all these issues all over again just a couple of weeks from now, as opposed to a year from now, right? Isn't this what we always do? We do a series of short-term bills just to avoid a government shutdown before we get to a bigger full-term spending package. So I think we just got to wait and see how long this spending plan is that they're voting on tonight.
It's a solid point. If it's, and I appreciate the phone call, if it's super short term, then he might be right necessarily.
That's
but
not what the reporters like Eric Flack that we have on are saying, though.
But here's the rub to it is this is the end of this Congress as it exists.
Correct.
This group, this is their last day or whatever it is. Tomorrow's whatever the last day is. Then they're going home and that's the end. Then the makeup changes. So in theory, a short term, let's just continue and keep the government open resolution, which is what they're voting on, could happen. And then you could do something else, but it's still a brand new session, a brand new group, a brand new whatever, and you got to start that process over again.
You're starting from day one.
Mhm.
It took months and months and months. It's actually taken years and years and years, but it would take months to get, it wouldn't just be that the bill is complete again. You're starting the whole process over. Not to mention, and again, this is brushing up against politics, and I agree with anything that you guys think as you're driving around right now. And I disagree with all the things you disagree with. But the people that don't want this bill going through and who have ripped RFK out of it are going to have more influence in a month, not less. Why would that be good for more involvement of the barnacles on the ship, so to speak? More of these things like RFK on the bill. Those people have more influence in a month, not less. Let's go to Kellen in Chantilly. Hello, Kellen.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey man.
I just, we've been talking about DC and Maryland a lot, and I know, obviously, I'm from Chantilly, Northern Virginia, but Why haven't we thought about bringing it up to Northern Virginia? You know, I feel like
That's
there are a lot more
adorable.
fans in Northern Virginia.
A
And
stadium
excuse
in
my ignorance. I
Virginia.
know the Woodbridge situation
No.
is, I know, a little bit. You know,
Oh, wait,
not
I'm
a
just
thing,
looking
but
at all of the memes.
You sweet summer child. It's
Oh,
not your fault. It's
that
not your
is an
fault.
adorable
Just
idea.
know that there was a press conference and they spiked that football and they pointed at their opponents and they got flagged for taunting, but they didn't care. And then someone from hundreds of miles away started memeing and the stadium died. And Virginia pretty much lost its privilege. They're not at the table. Like whatever the governor might want to do, I haven't heard him say anything about the football team.
Louise Lucas thinks that call was precious.
Yeah. Like there might be some political will to go, hey, let's try to do this. No one will take Virginia seriously for a while.
Well, they've never had a stadium.
Yeah.
For the major teams professionally, and they don't want one. It's very clear. They don't. So I'm not even trying to joan on the call. It was actually good. We do a bit where, if you're new to the show, we laugh anytime the idea of a stadium in Virginia comes up. But they have had multiple press conferences at National Land.
Yeah, touchdown, right?
It happened when I was a kid.
We did it.
And it happened again this past year. We spent a lot of days talking about it. We got memes. We don't have stadiums, but at least we got some memes, some graveyards, and some I told you so stuff.
Who did this?
Anthony in Calvert. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Hey man.
So, Danny, I don't necessarily agree with you, but I don't necessarily disagree with you. However, I'm definitely leaning towards Grant. I don't care right now. Just build a new stadium. But if we go by your premise or your theory, Anacostia, Berry Farms, right across the river from Anacostia, and Southeast DC was a complete dump until the Nationals had a stadium there, and look at it now. So you can't say the same wouldn't be plausible to happen at the FedEx 2.0 site, if that's what you want to call it.
I smell what you're cooking, and let me respond super quick. You've got built in, you've got Metro, you've got a smart build up around it, which they've tried to build stuff in adjacent to that lot before without the public transport really readily available. That's a huge factor, right? Again, it's out of the way enough where even if you put some office buildings and things, nobody wants that location. Whereas down at the prime real estate inside the boundary of DC, not even on the opposite the riverside, but here in just off South Capitol Street, where you can see the Capitol building, that was always a jewel in waiting. And it took the catalyst of Nats Park and some other stuff, of course, to build it out right. But Navy Yard became a must-see place. Same with Capital One Arena, right there in the heart of downtown. I grew up around here. They wouldn't pull you over if you ran through red lights on Mass Ave, because if you stopped your car, you were in jeopardy. That's all different now. That's all changed. My point is, we've got data for decades at one spot that says build what you want. It ain't working. I mean, that's my view.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to talk college football next with our buddy who's as opinionated and as informed on college football as anybody in the country. Former Florida State quarterback Danny Cannell. We'll dive in on the college football playoff. There are 3 games to be played on Saturday to get everything started. And then we will talk with one of the lawmakers in Maryland on whether or not the land's going to end up with D.C., whether or not a stadium should be built in Maryland. That's coming up at 5:30 right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Tomorrow we'll be out and about for our Friday field trip. We're going to be at the Crystal City Sports Pub from 2 to 6:30.
As Washington continues to build the foundations of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. So the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Danny Cannell joins us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff, bowl game, and 2025 opening Heisman lines. That's right. We already got the Heisman lines out for next football season. Danny, the time has finally come. Playoff football is just 2 days away collegiately. We can't wait. How are you?
I am with you guys, fired up. This is something I've been, campaigning for, pounding the table for, expanded playoff. And the best part about it, we're going to get some cold weather games on college campuses. I cannot wait to watch. I think it's going to be a spectacle. I'm so fired up for these games.
Let's start first things first here, Danny. Who wins the Battle of Indiana? Notre Dame and Indiana at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
So I actually like Indiana, not only to cover, but to actually win the game outright. Notre Dame has been, and Notre Dame fans are not happy with me because of it, but I look at Notre Dame, and I don't think they have played anybody. I mean, not since they played Texas A&M, the first game of the season, who had a different quarterback, and that game was ugly. They did win it, but then they lost to Northern Illinois, and then against a schedule that has been very lackluster. They've dominated a lot of those teams, but they did struggle with USC somewhat, and there were 2 pick sixes at the end of the USC game, or else that game is much closer. And USC was a team that's 6-6, so it's not exactly the kind of confidence builder you want going into this. And I know that Indiana lost on the road to Ohio State, but I thought that game, their defense actually stood up pretty well. I think they're going to be able to turn Notre Dame into a one-dimensional team, and that unfortunately doesn't bode well because Riley Leonard, their quarterback, has not shown the capability to put the team on his back through the air. That's one of the reasons Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame. So I actually have Indiana beating their in-state rival. The little brother beats big brother in South Bend.
Wow, Notre Dame 7-point favorite. That's the 10-7 matchup. You got the 10 advancing Indiana to take on the 2 seed Georgia. Winner of that game gets the Dogs coming up on New Year's Day. All right, let's move up the bracket then to the 6 and the 11. That's the first game on Saturday afternoon at noon, part of a triple header in the college football playoff. SMU, an 11 seed, Penn State, a 6 seed, Nittany Lions favorite, I believe, by 8.5. The winner gets Boise State on New Year's Eve. Who do you like?
So I actually like Penn State in this one. I'm a little bit worried about SMU. They've been a great story all season long. They get to the ACC championship game in their first year in the ACC, but they did get pushed around a little bit by Clemson. Now, they made it respectable and came back after trailing much of the game, but I think this is going to be a physical battle for them, not to mention the fact a team from Texas, from Dallas, traveling to a very cold Happy Valley. But I think what it comes down to is Penn State's defense will be able to control Kevin Jennings, who's really a dynamic quarterback. But I think Abdul Carter and company on the defensive side of the ball will be able to contain them. And probably the biggest mismatch and something that concerns me the most for SMU is trying to contain Penn State's offense, specifically Nick Singleton and Katron Allen, the 2-headed monster they have at running back, who did, by the way, both of them rushed for over 100 yards versus Oregon. They were able to put up a bunch of points versus Oregon. And I know they lost the game, but I think Oregon is significantly better than SMU. I think this is one where SMU is a little bit overwhelmed by a team that has been really good quietly under the radar. I know they lost to Ohio State, and they lost to Oregon, but I still think this team is clearly more talented than SMU. So I actually would lay them with Penn State.
So, Danny, I feel like Penn State's got a great shot to then win their next matchup, too. And this may be disrespectful to Boise State, but I'd pick Penn State in that tilt if they do get by SMU. What are your thoughts?
I totally agree with you. I do have Penn State advancing all the way to the semis. And then I was kind of torn because when they played Georgia, I kind of want to see what Georgia looks like without Carson Beck potentially. We don't even know if he's playing or not. What does the backup look like? But I think Penn State could advance all the way to the finals. A lot of it comes on Drew Aller, who I think's been good this year. He hasn't been great,
but he made some plays in the Big Ten championship that could be real confidence boosters for him. But like, I get with it, and I'm on the same page with it. Boise State, it's been a great year for them, and I have been a champion of the group of 5 teams. Like, I'm glad that they have a seat at the table. What I don't love is them having a seat at the head of the table with a first-round bye. I think it's atrocious. I would be livid if I'm a commissioner of the ACC or the Big 12, which both of them, I'm sure, have voiced their displeasure. It is a different level. Like, it is called Group of 5 because they have lesser talent, lesser resources, less money. And I know they can beat potentially one of these teams, but their schedule truly is a different animal than anybody else that they're plays at the Power 4 level. So I think it's pretty egregious that they got a first-round bye. And I do think Penn State is able to control them. Like, Penn State will be another double-digit favorite against Boise State. Now, could Ashton Genty shock the world? He almost did against Oregon, potentially. But I think Penn State will be too much for Boise State. So I'm with you. I do have Penn State advancing through the semis for sure.
Danny Cannell joining us courtesy of Bet Online. You can check out the updated college football playoff bowl game in 2025 opening Heisman Trophy lines. All right, let's keep going with the playoff bracket. So we've talked about the potential matchups in the Sugar Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl. Oregon's going to be playing in the Rose Bowl, and that game's going to be played on New Year's Day. They're going to get the winner of Tennessee, Ohio State. So we could start there. I think a lot of people are kind of dreaming on the Ohio State-Oregon matchup as an 8 versus a 1. Are we going to get that?
I think so. I did pick Ohio State, and I'm laying it. They're a touchdown favorite. I just feel like maybe it's Michigan. You know, like maybe that's their kryptonite. It's a mind game with Ohio State. You know, losing 4 times in a row. I hated the way that Ryan Day approached that game. Like, he made it even more stressful than we already all knew it was going to be when he compared losing to Michigan, like losing his father. You know, I mean, I just like, really, like, that's where you're going to go with it. I thought they played up tight. I think now they can have more of an us against the world atmosphere, and it might be us against our own fan base because Ohio State fans are so, upset and they're calling for Ryan Day to be fired. But
do you think he should be, by the way, if they lose?
No, if they lose, yes, because it might just be too toxic. Like, right? I think it's unfair. Like, his record against everybody else has been awful. But at some point, you do have to look at the bigger picture, like of where you've lost your fan base and they're starting to boo you. But I would say this: tell me who they're going to get. Like, and if they can get Mike Vrabel, there's a lot of rumblings about that. Of course, he might go take an NFL job. So then, like, if you don't get Mike Vrabel, then who's the upgrade? Because if it's Mike Vrabel, I'll say win or lose, like anything short of the national championship, I'd move on to that. I think he's a better fit. I think he played there. He brings the physicality. I think he'd be a great brand. But like, if you don't have that lined up, which direction are you going to go? And you better have somebody that is uniquely qualified to handle that position because it's one of the most pressure-packed positions, or else you'll find yourself in a lot worse situation than just losing to Michigan. Like, you could be 9-3 or 8-4. And then all of a sudden you're like, it's mayhem. So I think it depends on who they have. But if they lose this game, I think they will probably be looking at some of those options.
Danny Cannell with us here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. So we've already kind of referenced Boise State. So the answer might be them here, Danny. But which of the top 4 seeds with buys are most likely to get upset in your opinion?
I think it's Boise State, but I think it's Boise State clearly. I mentioned their weakness, who they play against. Arizona State, I love them. I love the story of Kenny Dillingham, who grew up there in Phoenix, went to Arizona State, and he's turned around this program where their win total was 4.5 to enter the season. And here they are as Big 12 champs. I think they could put up a challenge for whoever they face, but ultimately this is a game of like physicality and depth. And I just feel like either Texas or Clemson really matches up well. Now, I have Clemson actually upsetting Texas. And again, I'm trying to find upsets because I think there will be them. And my luck, it'll probably be the wrong 2. Like, it could be the total opposite side. And this is the biggest point spread in the opening round. But I love what Clemson's sort of playing with house money. And Dabo Swinney really thrives in that us against the world atmosphere. Like, nobody believes in us. Y'all couldn't say we couldn't win without the transfer portal. Like, I can hear him saying that after the game. And they actually, a team that everybody wanted to see in the playoffs, South Carolina, they actually played them really well. And had it not been for a tip ball interception at the end of that game, they probably win that game. Then they think their season is over, but they still get the opportunity to play now, and they beat SMU, again, another good team. I think they could be in a loose atmosphere like, hey, it's house money at this point. I think they could go into a stressful environment against Texas who really hasn't beaten anybody good all season long. Their best games, that the best opponent they faced was Georgia twice, and they came up short both times. So I'm not completely sold on Texas, even though they are the odds-on favorite to win the national championship. And it's most likely because of that defense. I just think Clemson could potentially pull off that upset.
The winner of that game, let's say it's Texas advancing, takes on Arizona State in the 4-5 in the Peach Bowl. That Arizona State team's a lot of fun. I had not watched much of them until the very end of the season, but I'm obsessed with Cam Scatterbo like everybody else is. 1,560 yards and 19 touchdowns. What kind of pro prospect is the big running back?
Oh, I could see him having a long career, like an Austin Eckler type, because he does catch the ball a lot. Like he's their second leading receiver as well as their top rusher. Like he is a gadget guy that you can use in a lot of different ways. And I don't know if you've seen any videos of him like talking in the locker room. Like he truly is like that guy that stands up at halftime and like calls out his teammates, put the team on his back. And he really is sort of that infectious personality. He's a great worker. And what he might lack in 40 speed or, you know, the type of chiseled body that you want to see at the combine, he absolutely makes up for in production. So I think he could have a really nice NFL career. Given the right system and given an opportunity, I think he could really excel. And I love him. He's one of my favorite players as well. And also Sam Levitt, their quarterback, has quietly had a really strong season, and he's pretty mobile. So he could provide some problems to either the Clemson or Texas. I think this could be a tricky out. Like I'll like them against the number because they're probably going to be a double-digit dog. I just don't know how they could hold up on the defensive side of the ball versus either Texas or Clemson.
So, Danny, give me a couple players that you're sort of looking at here that you almost say, I hope their team wins because I just want to see more of them on like that big stage and let America get introduced to them. Give me a couple of guys that you've got circled.
So I would look at, I just gave you Sam Levitt, Cam Scatterbo, Cade Klubnik for Clemson, and that's one of the reasons I'm picking him. He's one of the early favorites next year for Heisman. You talk about a way to kick off your 2025 Heisman campaign. He all of a sudden, he looks awful against Georgia in week 1. He's been spectacular. So, keep an eye on him. I think he could potentially, and by the way, he won the state championship in Texas on that field at DK Royal Stadium out in Texas, so he's very comfortable there. Abdul Carter, an edge rusher for Penn State, is somebody that's going to be a top 10 draft pick. Keep an eye out for him. SMU's quarterback he's going to be trying to chase him down. Kevin Jennings, another guy who's a top 10 potential next year Heisman finalist. He's a really dynamic dual threat quarterback. He's somebody to keep an eye on. Jeremiah Smith, I'm sure you guys are familiar with him, Ohio State stud freshman wide receiver. I'd like to see Ohio State get him more involved. And then Dylan Sampson, Tennessee's running back, he's probably the best running back in the SEC. He is phenomenal. And if Michigan was able to run and get Khalil Mullings 100 yards, watch out, because that could be a massive headache for Ohio State. If they can't stop Dylan Sampson, they're going to lose the game. So a couple players there to watch out for from this weekend that are sort of not quarterbacks, that are just guys that you'll be hearing their names a lot this weekend, being called, and how they play probably determines how far their team goes.
Danny Cannell with Grant and Danny here on The Fan. He was just talking about the 2025 Heisman Trophy market. It's available on BetOnline now. I'm looking at it. Arch Manning, 7-1 is the favorite. Garrett Nussmeier, who I love at LSU, is, I think, second on that list as well at this point at 9-1. Before we let you go, I wanted to sneak in a question about next year's playoff, which is that the Ivy League football teams are going to have a shot to play for the biggest FCS stage here. They'll be a part of the 2025 playoff if they can earn it. Number one, how does that change things? What do you think about that? And then also, what tweaks would you make moving forward that you've already seen as problematic?
So I love the fact that the Ivy League is going to get an opportunity. It never really made sense for me why their season kind of ended after the Ivy League, championships, and why they, crowned their own champion. Why not let them play? So I love that from an access standpoint. And then the 12-team playoff, which is only going to be around one more year. This is a 2-year experiment. It will get tweaked. And I think seeding, I'm sure you guys have talked about it. Seeding is problematic. It's messed up that Boise State is a 3 seed and gets a bye. I have been a group of 5 proponent, get them in the playoff. I just can't stand that they actually get this massive advantage of having a first round bye when their schedule is nowhere close to a lot of these other teams. So I actually think we'll probably get 14, possibly 16 teams in another year, which I am all for it. We've already seen the success of this season, how many teams it brought into the conversation in November, which I love. So I think you'll see expansion, and I think you'll see a better seeding system so that it's more properly kind of rated and ranked the way that Oregon, the number one seed, doesn't have one of the tougher paths. And Boise State, one of the weaker teams power rating wise, actually has a significant advantage. They'll fix that in the next round when we go expand this thing in another year.
Danny, awesome with us as always, man. Always appreciate the insight. Enjoy the games.
Oh, awesome, man. Great being on with you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
You as well. There's Danny Cannell, Bet Online, with us here in D.C. on Grant and Danny. I'm with him. I think this is going to be a smashing success. It's not going away. The question is, what do they do in a couple of years? I think you expand even bigger potentially.
Yeah.
We've seen that with the NCAA basketball.
I'm with them on the seeding. There's no good way to do it, right? When in the NFL, I know I always compare the two, but there's 32 teams. It's finite. Whereas there's so many dozens of teams that there's no way Boise State could possibly have played like the full SEC schedule, or Clemson or SMU could have run through Georgia and LSU and Alabama. There's just no way to do that. So you're sort of throwing darts at the wall in terms of seeding, but there's no perfect solution. But I feel like they could start tweaking that a bit.
I think what they could have done, and certainly what they should have done, in my opinion, is just work back from who's the best team. How do we reward them the most for a dominant regular season? And the best team, I think we all agree, is the Oregon Ducks. They're number one. So
no problem there.
Their first game should be against the winner, say, of wherever you think that the softest landing spot is. Let's say it's Indiana, Notre Dame, perhaps. For them to have to play a Ohio State right away, and then maybe a Texas. Imagine that path compared to Penn State's first couple of games as the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Where they play SMU in 11, and then they play potentially Boise State. Like, come
That's
on.
what I keep pointing out. So one day, I pray, one league, I don't know who it's going to be, if it's college football or somebody else, this is what I would advise for the spring leagues, for example, to get yourself on the map. Go with the old Randy Douye plan. You let the top seed pick their opponent.
I do think that.
Can you imagine the theater? Can you imagine the television where you got a representative from every school? They've already discussed it, whatever, and it's like, now with the first pick in the who are you going to match up with draft, the Oregon Ducks. We name that team for whatever reason. We want SMU because we think they're frauds. The theater, the unbelievable instant rivalry that becomes, the fan base is going back and forth with each other. It would be a 10. A 10.
Yesterday, we talked to a DC council member. That's when we thought DC was getting the land or the RFK site.
How cute.
That didn't happen, by the way. It's not in the bill that's being voted on tonight, which is just a shabingus. But next, we'll talk to a Maryland lawmaker about where we stand and what lies ahead. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We're talking stadium in 2024, like we did in 2023 and 2022 and 2017 and 2011.
2005.
2002.
Remember that?
G&D. Danny, welcoming you back. We are live until 6:30 on the Fan. Thanks for making this Thursday show part of your day. We're going to be at Crystal City Sports Pub tomorrow, just across the river from here in the Navy Yard where we are now and down 395. If you are in the area tomorrow, 4.5 hours previewing the Commanders, the Eagles, talking all things DC sports, getting you ready for a huge college football, pro football weekend, all from the Crystal City Sports Pub. So come on out, enjoy the show, our Friday field trip tomorrow. Cannot wait for that. Right now, though, let's get to the guest hotline where we are joined by Glenn Ivy, who is Maryland's 4th Congressional District member, and he's joining us to discuss the future of a home for the Commanders, whether that's in Maryland or in D.C. So, first of all, Congressman Ivy, thanks for the time. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. So where do things stand for you? I wonder, just your unique perspective there, as someone representing Maryland, but also kind of the interests of the country with what's happened here over the last several hours, where it looks like DC was getting RFK land and now they're not. Just where do you stand as someone from Maryland representing Maryland?
Well, I certainly want to keep the Commanders in Maryland right where they are. We were hoping to be able to build them a new stadium there and do a lot of redevelopment around it. So that's our goal. And, Governor Westmore has been working hard to be able to pull that off. So we'll see how it goes.
So I am a Virginia guy, I should tell you. So I'm not overly familiar. Is the 4th Congressional District near or around the Landover site or no?
Yeah, that's right in the middle of my district. We're the eastern border of Washington, D.C. So it goes up to Laurel. It goes through University of Maryland, FedEx Field, all the way down to MGM.
Okay,
National
wow.
Harbor.
So this is your backyard. So then tell me this. I happen to now be, I think DC's too complicated. It seems like we can't figure this out. If they get the land back, then you start fighting with the city council. So out of convenience, not because I necessarily love the area, I'm on Glenn Ivy's team. I'm going, build me something awesome. Do it out by FedEx. Give me a town center with restaurants and bars and all the stuff you didn't give me near FedEx 1.0 that I was promised years ago. But it seems like this time we can do. My partner here, Danny, says, I don't ever want to go out there. I don't go to the current stadium. I don't want to go to the new stadium. So tell my guy, Danny, why he should be on our side.
Well, he should be on our side because it doesn't look like they're going to get the RFK language passed in the bill. I think what we're hearing right now is it's been stripped out. So I don't know if that's going to happen. But more importantly, I think, we've got a chance to really build a destination that's going to be phenomenal. We've got a new stadium. We've got designs that we've seen about how spectacular that can be. Their development around it can make sense. We can do a lot of great things to build up mixed use, retail-oriented, and transit-oriented development. We've already got metros there. We've got the new construction by the hospital. We can put the amenities like the restaurants and things nearby. We can make it look pretty much like Nationals Park does now. But we need the help of having the stadium there so we can get the whole thing jump started.
So, Congressman, isn't the metro still going to be a mile away, kind of no matter how they spin that, or am I missing something?
No, the goal is to move the stadium a little bit southeast from where it is.
Mm-hmm.
So then it'll be closer to the metro that's there. Then to build an overpass over the Beltway because there's another metro just south of the hospital.
Right.
That would be even closer. So then you've got 2 metro stops there. That would be actually better than what you've got at the RFK site right now. You'd still have the parking availability and you'd still have great access from the Beltway there, which is actually better than the road access that you got at the RFK campus. So we've got a lot of advantages. We want to have a chance to build on it.
We're talking about the possibility of FedEx 2.0 with Congressman Glenn Ivy. Of course, it's now Northwest Stadium out there. So without re-legislating, I think there is some skepticism from a lot of people. Like we had a couple callers today that said, you think they're going to do the big town center with the restaurants and the bars. We heard that last time. It never happened. Why didn't it last time and what's different? My answer was, I think you guys have already suggested you'd spend $450, $500 million, whatever the number is, to help build up around the stadium. But for the people like my co-host here who says, they had the chance, they didn't do it, what would be different this time?
2 words, Dan Snyder. He's gone. And now that he's gone, all of that land is owned by the Harris team and those around him. They're people who actually run businesses, built businesses, and made, frankly, billions of dollars, which is how they could afford to buy the team to start with. but they believe in trying to build out on the property there. And it's a win-win. It's good for the community, but frankly, it's also good for them because as we build and add things to that area, the value of the land goes up and it puts extra value in the land that they purchase. So we think there's a win-win there for the ownership of the team. There's certainly a win-win there for the community. And when you put the new stadium with the new amenities and everything together, it's also better for the fans and they can have a better experience.
Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivy with us, represents the 4th District, which includes the current Northwest Stadium, which of course is under the microscope now all of a sudden once again. So did you guys know, I guess I don't know how long you've been in office, Congressman, forgive me, but did you always know that it was Dan Snyder? Like in 2009, did we know that Dan Snyder was Dan Snyder, as bad as he was going to be, or in 2004 or 6 or any of those other times when there wasn't a ton of development around there?
I don't think anybody knew how bad Dan Snyder was going to be.
I mean, I did. I was excited back in '99, sir.
I was too, but I think he's actually been maybe the worst owner in all of professional sports across the board. He was terrible.
Yes.
And now look, this new guy comes in. He brings in the new coach. They bring in the new GM. All of a sudden, we got a team that's ready to go. Even though they built a team off no rookies that carried over from the previous regime, right? Pretty much everybody's new. We got Jaden Daniels in the draft. It's outstanding. Before the season started, I thought maybe we'd win 5 or 6 games this year. This has been miraculous. I've got kids. I've got 6 kids. The oldest one's like 37. The youngest one's 24. They've never seen Washington have a winning football team that they can recall until now. And so they're geeked up. Now that we've had 30 years in the desert with the Snyder regime, now that we've got a team that can win, let us hang on to it. We can build around it.
Yeah, I'm a tad younger than your oldest, so I can relate to that content. I don't know what it's like. My mom tells me, my dad tells me about this team winning something meaningful, but I'll take their word for that. And, VHS tape, year-long documentary series that we bought when I was a kid. Congressman Glenn Ivy is with us. So give us the idea for the vision. Like, what are we actually talking about? And is the money that you're willing to give the team, is that just for basically the stuff around the stadium, or would there be any money to go toward the actual stadium?
Well, we'll have to see how they do the financing arrangements. Usually that gets hashed out, a little further down the road. And the Harris team hasn't, they need to kind of make a commitment, I think, a little more than what they've done so far before you actually get to the financial piece. But having said that,
you'll have to forgive them for there's this whole DC that
there have been some flirting, sir.
She looks pretty good over there too. You know what I mean?
Hey, I get it. That's what competition's all about. But I think the goal would be to have something like, Nationals baseball stadium. If you guys lived around here long enough to remember what that looked like, it was incredible. What a change has happened, and it's just maybe 10 years. How fast it's been. You've got other stadium scenarios that are suburban, like Foxborough, what the Patriots have done there. You've got other suburban stadiums, too, that we've been looking at that would be good models. And then from the financing standpoint, we've looked at a variety of those around the country. There's infinite ways to do it. But, the key is to find revenue streams that can help with the team as far as paying for the construction. That might be parking. That might be bonds. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this, and make sure we use it more than just the 8 to 10 games. Well, I should say more than 10, right? We have the 2 for the preseason. Got to have some playoff games in there too. But it's a great place to have Beyonce and those come, and this would be an indoor stadium too. So you could have the Final Four there. I mean, we've got real possibilities of what you could do if we do it right, and I think these guys will.
Congressman, I know it's not just Landover within your district. There are other locales as well. Pretty much people have kind of framed this as a choice between the pipe dream of DC and its current location. Is there any chance anywhere else in Maryland might be a viable site?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of viable sites in Prince George's County potentially, but Harris owns the land where it is. Mm-hmm. So I think from a standpoint of putting a deal together that makes sense for the Harris team, for Prince George's County, for Maryland, and the Commanders, keeping them where they are is probably the best way to go.
One of the sticking points previously between then Maryland didn't end up derailing the DC deal, obviously, That was someone else's doing. But one of the issues in getting to this point was, what are they going to do with the current stadium? What is that resolution if they end up, because that's in your backyard right there. You can't just have a big hunk of concrete with 70,000 seats. Like, if somehow this thing falls apart tonight, they get the bill tweaked and RFK's back in. What agreement did you come to on that?
Well, they signed an MOU, but and I call it Plan B. So the idea is that it would be torn down, and that the Harris team would pay for removing the rubbish that comes from that. But man, look, we're in this to win this. We think we can get the stadium. We think it's the better venue, and it's actually doable from the standpoint of not just finances but logistics, and in the time frame that they need to get it done. So I'm still focused on the win.
So you'd rather have the stadium in Prince George's than the fighter jets?
The fighter jets have no link to this. Somehow
Did
the
you ask for the fighter jets, or was that someone else?
Is like you getting to ride in one a condition of anything?
Who wanted the fighter jets? What was that about?
That the Washington Post put those two together, and God bless them. I love the paper, but they aren't connected. But I think the key here is to make sure that we get all of those things put together. There was a link of some sort with respect to the Key Bridge, but that looks like that's going to be still in the bill and moving forward with the 100% appropriations to cover it. So I think we're good on that front. We'll figure out the fighter jets later.
So, Congressman, my last one, I know you referenced that there's still a lot of TBD in terms of any kind of budget, but this was a big question that regular folks like Grant and I just had, who don't do this professionally, about DC's ability to come up with a whole bunch of money. Where would the money come from if Maryland does have to start kicking in some funding, whether it's to area around, to the stadium itself, et cetera? Is it something that's budgeted? Is it, as you mentioned, just fundraising via bonds or otherwise? How would it get paid for, whatever it is?
Well, there's some money that's been set aside by the General Assembly. I think it's around $400 million. Mm-hmm. It's not solely for this. It would be for construction and development around that location. It's called the Blue Line Corridor. But there's other revenue streams too. So, for example, if you build parking lots so that you don't have the big concrete asphalt, thing that we've got right now, but you take up some of that, you build the parking lot, people pay to park, you use that revenue stream to cover the construction. And then after that's paid off, then it's a revenue stream that can be used by the team and by, the state or the county to pay off bonds that we might have gotten to cover these expenses. And bonds would be one of those too as well. And then potentially, there are other ways to finance it too. We'd have to see what the Harris team's willing to bring, to bear to get the financing done. But I mean, he knew he was going to have to build a new stadium when he bought the team. So I would assume that he's prepared to do that, and they're going to have to do it whether it's in DC or Maryland. So, I think there's a lot of ways to get it done. The key is just to make a decision that we are going to get it done, to sit down together, whether it's Mr. Harris with Governor Moore or whoever, and commit to moving forward and getting it done as quickly as possible so we can get the new stadium and the team in it by 2030.
That's the goal. I mean, and that's kind of why I came to your side of things. Is it seems like we could do it, sans a lot of obstacles, pretty quickly. I mean, let's just say the thing fails, DC doesn't get the land back, Maryland's a winner. How quickly can we get this thing going? Or like me, you, Wes Moore, we grab our shovels, we're out there tonight? What's the deal?
Yeah, I can get a pickaxe and a shovel. I'm 63, though, so I won't be doing a whole lot.
You got a bunch of kids, so I'll meet them out there. How about that?
Yeah, I do have 5 sons, so I could drag them out and we can get going with you. But seriously, though, I mean, I think, we just have to hash out the deal and get it moving forward quickly. But the upside for us is, everything's pretty much cleared and level to go. And we've got some thoughts about, the infrastructure that would need to be added, but a lot of it's already there. And it's not as old as what's there at, the RFK site. So, we've got the metro sites, we've got the Beltway, we've got the parking lot that we can reduce the size of that, put some new development around it, the retail and transit-oriented development stuff, put the new stadium up. We can have this looking good in a few years. We're ready to go.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. Great information. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
By the way, you got good pipes. If the Congressional thing doesn't work out, there's probably a radio gig for you. You sound
I'd
like a
love to
radio guy.
I'd love to come join you guys.
All right. Well,
Very cool.
We'll have you chop it up with us sometime in studio. There's Glenn Ivy, Congressman in Maryland. React to that. We'll get your thoughts. 800-636-1067. He's rearing to go. What do you make of him making the push? They reached out to us and listening today. I mean, Maryland is pretty clearly feeling good about its chances after things are caving in D.C. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Big thanks to Congressman Glenn Ivy for calling in, chopping it up about the Landover, Maryland area and the site where FedEx currently is and where a new stadium might be. I don't think he won you over. Nobody's going to win you over. You're pretty dug in. But he makes a convincing case. Again,
sure, he's a good advocate for his – he represents that area.
Absolutely.
So it makes sense, yeah. He knows what he's
but
talking
also,
about.
I think, I mean, you're not going to go. So,
Right.
I mean, he's talking to someone.
Sure.
It's fallen on deaf ears, but you don't go now anyway.
Mhm.
So it doesn't really matter if you go or not necessarily. But before we hit the phones, I'll just dangle in front of you. Awesome restaurants and bars. Brand new elite stadium. Amazing Allegiant X. Whatever they're going to call the damn thing. X Stadium, Allegiant Stadium. But it's one of the best in the NFL. You're not interested.
No, not there. Anywhere else is good. There's other spots in Maryland potentially that would make sense to me. I don't know that you can build, for example, at National Harbor. I don't know if like the swampy land is too swampy for a stadium.
But none of that's realistic because that's not on the table.
Right. That's the only thing on the table right now is complete unknown in DC or Landover. So that's kind of where the debate is. And for me, it's you can't do Landover. I can't. I guess
And
that's
your
the end of it.
reason for that is?
It's failed. It's already failed. It'll continue to fail.
But it's a brand new thing.
Sure, on top of failure. There's a reason they haven't built anything for 25 years. Pretending that it was always Dan Snyder is nonsense. It wasn't. In 2007 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 11, there were great moments. 80,000 people a week were still coming. They were still top 3 or 4 in attendance as of 2016 or 17. People were coming over there just for the games. They couldn't build anything sustainable around there. There's a reason for it. The location stinks. You can try to say, well, it'll be slightly southeast of the current stadium. It went from a mile plus walk to now 80% of a mile walk. It's still not convenient. It doesn't have the same bones that other things.
And he mentioned this, but this came up when we talked about this months ago.
Mhm.
The walk at the Maryland site, if they build at the location that they've talked about, will be less than the walk at the RFK site.
Right. He said south and east, but you can't go half a mile south and east. You're basically talking like a lot over. That's all.
I just mean if you metro there, you will end up having potentially a smaller walk at the new site in Maryland
That is
than
correct.
you would at the RFK site.
Yes.
It's like the distance to the metro.
Well, not at the RFK side. You walk out of the Armory and you're in the lot.
That's what he just said. He just said that. That's what they claimed months ago when we had Maryland lawmakers on, is that where they're going to build and where the metro would end up being is closer than the Armory site to the RFK site.
I'm extremely dubious to that. I don't see how that could be possible.
I don't know. That's he literally just claimed that.
I thought he said they're moving it south and east slightly.
He did say that.
from the current spot. So unless it's, I don't know. I mean, the current metro spot there's no place right next to it to build that would make sense. Maybe there's a different metro that I don't know about.
Well,
But
there are two metros that he referenced. There are two metro stations. He said it would be closer to both of them. Now, which one is closer by number of steps than the RFK Armory one? I can't answer. I don't know. But that's what he mentioned. You can grab the audio if you want on that, Darius. Kendall in Temple Hills, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
So I did not hear Glenn Ivy, but I can imagine he was selling a dream. I was listening to you guys' earlier segment on the Odyssey app, but I agree 1,000%, 1,000,000% with Danny. It is very frustrating as a Prince George's County resident to see minority or black county, most affluent black county in the country, and nothing really is sustainable in the county. Over there, nothing is sustainable. We've seen it. They tore down the Capitol Center. They put up the boulevard. The boulevard was nice for about 10 seconds. Then it's one by one, retailers start moving out. Secondhand mom and pop retailers start moving in. Wasn't sustainable. Now it's gone. No real restaurants have been over there for a sustainable period of time, and pretty much all throughout the county. And it's a subject that I think people are tap dancing around. But if you look at Prince George's County, you don't have any high-end retail, big box, Macy's. Well, you might have a Macy's, but I'm saying like a Bloomingdale's and those type of, you don't have that, because I just believe that people with power don't believe in Prince George's County. And as long as that's the case, people are not going to want to come over, and it's not going to be sustainable. So do I think they can build a state-of-the-art stadium? Yes. Do I think that they could build a town center type when you're talking about Grant, yes. Do I think it's sustainable? No. So I don't.
So let me
want it
ask you
here.
this,
I'd rather
though.
have it in.
If they build an indoor stadium, which they will, by the way, and there are, I don't know the number, but 100 some events over the course of the year. You're talking about the NFL season, NCAA tournament games. You're talking about concerts. They could do soccer games there. They could do all kinds of stuff, right? If there's enough events, why couldn't that sustain there?
It sounds good. I wish it could happen. I just don't see it, brother. I think that I just don't want to say what I really want to say, but I'm going.
I mean, if you're comfortable, what is it?
The white dollar is not going to be spent over there, and I'm not saying it from a race. I'm just saying, like folks that retailers and restaurant stuff want to patronize their location. They're not coming to Landover. They'll never come to Landover.
I'm not saying
Danny,
anyone's driving to Landover. Like Danny's not going for a game, okay? But
his point is my point. I'm not going over there on a Wednesday. When you work at Navy Yard, you walk outside and you go to Walters. Yeah. If you work by Capital One Arena, you walk outside and you go to Clyde's or any of the dozen places. There's nothing over there.
But if they have enough events, is my point, then there's enough foot traffic over there to make it happen. No.
I don't see it, brother. I just think there are bigger things at play here that will never allow it to be a sustainable, long-term venture in Prince George's County, and that's so unfortunate, man.
I appreciate your perspective. I mean, that is, if that's true, that is sad. It depends on the number of events. Like the reason Nats Park works as a baseball venue is there's 81 games. And then they do additional events throughout the offseason and throughout the entire month of December. They're going to have the, Christmas lights thing. They didn't this year, but they have the last several years. There's always something going on, right? But football doesn't do that. It's a 10-time-a-year thing in a lot of these stadiums. When you build a roof, which they're going to, that can change. And if there's 150 events in 365 days, I think you start to have a different math equation. But I could be completely wrong. It could be a situation where there's only 51 dates. And if that's the case, you're right. There's not people every single day that are going out to eat and doing things over there. And maybe it doesn't work because we see it to a very small extent here. Danny, the difference on Half Street between the baseball season and the non-baseball season is massive.
It is massive.
And to the businesses could be catastrophic. And yet this is a place where a lot of people live. It's a bustling neighborhood. It's a place all the young kids are coming out to party now. And even still, it's night and day from season to non-season. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Down the stretch we come. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. A pretty substantial, not fun, but substantial development today for the Commanders. Not looking good on DC getting the land back for RFK's site, which would mean they either have to wait until next calendar year and maybe another several months to try to go back through this process again, or they might have to pivot to Maryland to try to build a stadium.
We may not know where they're going to play, but football-wise, they're building a foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
They're building a foundation for success on the field. They're not building a foundation
Not
for the
as
stadium.
much off in terms of...
There's no concrete being laid for that foundation at this point. If you missed Glenn Ivy, the congressman from Maryland who called in, go ahead and listen to that podcast when we're done at thefandc.com. We actually had Charles Allen on yesterday when it looked like everything was steamrolling toward DC having its land back. And even then he was saying, yeah, I'm not so sure I want a stadium there, but you might not have to worry about it. Respectfully, council member.
You may not have to have that debate, sir.
Because you're not going to get that land anyway. Great line from a friend of mine who was angry about this, presumably. But, obviously part of the frustration was that there's waste in the bill, and they ripped through a bunch of things, and they tore a bunch of things out, including the RFK portion. And he said, waste is 177 acres of asphalt and an old stadium falling down in the shadows of the Capitol. How is this not a no-brainer? That's a pretty good amount of waste. Just a bunch of land that nobody can use in the nation's capital that is prime real estate right by some of the most influential and powerful buildings in the United States of America and the world. 177 unusable acres of asphalt, dilapidating
Such
rust,
a good point.
random fires. You want waste? I'll show you waste.
I mean, that real estate is a steakhouse, Amazon, and Deion Sanders all into one. I mean, that is as prime as it gets up in there.
Is this not one of the great examples of just government not working at this juncture? Right?
Because
whatever you think, whatever side you're on.
And we're on the same side.
Do anything with the land.
And here's the big, again, this is a huge deal to us, but if you're in like Nebraska or Oklahoma or something, like, you don't care one way or the other about like some land bill that's a barnacle and the big spending stuff. So I understand it gets caught up in it. But this, like, sometimes things are so common sense and so obvious. It's like the, oh, come on argument, right? Where you just come on. This one right here, come on. Like, what's there now? No one is happy, right? The current status is an embarrassment. It's an eyesore. It's like a 5-wood from the Capitol, right? Or maybe you hit a couple fairway medals. Whatever. The point is, you got to blast a couple, and you're right there at this spot that is just an embarrassment. It's broken, dilapidated, ghosts and sadness, and like a chain link fence and some grass that hadn't been mowed since '97. Like, it's disgusting. And they're like, oh, I don't know. We can't figure it out.
You know those moving walkways in airports?
The walkway will be closing in 10 seconds.
Right. It's like we've been walking on one of those, but against the way that it's moving for 10 years. We keep walking. We're working up a lather, but we're not getting anywhere. Well, finally, we're getting closer to the end and closer to the end and closer to the end. And then in this game that we're playing, they're throwing these obstacles at us. And we're still walking against the grain, but we're almost at the end. And we're like, we see it. The end is the stadium. We're like, we're going to get a stadium. We finally get our stadium. As we're walking, by the way, 80,000 other stadiums for other sports teams got built. But there is the senator in Montana. They just threw him at us on the conveyor belt, and he's coming. We had to leap over him like a game of Mario. And the senator in Montana went past us, and we went, thank God.
That was so
all right,
scary.
we're going to go get the stadium. We go, and we just keep walking. And then they throw the senator in Utah at us. And we're like, damn it, the senator in Utah. He's the next guy.
What's this guy going to do?
And he grazes us. But even though we land, we get past him. And we're laying down. We have to get up. We lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, then the Maryland Senator's like, you better give us some fighter jets.
And we start running. And then the Maryland Senators, they're there. And we jump over them. And then the fighter jets are there. We have to climb over fighter jets. And then the bridge in Baltimore money that they needed was there. So we climb over that. And there's Elon Musk, and he just like hits us with a bat or something. It doesn't have to be this hard, does it?
Yes. Here it does. Here it does.
If it does, then we can't do it in DC. I'm sorry, we just can't. And everyone says the same thing. It's got to be DC. I agree with you, but it can't be. So then what?
But
then what do we do?
Here's the immovable force and the unstoppable object. It's got to be in DC. Yep, it can't be. What do we do? Should we just stare at each other?
I can tell you what we do.
Well, yeah.
It's quite literally what's happened. The stadium that stinks that they keep playing in falls apart. They weren't supposed to still be there now. Go back and listen to Bruce Allen on this crap in 2009 when he got the job as the GM and then became the president. They were not supposed to be in this stadium in 2024. The lease was up in 27, but we'll be long out of there.
Yeah, that'll be academic, yeah.
It'll just be collecting weeds like RFK by then. Or Terry McLaurin will be catching touchdowns in front of 22,000 Eagles fans. Eric's in D.C. What's up, Eric? How are you?
I'm good. Happy holidays to you guys.
You too, buddy.
Listen, I'm a third-generation Washingtonian, and I am so tired of people who are not Washingtonians making a decision about this stadium. You remember how Baltimore felt when the Colts snuck out of town at night? Why would they want to do that to us? And everybody's talking about us, but us.
Wait, who's sneaking out? Make that analogy make sense for me. Who's sneaking out of where?
No, they're not sneaking out. I'm just talking about the feeling that the Marylanders had when they lost the Colts.
Right.
Now, nobody's giving consideration to D.C. and the championships that we've won. Not just Super Bowls, but prior to the Super Bowl, we were champions. They have the Baltimore Ravens, a great team. Why are you being greedy? Why are you trying to take from D.C.? But you know what? That's the history. Every time when you listen to the news and they talk about crime, they'll say D.C., but when they talk about something great, it's the metropolitan area. I'm so sick of them disrespecting D.C. and their residents. And the reason that they're playing in Landover is because we had Sharon Pratt Kelly as a mayor who said, I don't care nothing about football. I want baseball. And Jack Cook, because he couldn't use the alley, decided to take him out to Landover for a while. And then we had Dan Snyder, who was the worst. But now everybody's talking over our heads like we don't even exist. Like we don't even deserve to have our own team.
But Eric, respectfully, I think people want you to have the stadium.
That's what everybody wants.
Everybody wants the stadium in D.C. D.C.
One
doesn't have
person does not. One person does not. And it's the same person that when Congress and the Senate came up with a bipartisan bill, he told them to kill it so he could use it for election purposes.
Well,
it's the same person who hates D.C.'s mayor who just threw a monkey wrench in what was going to happen. And all of those senators, Republican senators, fell in line because when he speaks, whether it's right or not, they're going to follow it.
Is he referencing Elon?
I'm not sure. Could be Elon, Trump. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, the problem with that is, and I appreciate the phone call. Thank you. I don't think that what happened yesterday was about the RFK bill. It was a byproduct, and Commanders fans and you as a DC
listening to a sports show
got screwed, right? It did. It completely got screwed. You got screwed. But yesterday was politics. Yesterday was so far above, and I don't care what anybody thinks right or wrong, what side you're on, but it was so far above the stadium. Nobody was like, we just can't give this stadium to this land to Maryland, from Maryland to from the federal government to DC. We just can't do that. And the stadium should be in Maryland. That was not what happened. It was just they looked at a vehicle and they said, this vehicle, I don't like this vehicle. And a tire on that vehicle happens to be this RFK portion of the thing. So I don't necessarily buy that it's like this anti-Muriel Bowser thing. But I appreciate the phone call. His narrative is essentially that people don't want the stadium there. He's listening to different stations than I am. I think it's a 95% clip that these fans that we talk to every day, Danny, want the RFK site. Nobody's got the power to do it, man.
Right.
Unless
So
you can
if
get
the
land
implication is
back.
when he says nobody wants it, maybe that's at the higher levels of government, that it's a leverage play from one side to the other. I mean, who knows? I mean, there have been times where I'm not getting into any politics stuff. Just simply saying, it's the cross to bear of this area that's unlike anywhere else, frankly, in the world. Maybe not. I'm probably talking out of my tuchus there. At least in the country, where the federal city is right here. So the national seat of government is right down the street from the local seat of government. And that push and pull is the most unusual dynamic that there is. In every other state, like the State House down in Richmond for Virginia, or the State House in Sacramento for California, business gets done. That larger state government versus the little local state government of the mayor and whoever else, there's a normal set of push and pull. There's nothing normal here, where nobody can even have a debate until a bunch of people that have, to his point, have no stake in what happens in the city, because they might either be gone in 2 years or, are just tourists here for just enough months and days to go to vote on Capitol Hill, so they go back to their homes in, Nebraska or California or Oregon or whatever. Like, that's frustrating. I get that.
Let's go to Eric, who's in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Eric? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Good, thanks.
I love the show.
Thank you, buddy.
I work in the Senate. I can't say for who, but this is all going to work out next year.
I've never heard that before.
Okay. So what's going to happen is they're going to get a short-term funding package, and then next year the president-elect is going to want a win, and he's going to, the stadium is going to be in next year's deal. So,
but when is that?
It depends how long the continuing resolution is through, but it's probably either March or October.
Oh, God. So 10 months from now, it goes through, and then they lose another year where they've got to be at their terrible stadium.
Sure.
So now we're up to 2031.
Look, man, I'm not God, so I can't.
Well, I'm shooting the messenger. Just so
you're catching a lot of shrapnel there by delivering that news.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely shooting the messenger, but he is the messenger, and he's bringing bad news.
Yeah.
So what if it doesn't work out in October of next year?
Then it doesn't work out. We all move along. Like,
no, it's too late. I want my time back. I want my stadium built. I want my time back.
Okay, we all have wants.
Okay.
But that's what I got. So,
all right,
appreciate you, dude. It's good info. Thank you.
It is good info, and I did shoot the messenger, and that's sweet of you to call it.
Yes,
I'm
thank you
sorry
for
I was
calling.
mean to you.
By the way, when he goes March or October, you go, oh my God.
Well, I mean,
Just sick to your
first
stomach.
off, he started by saying it's just so casually and comfortably. It's going to happen next year, as if I haven't had a million people tell me that for 15
Well, again,
years.
and I'm not ripping him, because all he's doing is trying to give us
he's
some
just
information.
a nice guy, and I'm being mean to him. But respectfully, sir, I've had Bruce Allen tell me that. I've had Jason Wright tell me that. I've had every person that worked for the Commanders that's come and gone tell me that for 10 years. They've all told me, "Oh, don't worry, little fat boy, it'll happen." And now you call in and go, "Settle down, it'll happen in March." I don't know you. I'll take your word for it. I hope you're right. I don't believe anyone anymore.
So and this is kind of my point. And again, it sounds like we're just questioning this guy. I'm not at all. Eric, thank you. I don't believe anybody when it comes to this thing, when it comes to several things, right? Where this is what's going to happen. What you just laid out is probably a very reasonable scenario. And if it was in a betting market, it would be the most likely, it'd be the favorite. It'd be the betting favorite right now, as you laid it out, potentially. I don't know either way. But my point is, I have seen too many rug pulls, too many it's happening, oh wait, it's not happening. It's like a season of Entourage where they can't decide if the movie's going to get made or not. Like, this is the entire crux of the year. Maybe it happens one day. I just won't believe it until it's done. And that's not your fault, Eric. All you're doing is minding your business, trying to help your pals out.
Eric, you're probably regretting calling in, okay? You shouldn't regret it. You're a sweet man. You did a good
Very
thing.
nice.
You tried to reassure us, and I was mean to you, and I apologize. I reacted unfavorably. Okay? I'm over it. I don't care if you can get it done for me next year. Yeah, and Eric, I'm talking to you. You had your chance. No, I'm kidding. But seriously.
What did you do, Eric?
Well, Eric cost us this deal. No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, Danny, is I'm not waiting till next year. It's over. Now, they will, I'm sure, because they're in no rush to get me a stadium. But I want a stadium. I'm tired of going to the stupid stadium. You don't go. Right. You don't go. You don't go. You don't go. I go. And it sucks. And I spend a lot of money there because my wife's a season ticket holder. And I'm tired of it. So I want a new stadium. I can't get one because I live here. Ever. But you can send some memes and tell me about how you killed it. Do that. Why don't you? Why don't you send some memes and tell me about how you killed the stadium? That's what we do here. Let's go to Robert in Southeast. Hey, Robert.
What's up, Grand Danny? Appreciate you taking my call, man.
Hey, buddy.
You bet.
Well, like you said, 95% of us, I'm a lifelong Washingtonian, and I feel nowhere but in D.C. After all, they are the Washington Commanders. They look out for the Wizards and the Caps and the Nats. This is a football city, but they're looking out for the other teams. Come on, man. And it's so sad that it's political. It's really sad. It is disheartening. The last caller kind of inspired me a little bit. Like you say, that's the favorite right now. You know, the update, we got from ESPN.
Robert, would you be game for that? Would you rather try again next year with the possibility?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, but
definitely.
the possibility that we're back here sitting on our hands again, holding our noses, that's a politically correct way to say it.
Well, we've been doing that all this time. We've been doing this all this time.
Right, but if you do it the other way, we could be building, we could have shovels in the ground in several months and maybe building a stadium this time next year and be in it football season sooner.
Yeah, we could, but it's going to be in Maryland.
That's true.
It belongs in D.C. I mean, it belongs in D.C. And whatever they have to do, wait another year.
Oh, my God.
A few months or whatever. Wait, we done waited this long.
How often do you go? How often do you go to the new stadium or the current stadium?
Maybe 2 games a year.
Okay, so you do go. I like that. I appreciate that. Normally, the people that are telling me that we don't need a new stadium don't actually go to it. They just say, "No, let's wait a little while."
Well, I mean, you think it's the reason they don't go, right? I mean, it's not good.
It doesn't matter why they don't go.
Okay.
They tell me I don't need a new restaurant. I'm the one that eats at the restaurant. I'll tell you if we need a new restaurant. I'm the one that eats at the restaurant. Let's go to Matt in Stafford. What's up, Matt?
Hey, yeah. Eric mentioned that the next year president-elect, we want to score some points. I don't really think that D.C. is a purple area necessarily. So I don't know what the point what he was trying to make there. But my question is, why does it have to always be the proposal for the funding for the zone attached to something else? Why can't it just be proposed by itself? And then they'd have a lot better chance of, getting passed through.
Well, that's what's going to happen now, as I understand it.
Are we sure?
But no, well, hold on. You got to begin this process anew where the folks in Congress introduce it, then this one committee. The sticking point, as Eric Flack has told us, is that one of the 2 people in committee that said, nah, dog, I'm good, in addition to Bernie Sanders, is this dude from Utah. And dude from Utah is like, no, that's absurd. We're not doing that. And he's now in charge of the committee. So it's very blockable.
Well, that's the other point.
Yeah.
So this guy says it's going to go through. Eric Flack's point is the guy that doesn't want it to go through is in charge of the committee.
Yeah, but who knows? Now, you could scratch his back with something else. But the whole point is we're doing this politics dance again, where he's like,
you think this is political? Like this is about politics?
Yes.
You're kidding.
No.
Guy.
That's a good bit.
Thank you.
It's a quality bit.
Danny, we should just never talk about this again, right? I mean,
here's what I can't do. Here's
we done with this.
And I told you this. Here, you had the same reaction to me at certain points when I would come in with Snyder News. And you're like, I can't anymore, man. Like when he's gone, and we'll do it then. I can't react to updates anymore. You see what I'm saying? Like we could talk stadium stuff. I think that's very welcome. But
so you mean yesterday when we had the council member on because DC was getting the land back,
right? I can't do in the latest report, sourced reports are telling me that this might be included in I can't react as if it's going to happen. I can't react as if it's a thing.
Silly. You're a local TV guy. I get size for.
The news where the person speaks like this. We're doing a tease for the news that comes up later. Do you have to do it like that for some reason?
Jake's in Richmond. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, listen, Washington lifer, there's two things that would keep me from continuing to go to Maryland to a game, Landover, right? It would be getting there, number one. It's almost impossible when you drive. I don't know if you guys know, but Northern Virginia, D.C. metro area has, like, really bad traffic. And when you leave the game, it takes you an hour and a half to get 30 minutes. It took me an hour and 25 minutes to drop my friend off. He lives in Arlington, and he's only like a 20-minute drive, no traffic.
It is brutal. I do it. I come across the Woodrow Wilson. You're right. It stinks. That happens in a lot of NFL stadiums, by the way.
Yes, true. I agree with you. But we lack the infrastructure in the area to be able to develop that stadium. And so what we're talking about, bringing money to the area. But can we be real for a second? If the local demographic is arguing about how much the tickets cost, could you imagine what the tickets cost when there's restaurants and entertainment value in the area that whoever is investing that money to build that stuff needs to recoup? Prices are just going to go through the roof.
At a brand new stadium, mind you.
Yeah. I mean, their tickets prices are already going up now with Harrison Company in charge.
Oh, yeah.
So, listen, this is just such a hot buttered mess. Like every time you think the mess is bad, you go, well, let's leave it out in the sun over the weekend. Let's let it get riper.
What are the chances that we open the show tomorrow saying that DC got the land back somehow? Like just
slim to none and slim left down on a pony.
Unbelievable. You look great. You look like you're ready to go have a party.
Well, thank you.
You go wine and dine the lady tonight at the holiday party. There might even be some people that come up to Danny Rouillet and ask him where the stadium's going to be. You didn't talk about that.
It would be terrific
today.
bits if they did that. Like, hey, man, any news on the stadium?
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, bud.
For our producers, Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. Remember, tomorrow we are at the Crystal City Sports Pub, 2 to 6:30. Come watch the show. Come hang out with us. Going to be a lot of fun. We will have one of our favorite football guests on tomorrow, Trey Wingo, at 3 o'clock to preview the NFL weekend. Thanks for locking in on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.